Good morning, breakfast lovers. Hello! We're going to start in 5 minutes. We're waiting for the folks that are still nibbling on scones and drinking coffee downstairs to come up. So we'll start in about 5 minutes, okay? Thank you. Yeah. This is trying to come up. Bobby Knapp is here. Craig, Bob Knapp is here. I just want to make sure Bob Knapp took a sick day. You ready? Ask someone if they could join me. You just gotta ask somebody if they could join me. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Hey, Michael, could you ask everybody on the third floor to come up because we're going to start? Thanks. Cindy, stay up here. Thanks. The new skinny Leslie McRae, she's too. We're going to get started, and I know folks are still coming. So thank you and good morning. My name is Jim McGreevy, and I have the pleasure of working with the New Jersey Reentry Corporation. And I just want to welcome each and every one of you to our conference this year. This year's conference focuses on perhaps among the most difficult topics we have ever confronted: domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. Crimes that are overwhelmingly focused upon women. And today we will hear from those survivors, but also as importantly, is to understand that when women respond against their perpetrators, when they respond against their attackers to protect themselves and or their children, in committing an act of violence, so often when they're prosecuted, so often when they're sentenced, the judge does not have the ability to understand the historic nature of the trauma and of the violence. So today, if you could keep this in your mind's eye, and I'd like to thank Courtney Fulcher, young woman. Courtney, could you please stand up? In the back, there's Courtney. Can we give a round of applause? God willing, in front of every plate, on every chair, you will see an agenda of today, but also our report. And what our report calls for is the establishment of the Survivors Justice Act, which will enable the judge to look back at the history of the chronicle of abuse in sentencing that woman. And the reason why this is so critically important is because if a judge presides over a trial as to the single instance where a woman responds against her perpetrator, but does not understand the entirety of the history of the chronicle of interpersonal violence, then the justice system does that woman a profound disservice. So again, I just would like to say thank you to each and every one of you for being here. This is going to be a powerful conference. And at this time, a dear friend who's not only been a supporter of New Jersey Reentry Corporation, but here in Hudson County, has been an extraordinary advocate for women, both in women at the Hudson County Correctional Center, but women within the community. It's my great honor to call the Chief Executive of Hudson County, our County Executive, Craig Guy.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody did have a nibble or two on the good food that was provided downstairs. Good morning. You know, I said to Governor when I first came in, you know, I looked around the table and I said, you know, who are these folks? And the governor kind of gave me, you know, a 15-second Cliff Note version of who you are and what you stand for and what you do. And, you know, it's something, you know, protecting our women, protecting victims of sexual harassment and protecting women of the domestic violence. You know, before I entered this life of elected service, I served as a Jersey City police officer and a Jersey City police lieutenant for 26 years. And far too many times back then, I saw victims of domestic violence that there was no outlet. There was no outlet. They were truly the victim of domestic violence, but there was no outlet for them, excuse me, to get help. And as a police officer back then, it was frustrating and disappointing to see that we, as public servants, could not do more for the victims. So I applaud the work that Governor McGreevey and New Jersey Reentry does. As the governor said, I'm a big advocate for women's rights, a big advocate in protecting all of women's rights. You know, the reentry program that we serve, our folks that go to our correctional facility, we hope they leave that facility a better human being. And when they do leave that facility, they don't leave our world. We don't shut the door on those folks that leave our correctional facility. It's the start of what we hope is a new life. It's a start of providing housing to these folks, to providing services to everybody, to help the folks that are inside those facilities at this point understand the pressure of victims, whether they were a perpetrator of sexual harassment and domestic violence, or whether they were a victim. We hope that within that facility, the services that we offer on all ends, whether it's male or female, that we can make our folks a better person when we leave that facility. You know, I saw Cardinal Tobin here, and I'm blessed again, Cardinal, to say hello to you and to chat for a few seconds. You know, we're entering, or we are in the holy season as we speak now, and I reflect back. You know, I have a beautiful grandson, and I have a great family. You know, Easter is a time of renewal, right? And for restoration and repair. And I like to think, and I know the service that Governor McGreevey and his team do through the New Jersey Reentry Corporation is about birth, about rebirth. Just like Easter, NJRC is about revitalization. It's about giving human beings a second chance at life. It's about becoming fruitful citizens in the community. So at this point, I'm going to indulge you folks to give a round of applause and to rise and to say thank you to Governor Jim McGreevey and his reentry program. It's, you know, and it's not like the governor to be meek and mild, but Governor, it's well deserved. Thank you. You know, the theme of today's conference is domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. You know, it's a trilogy of evil. I see it up here. It's a trilogy of evil. We know awful crimes are perpetrated much too much upon our victims. One way we can help, one way, Governor, I can help, and the governor briefly touched upon it, is this Survivors Justice Act. You know, Governor McGreevey was recently in Trenton to unveil this groundbreaking measure. The act would provide relief to survivors of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, family abuse, who are being prosecuted for actions they take rooted in the trauma. It would allow judges to consider a history of abuse and mitigating factors and sentencing in the resentencings. Judges would be able to look back at the survivor's history of being abused and trafficked. And I've seen that, folks, far too many times, where it's just black and white. The writing in the law is just black and white. And judges don't have that authority, or don't have that leeway to look back at our victims and to look back at what they've suffered in the past. With this Survivors Justice Act, that will allow the judges to look back. You know, Governor McGreevey knows a little bit about getting things done in the legislature. I've seen the governor's actions when he was the gov. I've seen his passion, you know, for going down to Trenton, for coming to our legislators within Jersey City, within Hudson County. So if anybody's going to help get this legislation passed, I know Governor McGreevey. And Governor McGreevey, I commit to you as your county executive and county chairperson of a political party that I'll do everything in my power to encourage and to educate our legislators so they can go down there and support this great legislation. You know, I'm going to conclude as your county executive and say this. We are very much, and Craig Guy is very much aware of our issues surrounding domestic sexual abuse and human trafficking. I am a big advocate for funding for all these issues. You know, government is strangled these days with financial issues, and it gets even worse now, you know, with the government that's down in Washington, D.C. But we will prevail. The good people that are in this audience, the good people like Governor McGreevey and the folks that surround him will prevail. I just want to leave everybody with one quote. And it's something that, you know, I like to, when I'm surrounding an event, I like to think of a quote that, you know, makes sense to where I'm at. And this is a quote by Winston Churchill. Success is not final. Failure is not fatal. It is the courage to continue that counts. I thank everybody for being here today.
Thanks. I just want to say thank you to Craig, but when Craig says it's the courage to continue, that's it. This battle has been fought for decades, but now we're moving into a new stratosphere of commitment, and as the county executive said, of changing the legislation to enable judges to address a fundamental inequity. And now at this time, you know, I'm just honored. My dear friend, Cheryl Riley is here. Where's Cheryl? Cheryl, yeah, no, don't clap. She's from Staten Island. You know, Cheryl runs a house. Now, I just, you know, as you know, as an Irish Catholic, Cheryl runs a house, and whenever she needs something, I just want the cardinal to know, she says, well, the cardinal wants it. I'm like, I don't see the cardinal here. I see you here, Cheryl. So she's asking us for food drop-off, for this, for that. But what Cheryl does at Mercy House and the Archdiocese, and this is just my opportunity, is they provide services for women that are coming home from prison, from addiction services, and so often from domestic violence, from sexual abuse and trafficking, women who have nowhere to go, women who don't have access to Medicaid, women who don't have access to family. And despite the fact that she's from Staten Island, Cardinal, we believe in diversity, New Jersey Reentry. We talk to people to Staten Island. But on a serious note, I just wanted to call upon a dear friend and someone who's on our board of New Jersey Reentry Corporation, somebody who speaks truth to power, and I believe is a great moral force. I'd like to call upon for invocation His Eminence Joseph Cardinal Tobin. Cardinal. And Cardinal has made every reentry conference for the past 10 years. And this is a working day for him on Holy Thursday. So.
I didn't get a chance to clear my remarks with Cheryl, but you'll let me know, eh? No, I'm grateful to Jim for this possibility, because in my life before it was enriched by coming to New Jersey, I worked in the state of Indiana. And okay, there's some Hoosiers here. All right, all right. And part of the ministry there was a presence in a number of the more horrific correctional facilities of this country, including the federal institution at Terre Haute, where they kill people. And as Brian Stevenson says, it's not a question of whether somebody deserves to die. It's a question of whether we deserve to kill. And I realized at the time that, you know, being in the joints was an important presence, but it was only a partial response to the challenge. The two other parts were the transition, when people leave, and oftentimes they're set up to fail. And the third was to advocate for people, help them find their voice so that they can speak, and that we can truly be in a process of rehabilitation and not simply revenge. So that's why I'm glad to be here, Jim, because when I first heard about New Jersey Reentry, I said, this is a group that I want to be associated with, and I want my faith community to be associated with. And we have a mutual relationship that really helps us respond to emergency situations in the 4 counties that we serve, but also to bring our resources in collaboration. So I just ask you to join your hearts with mine and open ourselves to the one who is our source and the one who is our destiny. And pray. Loving God, thank you for hope. Our situation and circumstances may look dark, but we know that you not only go before us, but you also walk with us. In our conversations today, please fill us with even more hope. We trust you, God, even in the midst of seemingly hopeless seasons. We know our hope is in you and that our victory is already yours. So we offer you this day, and we present the needs of our world, our communities. In Christ's name, confident that you hear us. And let the church say, amen. Just a word on the theme of the day, you know, domestic abuse, violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. Talking with some folks beforehand, we were remarking that in the world economy that we hear so much about today, the most lucrative activity is the sale of arms. The second is human trafficking. Yet domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking are particularly pernicious because they're unseen. We thank the media and some courageous reporters who brought to life modern forms of enslavement. But also, we recognize that there's a culture around us that values indifference and tends to desensitize us. Days like this can help us to be more responsive, to open our lives and our hearts to our sisters and brothers who now are being bought and sold as slaves. It's never too late to act. And it seems to me the three actions are responses to what we'll learn today. First, to listen, then to dream, and finally to act. It's essential to listen to those who are suffering. I think of the victims of wars and conflicts, of those affected by climate change, those forced to migrate, and especially women and children who are exploited sexually in the workplace. May we listen to their cry for help and feel challenged by the stories they tell. May we be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Together with the victims and the young, let us once more dream of a world where all people can live with freedom and dignity, when our basic response is not transactional, but rather the gift of ourselves. And then, sisters and brothers, by the power of the Holy Spirit, let us make this dream a reality by taking concrete actions to combat domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. Let us pray fervently and work proactively for this cause. It's the defense of human dignity, whether by prayer and action as individuals, families, faith communities, religious associations, and civic movements, but also in the various spheres of social and political life. And finally, we know that the fight against violence, abuse, and trafficking can be won, but it's necessary to get to the root of the problem and eliminate its causes. It's a call to take action to mobilize all of our resources in combating trafficking and restoring full dignity to those who have been its victims. If we close our eyes and ears, if we do nothing, then we're complicit. From my heart, I express my gratitude to everyone engaged in the celebration of this day. And I ask God's blessing for those who are committed to combating trafficking and all forms of exploitation in order to build a world of fraternity and peace. Thank you.
Thank you. And now as we show, thank you very much, Cardinal. I appreciate it. And could you give absolution to Joe Hayden on table 2? And now if we can, we're going to show a welcoming video from our First Lady. And I would ask, before we start that, could I ask all the panelists from our first panel to join us now on the table? And that would include, please come forward, Dr. Bachman, Kathleen Klein, Dr. Garuba, Dr. Harrison, Dawn, Shaquilla Mitchell, the great Chris Purnell, Dr. Purnell, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sen, and Heather Lai Torres. Could you please come up? And I know you guys can't look over the table, but like you're supposed to be, whatever. See, Dr. Harrison knows what she's doing. All right, and now we'll have the First Lady's video.
Good morning, everyone. This is First Lady Tammy Murphy, and it is my honor to welcome all of you to the New Jersey Reentry Corporation's annual conference. I want to thank my dear friend and your leader, former Governor Jim McGreevey, for the opportunity to send this message, as well as his incredible leadership and advocacy. This year's focus on women confronting domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking shines an important light on issues that are often hidden in the shadows. These issues are not just individual struggles. They are societal crises that demand our collective action, and I am so proud to say that our administration's groundbreaking Clemency Initiative advances this very effort. For far too long, survivors have been silenced, their stories overlooked, and their needs unmet. The women who endure these experiences often show extraordinary resilience in the face of unimaginable adversity. And today, we stand together to say, we see you, we hear you, and we are here to support you. Your courage inspires us to do all we can to create systems that protect, empower, and uplift survivors. This work is not easy, but it is essential. It asks us to break down barriers, challenge stigmas, and ensure every woman has access to the resources she needs to rebuild her life. It also requires us to hold perpetrators accountable and to address the root causes of these injustices. I want to thank the New Jersey Reentry Corporation for its commitment to this fight. Your dedication to providing pathways to healing and hope is literally changing lives and strengthening our communities. Let's continue this fight together. Thank you, and I wish you all the best for what I know will be a powerful and meaningful program.
The First Lady, Tammy Murphy, has been incredible. Meeting with her women and forging a relationship with New Jersey Reentry and the Department of Corrections. And I just can't thank her. And like, there are people behind the scenes who do work every day, and I just wanted to lift up the First Lady. So Gloria, and I'm just gonna bullet, so I'm not gonna be as polite as I should be, Cardinal. So I'm just gonna start going. Gloria, you're in Hudson, you're in Edna Mahon Correctional Facility every month. And Gloria is our medical director, and she's a big shot at RWJ Middle School, yada, yada, yada. But Gloria is the one who came to tell me that overwhelmingly, the women at Edna Mahon were there because they were engaged in violence against their perpetrator. Gloria, what did you see at Edna Mahon? And you're up there every month. Go ahead.
Absolutely. And the first is that they welcome us, the New Jersey Reentry team. And Tahia Robinson is here today, who comes with me. And they know us. They know all the initiatives that we're doing to stop exploitation of women. So we're welcomed as sisters rather than as a doctor or anyone else, but rather sisters.
And you saw so many women that were themselves
Yes.
sentenced there because they had reacted against their perpetrator.
Absolutely. And the only other point I do want to bring up is this program, under the leadership of Governor McGreevey, is known nationally and internationally, that we have presented what we do to stop the exploitation of women on a national basis at professional meetings, both here in the United States and internationally. So what we're doing is making a difference, and it's a template for others to follow.
So what Gloria said to us is, look, we're doing good things with women, but the reality is we should be lessening the length of time that these women are in prison, because the reality is the judge, it's because the judge did not know the reality.
Yes.
So I'm just going to, Dawn, what does it mean to be a survivor? And you guys speak close to the mic.
Okay, what it means to me, is a lot of
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what it means to me to be a survivor is addressing and embracing the issues of being sexually violated. It's not easy doing that, but as long as you start to learn to embrace it and address it and find healing, some sense of healing, that is the remedy for becoming a survivor.
So I'm going to just go a little slower and ask Kathleen to say, what is this violence? What is this abuse? What is it just in its court? And you guys speak into the mic so everybody can hear. Kath, what is it? What is this in your heart and your soul?
What's in my heart and my soul regarding violence?
Regarding domestic violence and sexual abuse and trafficking.
I don't think we have that much time, but I just want to fight. I just want to talk. I want to speak. I want to scream. I want to just keep the conversation going so that we can continue to move forward and make some type of progress in a positive way. So we have to bring up all of our victims, all of the women who are stuck in these horrible situations, relationships. They think they're in love, but they're just being manipulated and abused. You have to bring that to the light. Sometimes, most of the time, most women don't see it because they think they're in love, but it's really manipulation.
Chris, my dear friend, Dr. Purnell.
Wow, there's so much,
Just pull it out.
So-
Yeah, there you go. Amen.
there's so much that I could begin with. I was jotting, I have my computer because, before I speak, and the governor knows this, I speak a lot. But I always pray that the words that I share with that particular group or community are words where I'm just being a vessel. And the things that come to mind as a public health physician is how do we, in a culture that is so strongly influenced and dominated by caste, where there are unequal hierarchies, where those who identify as women and those who identify as men have these inequities and barriers that exist, and how do we form healthy relationships within that caste system? And so as both a provider or practitioner in population health, both as a hospital administrator, as a sojourner around civil rights and human rights, and as a daughter of a woman who experienced intimate partner violence, I think too often I applaud the conversation around resilience, but we talk about the resilience of women who have had to experience this instead of talking about the cultures that create an environment where we get these alarming statistics. And what can we do? What can we do around social cohesion? What can we do to reduce isolation? What can we do around healthy coping? What can we do around the environmental conditions or structural conditions that predispose people to violent behaviors? And the last thing that I'll say is also, as I'm also a pastor, I'm ordained. And the young women in my ministry who I have met who are experiencing trafficking, the depersonalization that they go through to say, well, this is me, but is not the deepest or the most intimate part of who I am. And I see that as their way of protecting themselves from what the trauma that they've been exposed to. And I'll close with, we need to understand better how to address trauma, how to identify trauma, and then how our care is influenced by being informed by those.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Chris is a dear friend, but she's also like brilliant at Princeton and Duke and yada, yada, yada. But Chris said something really important. I'm just going to switch over to Dr. Harrison. The trauma of interpersonal violence. So what is the ongoing legacy of this trauma, and how does it impact the woman? And when I asked Kathleen, I'm not a clinician, but what's in your heart and soul? What is domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking, Dr. Harrison? What does that do to the woman? What does that do to that person?
Trauma is the word. And so we have to recognize, even with the Survivors Justice Act that is asking for the permission for judges to be able to consider the totality of violence that this woman has experienced from this perpetrator. Adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, is a scale that we use to measure childhood trauma. A score of 4 or higher, it increases the chance that a woman will experience incarceration in their life over 20 times. And so not just the violence in that relationship, 62% of women who are in prison experience violence starting as children. And so when we have trauma-informed systems, it is recognizing that trauma is ubiquitous. It is realizing what the symptoms of that trauma looks like, which is responding with violence in situations, whether at this point it's life-threatening or whether it has been life-threatening or whether it's accumulation of that trauma response from childhood. And so it can look like depression, anxiety, violence, substance use disorder, which is who we care for at Eleanor Health in New Jersey. And substances are involved in greater than 60% of intimate personal violence incidences. And so we need judges to be able to understand the totality of the accumulation of trauma, and that these violent episodes are not because the woman is violent and criminal, but because the woman is experiencing a reaction to a lifetime of trauma.
Amen. Do I have a witness? So go ahead. You in the microphone. I'm sorry, just pull it out the way Dr. Krista just. Yeah.
Yes, I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry.
You're doing great. You just got to speak close.
I can contest what you're saying because like we were talking about earlier, domestic violence, sexual abuse, human trafficking, I've been a part of all of that. I'm a grateful survivor of all of that. Also with drug abuse, we don't see that part of the domestic violence, the human trafficking, the sexual abuse, because nobody talks about that part. No, why did this man act out? Why did this woman act out? Why is it a spouse, woman, baby mother, whatever you want to call me at home? Why is this man coming home tripping out on me? Because of the fact that he's probably sick. We have a big fentanyl epidemic right now in New Jersey, and like this is about domestic violence, but this is also a problem in New Jersey with drug abuse, and we don't have enough. We don't. I feel we don't have enough help in that department.
Sure.
Where a lot of people are suffering, and they're coming home, and domestic violence is happening. I've been a victim of all three. I am a survivor, and I'm happy to be here to share my story.
Thanks. So I'm going to switch over to Dr. Ravi. Doc, so when Dr. Harrison, I'm not going to say doctor, 7 people say hello here. Let's say for a strong, powerful woman. I have 2 daughters, and every morning I would like make her say I'm a strong, powerful young girl. I'm a precious and valuable child of God. But it's just understanding the importance of, I say I'm a girl dad, but Doc, could you just say, and Chris started, excuse me, and Dr. Harrison, how does this trauma impact the woman? And Shaquille alluded to that.
Thanks for that question. That's why we're here. So our work, I'm a family medicine doctor, and we're part of Purple Health Foundation. We're based in New York City, and we care for survivors who have benefited from the DVSJA. So it's so powerful that you're doing that here in Jersey.
Well, we're not yet, but we're going to get there with this group.
For it. So the work that we do, and I really appreciate the question, is there's a role in systems. There's a huge role in healthcare. I'll give you a behind the scenes look. In healthcare, in medical school, when you learn about domestic violence or human trafficking, sometimes it's the easy week. It's pass fail. You just get asked questions like screen a survivor and ask them if they're safe at home. The thing is, no one ever thinks about what happens if someone is experiencing trauma or violence. What does that mean for their healthcare 10 years from now, 20 years from now? What makes it so that people are afraid to go and get the healthcare that they need? So we're actually creating a specialty in medicine that doesn't exist, which is the long-term care of survivors of gender-based violence, of trafficking, DV, and sexual assault, because it doesn't exist. And we need to know, you asked, how does it affect? It affects everything. It affects your physical health, your mental health, how these things connect. It has autoimmune conditions that are associated with it, stomach conditions. A lot of women come in saying they're not believed, or they have these symptoms of, I have headaches, or I forget things all the time. There's traumatic brain injury that's like associated with this. So it's just so important to increase awareness so medicine can do right by survivors who come in for care and make it acceptable to get good care.
Great, thanks, Dr. Gurula. So, as a psychiatrist, and looking, and you deal with these issues on an extended period, and Dr. Ravi and Chris talked about trauma. What does this do to, and I know you can't universalize, but what does this do to a woman's perception of herself, having suffered this violence, this abuse, this trafficking?
So it's great to be here. I actually graduated from St. Peter's College back then. It's now.
Hey!
So it's very exciting. And I'm a psychiatrist. I provide care to survivors of trafficking and gender-based violence. I think one of the scariest things I've seen is women sometimes go back into the life and traffic other women. And that's psychological, because that's the trade they've learned. They've learned that they are not worth much other than to exploit other people. And to me, that's been the most devastating experience that I've witnessed. I've had survivors tell me, I was going to kill my trafficker. I was going to kill someone else because of the extent of trauma that I experienced. I've also seen women who were trafficked by their own families. And I can't begin to explain the number of physical illnesses that they develop as a result of that lupus, autoimmune diseases. The World Health Organization often talks about depression and how much that contributes to the lack of a person to be able to contribute in society. So there's a significant economic disadvantage that occurs as a result of trafficking, gender-based violence, and abuse. We haven't talked about suicide. Suicide is as you all know, it's a very common occurrence. I think there are a number of suicides every minute in this country, not to talk of overseas. The inability of women to provide for their children economically, which then creates this domino effect of their children going into criminal activity, which I've seen in my own family as a result of violence and trafficking. So the psychological sequelae are, I can't say all of them here, but there are lifelong, generations-long effects of psychological damage.
So then if you look at the trauma of this violence, I mean, we've heard from Chris, we've heard from Anita, we've heard from Dr. Harrison, and we've heard from you, is that this is over a prolonged period of time, that this isn't addressed, this isn't a one-off, this is structural. This changes not only one's sense of oneself, but how one relates to the world. And to go to your point, Doc, is that you have to pull folks back away from that world.
Yes, if they're willing to be pulled back. By the time they get to me, a lot of times they have trauma bonding, which is where they identify with their trafficker or the abuser as someone who's actually good, who has helped them in life. How to get them out of that, which Kathleen, you did mention, is difficult. How to get them back to believing that they can go to school, that they're not just seen as a criminal with no future. It takes work, it takes years, and sometimes they may relapse, and you have to work with them over years to get them back to where they want to be.
I'm just going to jump to Heather. And Heather, could you just share, and Heather's been so powerful, as has Dawn and a number of friends. So could you just talk a little bit about your experience and what it did, how it impacted you?
Well, in my case, the abuse started mentally, verbally, and emotionally long before it got physical. And my abuser was suffering from alcohol use disorder as well as substance use disorder, alcoholism, and cocaine abuse. And at the time, I've never used cocaine before, so I wasn't aware, and I was uneducated on the disease of addiction, and unaware as well that I was drinking a lot to cope with the abuse. He worked full-time at a bar where he was encouraged and was able to use freely. And he would come home heavily intoxicated and started to physically assault me and abuse me. And one day, I just was so scared of him coming home and what would happen. So I left before he can come home. I was uneducated on what to do, on how to implement a safety plan, because when you're leaving, that's the most dangerous time for the victim, which I didn't know at the time, excuse me. And eventually he coaxed me to come back, and I was thinking maybe we can work it out or whatever I thought. And that night he came home around 4 a.m, and he chased me around the house and strangled me, and because he was very upset that I left him. And eventually I got out, and it was like 5 a.m. at the time. The neighbor called the cops, and I filed an FRO, a final restraining order. And I never spoke to him again. And the PTSD, the feeling like the low self-esteem, feeling like I wasn't worth basic respect. And that was a lot to have to heal from and unpack. But I ran after my recovery, and I became enamored with educating myself on the dynamics of domestic violence, and which is the pursuit of power and control by any means, humiliation, degrading, gaslighting, and also I decided to educate myself on the disease of addiction. And I adopted the holistic approach to my healing, which means that I tended and nurtured to each part of my being, physically, mentally, emotionally, socially, every way, in every way that I was being controlled. I decided to take back my power, and that looked like many things for me: exercise, a diet devoid of all mood-altering substances, surrounding myself with supportive people as opposed to an abuser who's always putting you down, and last but foremost, adopting a very strong relationship with my higher power. And as I got stronger, he got weaker, and he eventually passed away. And I went back to school, and I'm proud to say that I'm graduating in the summer from Mahon State.
So, you can ask Kathleen. And then Dawn, how does that story resonate with you in the sense of that trauma, that helplessness, but the difficulty of that long road back? And so the first point that I think is important for all of us, and I say this every day, I get choked up when I hear these stories. And so we can talk about words like domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking. I can pronounce those words. I can't live those words. And so, Kath, the first thing is the importance of all of us, and it's tough, and I really appreciate Heather, who was like, you know, a champ. What's the gut check on this, Kath?
To never give up. Continue to move forward. It was such a, and I sit here like I'm just hanging out on my couch, but it was such a long and hard and tumultuous 6 years for my ex. And it was 3 years of really hardcore therapy, one-on-one therapy, group therapy, church therapy, every type of therapy I could get involved with, I got into. I went to AA meetings. I went to Celebrate Recovery meetings. I went to domestic violence meetings. I went to trauma meetings. I hung out with the horses in Leonia to get a stable life. That was a whole nother type of treatment, to be around animals and to see these huge horses know how I feel. And it's just mind-blowing to be where I am today, with on the stage with all these powerful women, doctors and survivors, in a room full of people listening to our stories and trying to help us. Is somewhere I would never imagine myself today. I thought I would be dead today. Yeah.
So just in terms of Dr. Gruber, Dr. Harrison, we're just going to go to the line. Dr. Gruber, so when you hear these stories in terms of trauma, and you as a psychiatrist, what's the one thing that you would share with us as an audience about the impact of this trauma, and what are the services that are required going forward? But why is it so important for the judge to understand the context of the relationship? So in terms of the Survivors Justice Act, the goal is that the judge could look back at the history of the relationship and evaluating why typically the woman committed this act of violence against a man, typically when that man is attacking her or her children. Why is it important for the judge to understand the context of the violence in the woman deciding what she will do to protect herself or her children? Why is this trauma critical in terms of understanding her state of mind? Does that make sense?
I think so, yes.
Very nice, Doctor.
I think it's important to understand that trauma can present in many different ways. People who have experienced trauma can get angry very quickly because you're taking them back to something that happened. They may dissociate, which means they may be there, but they may not, they may be somewhere else. So if a judge is asking someone a question who has been traumatized, they may not give an accurate answer. They may not remember what happened. So they may think, oh, this person is lying, or this person is angry and responding to me in this violent way or being aggressive. And they may think, oh, maybe they really deserve to be incarcerated. So it's important for, or let me just give one more example. They may do things to support their children, right? They may be an illegal immigrant, but they work because they have to support their children. And the judge may think, well, you're violating the laws of this country by working illegally. Yeah, but I was trafficked here. I had no choice but to support my children. So it's really important to understand that trauma presents in different ways. Just because someone tells you, I was here in the document, and then on the stand, they tell you I was in the shop, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily lying. It may be that the brain is trying to protect that person from decompensating completely by filling it in with different things or making it react in different ways.
And I've been I've had the pleasure of knowing women that have responded violently against their attacker and sometimes literally blacking out. And the point is, they just feel so overwhelmed, so oppressed, so vulnerable. I mean, Dr. Harrison, is that a rational reaction?
Yeah, so we'll talk about two different parts of the brain. I'm also a psychiatrist, physician. My specialty is addiction medicine. You have your prefrontal cortex where your thinking and decision-making and higher order thinking is, and you have your deep brain, which is all about survival. For survival's sake, your deep brain can shut your prefrontal cortex completely off, just take it dark. And so when you have people who have experienced this trauma over a lifetime, and let's also not forget the generational impact of trauma that accumulates for people. Kathleen said, I thought I would be dead, right? The other thing that threatens our very survival is isolation and disconnection from community. And Kathleen and Shaquela shared the groups and the community that they had to become as part of their healing. Trafficking, domestic violence, of sexual abuse is about isolation. And so when you're isolated, you cannot see anything else. That deep brain needs you to survive, whether it's for yourself, for your children, just period. That's our innate human reaction to survive. Your thinking brain is shut down. And in that moment, it becomes about survival, and your brain directs your body to do what it can to survive in that moment. And so, no, it's not the rational choice, because rational is in the prefrontal cortex. It is the survival choice. And so what judges need to understand is that woman's brain used the only mechanism it had in that moment to survive.
That was powerful. That was powerful. Chris?
So when I first began to speak, I was telling you that I was also the daughter of a woman who experienced intimate partner violence. And I think often about what made myself and my siblings able to be productive and not experience more negative outcomes because of the environment in which we grew up. And I'm a preventionist, so I'm a physician that looks at population level conditions and studies and assesses how do we change the very context of the structures which we are in to eliminate these downstream experiences. And so I think about the environments in which my father lived in the Jim Crow South. I think about the environments of violence, the violence of racism, the violence of oppression, the violence of economic deprivation. That's policy violence, that's structural violence. I think about the likely sexual abuse that he endured, that he wasn't able to pronounce. He couldn't pronounce it, right? Coming out of a faith-based community where there was so much shame and stigma. And in caste systems, remember, caste just means an unequal hierarchy. In caste systems, shame and stigma flourish. They flourish. In caste systems, policy violence flourishes, that you have to explain to a legal system why a woman who has experienced violence may resort to a survival tactic to ensure she can survive. And then I think about what allowed my mother to pass something down to me other than the trauma that she experienced. And it was frequently understanding the power of voice, understanding the power in resilient communities. We talk too much, and I said this before, but we talk too much about resilient individuals. Resilient individuals are already in a losing position because a system or a structure is so comprehensive and so oppressive. We have to help people build resilient relationships, and we have to then think about resilient households. There was resiliency in my household, though by the time I was born, my father wasn't physically abusing my mother, but definitely emotionally, definitely mentally, definitely psychologically, right? And so what was there in that household that was protective, that said, Chris, this is not a normal relationship. Do not model this relationship in the other relationships that you have, right? And so if we can think about what those protective factors are before a person like me might walk into a relationship that is abusive because of what I've been exposed to and what my body has learned, that's what we have to begin to cultivate in our younger audiences, in our schools, and across our systems.
Thanks, Chris.
Can I just add something? I think the other thing that judges need to understand is if you have the opportunity to see a survivor, that is a real survivor. That is, as human beings, we are resilient. We want to survive. You're lucky enough to see someone who is willing to come in front of you and fight for something. You're not, that's the person that has survived it, you know? So I think that's something they need to keep in mind, is that that one person may represent hundreds of people who never could get past the trauma. So it's a privilege for a judge to actually meet someone who has gone through trauma and is willing to fight for their survival.
Sure, I'm going to do Dr. Ravi and then come to Dawn. Doc. Thank you, Doc.
I think one of the most important things in connecting the dots with the science and the survival brain, prefrontal cortex.
Yeah, I want to thank Dr. Harrison because I think that's really important. And she brought it back at the end of the day, as Dr. Ruba said and Chris said, it's about survival for that woman.
Yeah.
It's about survival. So it's as core of a human function as possible.
And so one of the things that I think is really important is people actually having access to systems where they can get the care that they need. So you cannot have, so we always talk about the healthcare system shouldn't re-perpetrate the violence that individuals perpetrated against each other. You shouldn't always have to be enough. Are you enough? Do you have enough insurance? Do you have enough time to wait 3 months for your next appointment? Are you the right type of patient to connect with the care that you need? All these systems require us to show up in a certain way to meet their criteria instead of having services meet people where they are. And I just think that medicine and healthcare cannot be a gatekeeper of this. If we understand the brain, we understand how things work, we understand about survivorship, we can't just have the science meet people who can afford that and the solutions. It has to actually connect with the people who can get it on time and high quality care. So I hope that this opens a bridge towards pathways to access for everybody, not just the people who can meet the criteria to fit a system.
Thanks, Anita. Go on.
Okay, so I need to say that I recently came home not too long ago, December. Can you hear me? Not too long ago, I came home on clemency. And what I need to say is, when it comes to the criminal justice, it's open. When I came home, not when I came home. When it was time for me to be sentenced, the judge asked me if did I feel like I was threatened or anything? And I said, no. What was in black and white? What we're talking about today is survivors like myself, conquerors like myself, we do not get fair chances, okay? So in order for me to have exposed others, I had to expose myself first. That was not an easy thing for me to do, having lived with sexual abuse, molestation, incest for so long. There are 5 male family members. This is happening in our homes and we're not seeing it, okay? So when I went into the court system, they also violated me. Okay, I needed help and no one gave that to me. I needed help as a little girl and no one, and I feel like so many of my family had felt. So when we're talking about sentencing and things like that, we need to first educate. Criminal justice system needs to be educated on a lot of things that women are going through and have been going through for many, many decades. I have been going through a lot of things myself, and I'm not, trying to say that, feel bad for me, but this is happening every single day. And then we wind up in these situations where we're in court and we're getting sentenced to 90 years, 85 years. But meanwhile, we had situations before then. So I'm just gonna say, I was incarcerated because of my step-grandfather, okay? And for so long, living under that roof, I isolated myself a lot. I was ashamed a lot. Those who knew about me, believe it or not, was the school system. The school system knew there was something wrong with me. Something is wrong with this child, and I can't put my finger on it. I had a guidance counselor who took the time out to find out what was going on with me because I was scared to talk to my own family members. I was afraid to talk to people who were supposed to be helping me. So this led from my childhood stopped at 5 years old. 5 years old. It stopped there. And I became something before my time. I felt like I became a woman because I believed that the only reason why I'm here is for what men and women are doing to me. Okay. So this led to me becoming pregnant at age 13. Promiscuity, addiction, and then I went to prison. I was never a violent person, but that day I was protecting myself. I wasn't that physical 5-year-old child, but it was fight or flight. Sorry to say that because I do not believe in the violence, not at all, but I do believe in trying to take care of myself. And I had to do what I needed to do in order to protect myself that day. And I'm so sorry for what happened, but the courts need to be educated. They need to do something as far as when it comes to women who have been trafficked, sexually abused for so very, very long, instead of just throwing us in cages and that's it.
Thank you. This is a great panel. So I gotta keep moving. So Gloria, you go up every month to Edna Mahon and visit the woman and the trauma of interpersonal violence. Can you just speak to this trauma in a powerful way, what you've seen at Edna Mahon, meeting women one-to-one?
Absolutely, but I just want to say one sort of blanket statement, and that is, this is a visionary conference. New Jersey Reentry Corporation is visionary because this topic is not openly discussed in any circles, and this is really powerful. And I am very proud to be part of this team up here on this panel because we have to get this message out. It's a message that is not being discussed in any circles, whether it's healthcare circles, whether it's social services circles. It's not being addressed. And all of these issues that are being brought up have to be brought to the surface. We have to be able to feel comfortable in discussing them. And that's what I see in Edna, that many of the women are reluctant to discuss these issues because of everything that everyone has said on this panel, that it's a topic that we just don't address, or that we've conditioned that we don't address it.
And to go to your point, Gloria, when you came back and I heard when Ms. Klein and Torres, when you talked, I thought it was so crazy that this is an already mitigating factor. That this is insane. this is nuts that this isn't already incorporated into our criminal justice system. So I just think you're right on target. So Laura talks about, and I still can't even get over it, Dr. Harrison, thank you, and the group, it's trauma, it's survival. But Kat, trauma, what would you say to this audience just to wake them up out of their morning caffeination?
Wake up. Wake up. Domestic violence is real. We are in the year 2025, and this is a real issue. This is a real problem. I'm going to tell you a real quick story about my personal journey. My ex was an online predator. I found him on a dating website called Bumble. And he was in the Navy, he went to Iraq, he did all these great things. He was a father and he was such a nice guy, so he claimed. And that wasn't the story. Ended up, he tried to seclude me, he tried to kidnap me, he tried to take me away from my family, my friends, my job. I had cameras in my apartment, I had all these devices found behind my refrigerator in my siblings' house and my brother's house. This man would do anything to get to me, and he still is. It took me 3 years to get a final restraining order. This is my folder on my ex. Wow. This is a violent human being. This is not a person that you want out on the streets around your daughters, your sister, your best friend, your cousin. This person will hide in places that you don't look. He will hide and do things that you don't even think are humane. When it comes to people like this person's hiding. This person has several addresses, has several names. I found online that he has several profiles. He goes by a white man, he goes by a black man. Just the beginning. But he is trying to get to any female. He's trying to get to somebody to take advantage of them and to manipulate them and do whatever he wants, period. So what are we going to do?
That's right.
What are we going to do? Because every single person in here has a cell phone with an online account. And that's how my ex got me. And then he went into my siblings. He went into my brother's apartment and he came in and he came. Okay. It is what it is. You can't trust people. It is very hard when you're trying to be in a relationship with somebody that you think you love and you care about, and he ends up being a psychopath. Mm-hmm. You don't know. He was also on crystal meth, a drug that I'd never even heard of before I met him. I had no knowledge of this drug. This person is in a constant state of psychosis. Yeah. Making up his own stories and believing his own lies. And I was the victim of that. But we have to be careful with online. That's I'm here today. Be careful online because these guys hide everywhere and they will hide online.
So Dr. Bachman talks about awareness. Kath talks about the challenges, particularly in the internet. Dr. Gruber, just in terms of recognizing the trauma, any lessons or any guidance and direction as to what we should do as a community to begin to grapple with this reality? Or anything more that we can do to be of assistance to these women?
I think you brought up an excellent point, Kathleen, that it's hidden in plain sight. We are dealing with the after effect at this conference. And I say that respectfully because young men are targeted at a very young age with pornography, with drugs. Women are targeted, young girls are targeted. And I think it really has to start from when children are young, educating them on the risks of being in a gang, the risks of pornography, the risks of drug addiction. We need to start at that age because if we don't clip it I cannot tell you how much money is made in the industry of pornography, where people who I've worked with to help prevent sex trafficking have said, you know what, I'm going to stop working with sex trafficking. I'm going to work with the demand for sex, with the demand for drugs, because that's where it really begins. The demand for money is so lucrative, the pornography industry. So I would say if we can do anything, let us start with teaching young children how to identify a trafficker, how to notice something that's going on online, how to know how they're being targeted to develop an addiction to pornography, because that's the addiction that then drives the demand for sex trafficking
Thank you.
and violence.
No, that's an interesting, it's a point that we hadn't considered. Dr. Harrison, can you go back to what you just said in terms of the prefrontal cortex and just survival? Because time and time we hear from survivors all day long. But I think what you said is so profoundly on point. This is a battle of survival.
This is a battle of survival, and I want to answer the question that you asked Dr. Garuba also, what can we do? Community is protective. And so when I talked about trauma first, I talked about adverse childhood experiences. You should also know there are positive childhood experiences, PCE pieces, there are 7 of them. And the more positive childhood experiences children have, the more that mitigates the impact of their adverse childhood experiences. So if Dawn had 2 adults that took an interest in her outside of her house, that would have maybe made it easier for that guidance counselor to help her. If she had community traditions where we're teaching young girls to raise their voices and speak with power, and we're protecting young boys from pornography because they're involved in community traditions and have adults that protect them and can talk about their feelings and have a sense of belonging, these are the 7 pieces. So please, everyone in this room, go look up positive childhood experiences. There are 7 of them. Find a child in your family or community and put yourself on their pieces list.
Thank you. Thanks, Doc. Dawn? So as someone who has come through the criminal justice process, what would you say to all of us as, God willing, your supporters, to alleviate the reality of this trilogy?
Oh, wow. It's like, where do you begin with that? I need to say to everyone, you're not educated, get educated on it, because this is something that's been going on for a long time, as I said, as I mentioned, and it's going to continue to happen, believe it or not. I hate to say that, but please get educated. I had to educate myself on a lot of things that I had gone through in my life. So I just encourage each and every one of you to get educated on the sexual abuse, the sex trafficking, everything that's going on with these women, especially in the criminal justice system.
Thank you. And that's why if everybody can take a time, and Dawn, I just want to say thank you to Dawn. If everybody can go home, and this is your homework for tomorrow. Take time to read Sentencing Reform for Criminalized Survivors of Abuse in New Jersey. And I just ask everybody if you could learn this, you could feel it, and that's why it's so important. Yes. Thanks, Dawn.
Yes.
Okay?
No, I think another thing is mental health, period, because like Dr. Harrison said, see, one thing with me, and the reason I got into all 3 of these is because it started from human trafficking. I Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm syndrome, I started to fall in love with my abductor, and peace be upon him, he passed away, but I looked for that. That's how I got into being sexually abused. That's how I got into domestic violence. He was abusing me from the beginning, but I kept looking for that. And mental health from the beginning, because once I seen a psychotherapist, a regular a therapist, nobody ever said that until I got to the psychotherapist, and she told me, you might have Stockholm syndrome. And I don't think, and it's like that's not the basics. They tell you have bipolar, you have schizo, it's basic things that they tell you. They never go as far as maybe you fell in love with your abductor, and that's what you're looking for. So I think mental health is a big part of domestic violence too.
That's powerful. Thanks, Raquel. Chris, trauma?
I've heard so many things repeated here today, and I think that is the grace and the strength of an occasion like this. And I said it before, and I will say it again. I am the journey of deliverance. I am. My mother was very intentional to ensure that her experiences did not become my experiences. I was exposed to pornography very young, but my mother was very intentional in surrounding me in community so that I would understand the power of the choices that I could have, even if I had to demand them or had to create them or had to design them. And I'm referencing that lived experience. So yes, the governor will talk about the Princetons and all those other places that I've been, but many people don't know the hell that I grew up in.
Yeah.
The hell that my family grew up in, and what allowed us to see where we are today, right? To think about there were also protective factors, and we can teach those protective factors. We can teach those protective factors in our school systems, in our churches, in our social gatherings, in our cultural centers, before young boys learn violence as a way to solve problems, before young girls learn subjugation, learn the restrictive nature of caste in the systems that they are born into. And the last thing that I would say is frequently my mom would play a game with me. And this is what I'm talking about, resilient households. She would be cooking. I never picked up cooking from my mom, but I picked up the power of voice. And she would be cooking or at the sink in the kitchen, and she would say, Chris, tell me what you would say if you were in a room but nobody was listening to you. How would you get their attention? And literally, she would take me through these scenarios. She was teaching me that as a young Black woman, the opportunities that she thought she would have in the Jim Crow South, she did not. And then the oppressive relationships she found in her marriage constricted her. So she consistently said, how do you break the mold? How do you break the cycle? And I didn't know what she was doing. And when we have those intentional, resilient factors, those intentional protective factors, and they are repetitive. I found them in my church. I found them in my school. I found it in my mom. Then we are able to build and rehabilitate the society in which we live.
Thank you, Chris. So, I mean, you're hearing great messages. I mean, from awareness to education to both doctors said to being intentional and to understanding that this is a community. This is our community. This is a shared community, which is so critically important, and to understand mental health and rewriting that script. So these are going to be important lessons for us as we move forward, not on the Survivors Justice Act, but on the larger challenges. Doc?
Yeah, I like to think about it as resetting our reflexes when it comes to trauma. So sometimes when you see people who are using drugs or alcohol, I think the reflex is sometimes judgment or what an inconvenience. And trauma informed means changing it to curiosity, to wondering like what happened that is resulting in this. Trauma is so inconvenient and it shows up in all sorts of different ways. And when I think about the future, sometimes I think about domestic violence actually as an infection, because sometimes it's just one person and a bunch of people can be infected because of one person's behavior and because of how trauma has impacted their lives, and now it keeps spreading. And so I think sometime in the future, maybe 50 years, maybe sooner, we'll look back and be like, can you believe that we used to think that this was just some kind of issue on its own, and we didn't realize that it was something we could all challenge. When people smile, sometimes they're like, nothing bad could have happened. They smiled. And that's actually to check your reflex. Sometimes resilience shows up when you have to talk about tough things. That's trauma that's showing up as a smile. So every time you have small one-on-one conversations or you hear those kind of reflexes that other people have, it's our job to question and be like, is there a trauma response there that we could surface and make it a little bit more normal to realize its impact on us collectively? That's power.
Thank you. And Heather, I just so appreciate your honesty and your truthfulness. So for all of us, as has Dawn, Shakela, what do you want to say to all of us that we need to do to be more supportive for you and women that have found themselves in those places?
I would say to remind them that they are strong, resilient, and that they are worthy, and to just educate yourself on the dynamics of domestic violence and use your voice, because you've been silenced for too long. So use your voice to spread awareness and reduce the stigma so that other victims can come forward and ask for help, because I know that I was too embarrassed to ask for help for a very long time.
Ask for help. Thank you, Head. All right, can we have a round of applause for the panel? Thank you, you guys are great. Give it up. Thank you. It's enormous. This was really powerful. All right, the panel number 2. Right, so I would just ask Dr. Adebato, Chandra, Dr. Gutierrez, Jessica, Denise, Ingrid, Buck. All right, all of our. All right, if they could come up. Matthew, right here. So I'm going to start off with Denise Higgins. So I'm going to ask Denise if she could describe for us what is domestic violence in terms of the law as legal director. And Denise is legal director of the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence. Right.
Good morning. Thanks so much, Governor McGreevy. Hi. So happy to be here. In terms of the law, domestic violence is defined. There are 19 predicate acts in New Jersey, and there's also a set relationship you have to. Can you hear me?
Can you turn up the microphone? Thank you.
Is it not on? Okay. Good morning. Is that better? Yeah. How are you? And thank you so much, Governor McGreevy. So Governor McGreevy asked me to describe what domestic violence is in terms of the law in New Jersey, which is a really interesting question because we know that the law doesn't always match what we know domestic violence actually is. At its heart, domestic violence is about power and control in all forms in a relationship. But the law in New Jersey defines it as very specific acts. We often think of the physical abuse. There's things like terroristic threats. There's 19 total predicate acts in New Jersey.
All right, we're gonna say this a little louder. And
yep.
So what basically Denise is the legal director for the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence. So the purpose of what Denise is going to do is tell us what is domestic violence under the law.
Thank you, Governor. So the law in New Jersey defines it very specifically. There's 19 predicate acts that constitute domestic violence that the courts will consider as domestic violence when you're getting a restraining order or when you're charged with a criminal act that's considered a domestic violence criminal act. There's also a very specific relationship they look to see if you're intimate partners, if you've been married, divorced, had a child together, or maybe you were household members at one time. That includes family members that may have lived together previously. But it is a somewhat narrow definition in that we know socially domestic violence is all forms of power and control where there's that dynamic, that imbalance of power.
I'm just going to ask a basic question. Why is the present legal construct, and I'm speaking in terms of traditional relationships in terms of these men and women, but why is the present design of the New Jersey state law unfair or inadequate in order to evaluate the circumstances of these women? You speak real loud.
Sure. So right now, the law is unfair because it does not allow judges to consider all the facts. And that's what we want.
Let's say that again, real loud.
It does not allow judges to consider all of the relevant facts. And that's really important. We want judges to understand what is happening, what the dynamics of this relationship are. We want them to understand the trauma that the victims have endured that led them to this point. We want them to understand that the trauma leads to PTSD. It leads you to behave in certain ways that aren't self-evident to others that don't understand that trauma. We need to give the judges all of the relevant information. And right now, the law does not allow that. It's very specific. Like Governor McGreevey mentioned about the mitigating factors earlier, it doesn't consider that history of domestic violence and trauma in the relationship. So we want to give the judges all of that information and let them do their job and weigh that information when they're weighing the case and the sentencing.
All right, Linda, could you follow up on that and just follow, where are the failures in the New Jersey law? What should we be allowing people? And Denise, what should we be? Why is it so important to have women to have this voice at that point in sentencing?
So my focus is more in healthcare.
Yeah.
But I think to understand that looking at people in an intersectional
Could you
way.
turn up the mic for Denise? Thank you. Go ahead. Thanks, Linda. I apologize.
Looking at people, there we go. Looking at people, so my focus is more in healthcare, but to understand that we have to look at people in an intersectional way and understand all of a person and everything that is having an impact on how that person faces the world every day.
So your point is that if we're going to deliver healthcare, if we're going to understand the condition that the woman found herself in, you have to understand the totality of those circumstances. The same way, to go back to Denise's point, the criminal justice system has to understand the context of the relationship. Your point is that same philosophy exists for mental health, for medical health. Denise, do you want to comment about the need for the Survivors Justice Act?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, I think obviously this is very necessary. And I think one of the things that from my perspective.
Could you turn up Dr. Rodriguez's microphone? Thanks.
My perspective as the co-director of the New Jersey Coalition Against Sexual Assault, working with all 21 county-based programs and a cohort of 8 culturally specific programs as well. One of the things that we know is, and it happens to be NJ Casa's motto, is begin by believing. And I think that that is essential. And I think it's one of the things that we need to have more conversations about. Survivors are often not believed. And when you look at rates of false reporting, it's very, very low. On average, you're looking at only between 2 to 10% are false reports.
So you just bring up an important point. So I'm going to go back to Denise, or I'm going to ask Lisa, but it's not only the ability to look back, but it's also the fairness in the criminal justice system itself in terms of reporting. Denise, did you want to comment on that at all?
Yeah, and that's absolutely it. It's
much louder.
fairness in the law. It's allowing, again, all the relevant information that's tied to the case, whether that's the history, it's believing survivors, understanding trauma, how that manifests in the courtroom, and why they may answer questions the way they answer questions. They might not tell their story in a linear way, but that's all a trauma response. So it's all understanding that and fairness to let the judges consider all of that.
Sure. Tahane, can you talk about in terms of families? Why is it so important to have a fuller explanation, a fuller understanding of the role of the woman, in particular in terms of domestic violence before the court? Why is that important from a family perspective?
I think one of the
Close, I'm sorry.
one of the main things that we see in domestic violence is that often one of the tactics of abuse is isolation, right? Separating the survivor.
This is great. You just boost her up. Thanks.
Separating the survivor from the people that they love and that support them the most. So often where we first have to start is by reconnecting the survivors with their sources of support, whether that is family members, whether that is faith community, whether that is kind of ethnic religious communities in around them. And so often we are talking about domestic violence. The first line that we think about as service providers is the criminal justice system. And a lot of people in our communities, especially minoritized communities, don't find justice in the criminal justice system. And so we have to first connect with the families and the communities that are there to support them in order to ensure that we're not re-traumatizing them through systems of oppression. We have to take on an intersectionality lens. One of the panelists earlier just spoke about intersectionality. And I think one of the most important pieces of adopting an intersectionality lens is recognizing the systems of oppression that are intersecting to shape a survivor's experience. And one of the best ways to address that is by reconnecting with the communities and the families that are there to support them.
Great. I just want to say, does anybody want to talk about the importance of, anybody wanted to talk about the importance of looking back within the criminal justice system? Jen, did you want to say anything?
Sure, and I'm here on behalf of Public Defender Saletti, and
Just be close to the mic.
sure. And since she has taken office as public defender, she has really put us on a path towards holistic public defense. And I could pick up on a lot of themes that the previous panel talked about, but one that I will highlight is meeting people where they are. So us understanding as defenders, is this person coming to us actually the victim of trauma, and that's why they're with us? Or is this person that we're representing part of a larger family dynamic that is going through trauma? And so our office is working to connect and make the criminal justice system aware of resources available to our clients and to the family members of our clients. And so making referrals for those things that are the root cause of why they are before the criminal justice system, I think aligns very well with making sure judges hear about past trauma. I think it aligns very well with not only providing a legal defense, but getting someone to a therapist, a support person, someone in their community that they can open up to so that we can present their trauma along with their legal defense, so we can encourage healing along with their legal defense. So it's part of an entire system that has to bring these things to bear in order to encourage people to make those moves, to take agency, to do what they need to do.
And Jennifer just said something interesting. I'm just going to ask my friend Bertha. Jennifer just said, talking about meeting people where they're at. So Bertha, you do that every single day. Where do you meet women where they're at in terms of domestic violence? The microphone. Thanks.
I meet people where they're at when they are leaving a violent situation and have no place to go. I believe that one of the most important things that we need to do is have adequate housing for victims who are leaving a situation and in fear of their lives, and they have children with them. So there's a great need for housing for survivors. How do you expect survivors to survive if there's no place for them to go? Oftentimes, we will place survivors in hotels that I wouldn't even look at while driving down the highway looking for a hotel. So they're coming from a place of trauma already, and then we're going to put a woman with 7 little children in a hotel that's rat infested, roach infested, and now we're creating double trauma on top of trauma. Right? So we have to make ways for them to get the children to school. So they have to take a bus because you don't want to take them out of school because that'll be more trauma, you know? And so we got to do better as a city, as a country. We got to do much better than what we're doing because we're not really giving domestic violence survivors what they need. We have taken and pushed a lot of things underneath the rug, and we have to pick up that rug. You know, when you was a little kid and mama said, sweep the floor, and you pulled up the rug and put the trash under the rug and the floor looked like it was swept. So oftentimes with domestic violence survivors, we give them this, we give them that, we show them this, we show them that, but it's just sweepings that are underneath the rug. So we got to pull up the rug, take the trash from under the rug, and help these women and children that need help. That's what.
So Jessica, could you just talk about the services that Purple Health Foundation provides?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, good. Yes, I work with Dr. Ravi. She was in our last panel. I'm a therapist and a social worker, and we work with survivors of gender-based violence, including many, many people who have survived domestic violence, intimate partner violence. And I guess with our approach, we look, as many are saying, thankfully on this panel and the last one, holistically. So physical health, mental health, financial health, all of these things are mechanisms of control and can keep people in violent situations, particularly financial health, being in the sense of if someone has nowhere to go, for instance, like people were just talking about as far as going into a hotel for the night. Additionally, we look at trauma more as like continuous traumatic stress rather than post, because for most of the people we work with, there isn't a post. People have mentioned systems trauma, systems of oppression, structural violence. The people we work with, the survivors, are every single day experiencing that.
So what does Purple Health do to help provide them with this bridge?
So we are very flexible in our approach, and we take like kind of a cognitive approach. So if people, we don't force people to use, for instance, like a portal. A lot of times we make an appointment at a doctor. You need to have a computer or you need to have a phone. You need to be able to access transportation. All of these things can be barriers to care. So we try to remove those barriers, even going to our patients. Dr. Ravi has met patients in the community at legal services office because they didn't have the
So
ability
you
to
try
get
to
to our office.
meet the women where they're at.
Exactly.
Liz,
Exactly.
in terms of the LGBTQ population and people that have been subjected to domestic violence, what are the unique responsibilities of Hudson Pride to provide assistance to these people?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for having us here today. This is such a powerful conference, and I know everyone in this room really appreciates it. For Hudson Pride Center, we are the largest LGBTQ plus community center for the state of New Jersey. One of the hardest things about intimate partner violence is the myth that it only exists in cisgender heterosexual couples, right? Same-sex couples deal with intimate partner violence, sometimes at higher rates. 40% of lesbian women, almost 60% of bisexual women, and same thing with gay and bisexual men. They have rates of domestic violence, intimate partner violence higher than their heterosexual counterparts. But the response to it, the understanding of it, is that it's deemed more as just equal counterparts, right? And it's not seen as intimate partner violence. So what Hudson Pride has to do is educate social service providers, educate law enforcement, educate the places that individuals who are surviving these situations are leaning towards for support, right? And when those barriers happen, when someone doesn't feel safe and secure in where they're going to seek services, they are not going to go back. And the likelihood that they are going to end up back in that same relationship that is harmful to them then becomes higher. So Hudson Pride sees the person as their whole self. We work with individuals based on what happened to them, what their experience is, and making sure we're referring them to places like housing organizations, shelters, legal services that are affirming and safe and understand their experience.
So it's understanding the population as well as providing those services.
Exactly.
It's critically important. So Beth, and then I'm going to flip back to Doctor. So Beth, in terms of not only as an academician, but as a provider, are we doing what we should? How much more do we need to, on a state level, to have a systemic approach to domestic violence, sexual abuse, and trafficking? It seems there's a lot of good work anecdotally, but how do we have a footprint that ensures a threshold level of services?
I think we need to step back a little bit and talk about.
Speak a little louder.
Sorry. I think we need to step back a little bit and talk about, before we get to the court system, before we get to the public defenders and prosecutors, let's talk about the role of police in this. And so I'm a criminal justice professor, and I have a lot of students who go on into law enforcement. And they come back and tell me that in their entire careers, they have about 8 hours worth of training for all domestic abuse. So that means they have 8 hours of training on elder abuse and child abuse and domestic violence in the household. That is simply not enough training. And the police really do not know how to handle this very well. So let's say we have a situation where it's the first time that someone calls the police in a domestic violence incident, and it is not as physically serious the first time, right? Because it builds and builds. Well, if the police are trained at this point, maybe we can stop that. Maybe we could stop it from escalating the next time it happens, the next time. And somebody mentioned something on the first panel. We have teams in place in every single county in New Jersey for sexual assault, right? We have a SART team, which is the Sexual Assault Response Team. We have teams like that where everybody is trained. The police are trained, the nurses, the doctors, the advocates are there to make sure that we don't victim blame. We're not double blaming. We're not saying, why did you stay? Because this is the attitude that we face a lot. And I'm sorry, the police officers often have this attitude. Well, what were you doing there? What did you say to him? You brought this on. So we need to start right there and have teams that are trained for domestic violence also.
That's great. So I just want to, I'll get back, but Lisa and Linda talked about healthcare. So Lisa, excuse me, Dr. Gittins. So as director of OBGYN at University Hospital, when people come into the hospital who have been victims of domestic violence, what does the hospital do to accommodate this trauma?
Thank you, Governor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
So the first is really recognition. Sometimes the patient comes in via ambulance or escorted by the police because the violence has been known. But sometimes the violence is not known, as we heard from some of the panelists this morning. And so the first part is for us as healthcare providers to be able to recognize when someone has had domestic violence. Sometimes patients will come, particularly when they're pregnant, time upon time again. Every week they're coming to the labor room with a specific complaint, but it's not a real complaint. They're looking for help. So we have to recognize that those repeated encounters where they're not saying everything is hidden, they're saying it, they're holding it in, they're not telling us. We have to figure out what's behind the complaint. And that really requires training. It requires sitting down, looking at someone, meeting them where they are, sitting with them eye to eye and saying what's going on. So we have to get to the story. Our teams have to know how to get to the story. So sometimes it's my team that tells me, you know, this patient has a tattoo and there's some numbers on it, or this partner is not letting her speak. And so we look for that coercive behavior and we look for that controlling behavior, and then we have to recognize it so that we can actually get there. Once we recognize that there's been sexual assault or abuse, then we have to carry out the rest of the healthcare in a dignified way and in a trauma-informed way. So we talked about the stories, you know, from the courtroom, but the medical record is really a part of that story.
Could you speak to this? This is really important.
So the medical record is part of the story. It's not just a checklist. You know, does your mother have diabetes? Check. Does your father have hypertension? Check. Narrative medicine, asking exactly, tell me what happened. And then we write that down. This is what she said. She said that she was beaten. She said that this occurred on this time, this many times. Because when we get that story, then we can understand what that person needs. Because it's easy to say, why didn't you go back, or why are you going back? But I recently had someone tell me, I'm just going to keep going back because there's no way out. I'm just going to get killed. So there's no way for me to get away. And understanding and hearing that story is so powerful. And when it becomes part of the medical record, it then may later become part of the court case. So it's really important for us to get narrative stories.
So important what you just said, Doctor, is that medical narrative plays into what Higgins does, what Denise does as legal director. So that's a bridge that I had not thought of, is the importance of the medical narrative itself playing a role for the attorney.
It absolutely can. And it also plays a role for the rest of the healthcare team, because now they have that story. And maybe that particular patient doesn't want to be re-traumatized. She doesn't want someone else to keep asking that question. So we document, You know, is it okay? Do you want them to ask? Or we say this is a trauma-informed case and the story's there so you can have it, so you can make sure that her labor is safe or the rest of her healthcare is safe, but you don't have to keep re-traumatizing. So one thing the healthcare system can do is really just recognize and then provide trauma-informed care. And then I would say the next thing for the healthcare system is to provide protection. Because at University Hospital, it's a trauma center. People come in because they've been beaten. I recently had someone who couldn't see because she was beaten about her eye. And she came with her college roommate and her aunt. And after they took care of her trauma and we took care of the pregnancy, she wanted to go home with the aunt. But she didn't go home. She went back to the house to pick up her things. And later that very same evening, her aunt came running to me and saying she got shot, and so did her friend. And so one of the things the healthcare system can do is to make sure that people are safe and they really understand about going back into that space. They really understand that they can be killed. And so the healthcare system has to provide the appropriate counseling and guidance and direction for not putting yourself back into that situation. And those are all things that they have to become part of the medical education. Very little time is spent on many things, particularly women's health, because there's so much to learn in medicine. But this information is really important relative to mental health and outcomes.
Oof. And what you said, Dr. Gittins, and what Dr. Adebato said in terms of policing and medical and training, and why is this so important, Denise?
You mean to connect it back to
Yeah.
the courts and to the judges and to
Yeah.
give them all the relevant information? Oh, sorry. So that the judges have all the information. They consider everything about the case that's important and they understand the dynamics of the relationship. And can I just mention one other thing? So I jumped in the beginning. I'm Denise Higgins. I'm from the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence. We have 34 member organizations throughout the state, every county, that work with domestic violence survivors every day, provide shelter, counseling, that sort of thing. But we also do have domestic violence response teams that do report to all the police departments in the state. And now they also respond to the hospitals as part of the Attorney General's Breathe initiative. So I do think a lot of this that we're talking about today too deals with connections and all of us working together and connecting survivor with those resources so they can know what they're eligible for and what resources are there so they can break free. So this is a great path. Thank you.
No, thank you. Doctor, could you share with us how you target a specific community? And into the microphone. Thanks, Doc.
Yeah. Thank you for asking this question. You have been to our event many times. I'm sure you saw this, right?
Yep.
So working with a culturally specific population, and it is so important that we support with the victim-centric, culturally sensitive, and a language-specific program.
So speaking to women in the language and the culture they understand and they are a part of, which is so critical.
Yeah. So especially coming from, South Asian community, South Asian, and, we have two initiatives. One is South Asian initiative, one is Spanish initiative. So we work with the survivor who doesn't know anything about the system here, because of the language barrier, because of the shame and stigma, because of their, legal status. So, and they don't talk about sexual violence and domestic violence. There are no words, in our community that we work for. If we say sexual violence and domestic violence program, no one even come to your program. So it is so important to use the, not sensitive language. So for example, we have the community chai group. Community chai means very popular in our community, right? So when we say this is the community chai group and everyone comes there, so even they don't talk about sexual violence and domestic violence in the beginning, but when you build the relationship, when you build the trust each other, then they started talking about
And
so
can I just jump to Ingrid? Ingrid, why is it so important for the Latino community to have culturally sensitive dialogue, to pick up on what Doctor said?
Yeah, thank you so much for being here, and very important, as a Latina, soy Latina, and honest with you, we don't have a voice. She said the language is varies. They come into the shelter, they come into the police, and nobody can pay attention because they don't know the language. They call Casa de Amor, we need help with somebody to translate it as. And right now, one of my girls that is here, she knows what is going through. And she said, I don't have a voice, I don't have a status, I don't have insurance. How I can get help? How I can get mental health? She came to Casa de Amor and she told me they're charging me $160 per hour to see a psychology, and I need help. And I got 2 children. How I can go and get a job? So she almost got killed. So how we can have a voice. And this is what is varies right now is the language. And that's why it is important for us as a Latino to have a voice. And that's why my experience with domestic violence is the heartbeat for Casa de Amor. That's why I get my voice to elevate my voice through those who are going through domestic violence right now. We have 4 or 5 women in family call me every day. I don't know what to do. I don't know the language. I don't know how to get to people to know what I'm going through. Right now, I just want to give a sample. I have a lady in one of the church in our community with 4 children. She doesn't have no status. She doesn't know the language, what to do. She's not working right now. I met with her yesterday and she was crying out to me. I said, I need help. How you can help me? How I can approach to all of you guys? How I can get connected to you? How can somebody say, you know what, I can listen to her, I can give a mental health support, I can get some freedom in many times.
So what I want to do, Ingrid, is I think I'm just listening to what you said, what Doctor said, and what Denise said. So I think on our website, we'll put a list of all these services, and to go to
Very
what
important.
my friend Liz said is in terms of whether it's NJ Pride, whether it's Casa de Amor, whether it's doctors, and then community-based services of what Birth is doing, so that people have this at a single place. We'll have the rubric, and then we'll have specialized populations. And then what we'll also do is we'll tie in to the physicians, Dr. Gittens,
Yes.
and other physicians, which is so important to healthcare. Because to a certain extent, I mean, yeah, it'll be great if systems work, but to a certain extent, maybe women can help other women champion this navigation. Linda, you're shaking your head.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, it's so important to have that information available for people. And what we do is talk to healthcare providers, because as many of my colleagues have said, I'm a midwife, by the way, many of my colleagues have said the education that we get in medical school, nursing school, midwifery education is very small about this whole issue. And what it doesn't do is talk to healthcare providers about the impact on health. So many healthcare providers think, okay, so I'll screen somebody, and if they answer yes to this question, I'll send them off to the social worker and I'm done. No, you're not, because this is going to affect that person's health. For instance, in pregnancy and reproductive health care, we know that domestic violence escalates when a woman becomes pregnant. Homicide by a partner is more common than the top 3 medical causes of maternal mortality.
What?
How many people know
Say that
that?
again? I'm sorry.
Homicide is a more frequent cause of death for women in pregnancy and the postpartum year than the top 3 medical causes for maternal mortality.
Good Lord.
Most likely by a firearm, but other methods too. So knowing that this is going to have an impact on your patient's health, her mental health, her physical health. We have a very good system in our state to screen for postpartum depression. But if we don't also know that that person has been a victim of domestic violence or sexual violence or human trafficking, and we say, well, she's depressed. Well, maybe she has good reason to be depressed because she's experienced one of these issues. So unless we understand that this is our problem as healthcare providers to understand how this impacts our patient's health, we're going to miss the boat.
Great. I just want to go back. Dr. Rodriguez. So, and then I'm going to get to Will. But so I hear Beth talk about policing. I hear Dr. Gittens talk about healthcare. I hear Denise talk about the legal system, Linda talking about the realities, Bertha talking about meeting people where they are, housing, and then Doctor talks about having for the community, Ingrid for the community. Have we sufficiently, and I guess maybe the answer is no, but have we sufficiently connected these disparate systems to ensure, because what Bertha said from the beginning is like, it seems like on a case-by-case level, maybe we can do it here in a nice discussion with, with our tacky reentry tablecloth, but does it happen? Doctor, but does it happen in the real world?
I mean, I think that there are strong efforts to do that.
Speak up louder.
I think that there are very strong efforts to do that. I know we ourselves expanded our membership to include a cohort of 8 culturally specific partners, understanding the need for those collaborations. NJ Casa has a community council where we work intersectionally with other advocates across the state whose work is connected to ours, because we know that individuals who experience sexual violence more often than not also experience other adverse health and life conditions, including things like poverty. We also know that, for example, certain communities are disproportionately impacted. We haven't really yet talked about the disability community, for instance, where individuals with developmental disabilities, the percentage of individuals with developmental disabilities that experience sexual violence is between 80 to 90%. That is staggering. When you look at the trans community, for example, the experience of sexual violence is almost half, and that actually increases if you're looking at trans women of color. So we have to work intersectionally. We have to work across systems. And I think now more than ever in a landscape, another thing we haven't talked of yet, in a landscape where federal funding cuts are becoming a reality, we need to rely on each other and on the work that we have already done and the progress that we have already made to be able to support one another in ensuring that there is advocacy across systems and that we're not working in silos, because that doesn't serve those who are providing care, and it certainly doesn't serve our communities.
Thanks, Denise. Yeah. You clap for Denise. But no, I think that's really, and so our next panel is our keynote? Where's it? Oh, doctor, professor, and where's Ms. Snyder? Hey, great article in the New York Times. And so we're going to get back to the legal question, but this was really important for me. So I'm just going to ask, we're going to go right down the line. But Denise, hearing all of these questions, and you guys do this, New Jersey Coalition on Domestic Violence, every day, and you're a lawyer. I won't hold that against you. But if my SAT points were any higher, I would have tried to get into med school. But could you just tell us, we're doing good things on the legal front. On the policy side, and I hear what Liz said, there's so much more challenges on the medical front, on the policing front. What does your gut say?
Sorry, what does my gut say about what?
Gut say about, but what we're doing on survivors' justice?
Yeah.
Don't we have to be doing more in terms of what Dr. Gittin said on healthcare, what Beth said on policing? It seems like, we're down this track, and I get this, and I'm looking at this one lodestar, but all of a sudden I'm looking at this guy and I'm like, shit. I mean, there's like, does that make
I
sense?
think survivors justice is a great start. And I think part of that is going to be educating all of those systems that you just talked about. The police, especially educating the medical systems, educating the judicial systems as part of that to recognize signs and understand trauma. And I think talking about it. I think us all here today, I think someone said on the first panel that this doesn't happen enough. Bringing people all together to talk about domestic violence, sexual assault, and trafficking, and bringing it out of the shadows. I think that's what's going to change systems. All of us being together, working together, and bringing this to the forefront publicly.
So, Will, in terms of the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence's Prevention Director, any words of wisdom?
First, I want to say thank you so much for having me on this panel today. And I also want to point out the fact that when you see a panel like this, I hope that you are all observant and notice something. There's a consistent theme. There's not a lot of men in this work. Okay. And so I want to point that out. It's time for men to step up and to get involved in this work. Women have done an amazing job for 40 plus years pioneering the domestic violence movement, but now it's time for men to get in because this is a men's issue. And so the lens that I come to this from is talking about preventative measures so that we don't have to get to this point. There's so much information that's been shared here today. It's kind of overwhelming to kind of can pull it all together. But if I can go back to something that one of my panelists, fellow panelists had mentioned was like the rewinding, right? The going back to. And if we're going to really create change, we have to get in front of issues. Our country, our world, and we as people are very reactive. We can prevent a lot of things if we get proactive and really put efforts into being proactive. And that proaction, for me, in my opinion, really starts within our school systems, right? If you think about the education and the opportunities that a lot of our young folks, right? We talk about, you know, there's a famous song, right? The children are the future, right? The children are the future. Well, how we shape those children to be our future is super important. And I don't feel like we do a good enough job with that. I feel like we provide students with opportunities to academically achieve, right, in specific disciplines or what have you. But when we're talking about the social dynamics of things, you know, it's very important. And one of those social dynamics that I'm referencing is the healthiness of relationships. A lot of the students that attend schools on a daily basis are exposed to tremendous dynamics within their family, and they're learning lessons, and those lessons are not refuted in our school system that has those students captive audience for 8 hours of a day. Okay, and so I'm saying this to say this, that real change comes from rewriting narratives. And part of my responsibility at the coalition, and when we talk about prevention work, is to really engage with communities, really engage with communities that have been overlooked or have been underappreciated as to what's there in those communities to really create change.
So prevention is the narrative, and it's education. And I hear what you're saying, getting in front of it, just
yes,
not merely being responsive. But I mean, this panel, though, is specifically focusing on domestic violence, sexual abuse, and what services we provide. And the keynote is, I'm just going to really appreciate the next two. We've got a fancy professor from Georgetown and a less fancy professor. But to talking about some of the key critical legal issues. So your goal, I'm just going to go right down the line. Your goal on domestic violence. What's the one thing you would like to see New Jersey do? Beth, Dr. Adebayo.
I want more people to know about it. I want people to talk about it. You talk about it with people and they glaze over. They don't want to talk about it. And just one more thing about this. Of all the charitable giving in the United States, we got up to a percentage point this year. Last year, it was 1.8 of all charitable giving went to women's issues, and now it's up to 1.9. This is why no one knows about it. We have to talk about it, and we have to talk about it in schools, and we have to start when they're younger. We just can't say, we're protecting the students. You're not protecting them. They're going through this at home. It has to be talked about.
Good. Beth, Tahani.
So I'm here as a part of Peaceful Families Project that works specifically with American Muslim or communities throughout the country to prevent domestic violence. And I would say the one thing that I would want service providers and the legal system in New Jersey to do is just recognize our biases and the stereotypes that we have embedded in the systems that we have here, stereotypes and assumptions that we have about minoritized communities, about the Muslim community, whether domestic violence is normalized or viewed as a part of the religion of Islam, something that is accepted, but instead really recognizing our own assumptions in that piece, right? Oftentimes service providers are telling members of the Muslim communities, this is a part of your religion. So what you need to do is you need to distance yourself from your community. So what they end up doing is further isolating survivors. And so we need to recognize the Islamophobic stereotypes that we have within our own systems, within our own minds, and recognize our privileges and unlearn some of those stereotypes and recognize what we are doing to the survivors is re-traumatizing them and further isolating them from their sources of support.
Thank you, Don. It was great. Wonderful. Thanks. Will?
I would like for the legal system to really understand the opportunities they have when they have a survivor and a defendant before them in the court system each day, to make sure that they have the awareness and the education to make the appropriate referral to the proper services. A lot of times, what happens when an individual who's caused harm to a person is in a courtroom, they think that it's an anger management issue and they're referring them to anger management services when domestic violence is a very specific service that needs to be referred to appropriately. So I would like for more opportunities. We talk about 8 hours of domestic violence education is provided to law enforcement, and I'm probably judges as well too. So I would like to see an opportunity for there to be an expansion of education and awareness that is provided for folks that are
But I
making
also like what
critical
you said, that
decisions.
this is an opportunity when they're before the court.
Well, somebody on the previous panel
I
had
gotta keep
mentioned.
going,
Yep,
please.
sorry.
Dr.
Okay.
Gittins?
So,
You know, the one guy keeps talking besides me. No.
So, I would like to see continued support for access to healthcare. In New Jersey, they've expanded Medicaid so that pregnant women can be seen postpartum. But as Linda mentioned, one of the leading causes of maternal death is homicide in the postpartum period. But you have to be able to get to the doctor to be screened for pregnancy, screened for depression, and access to care, particularly if there's substance use disorder. So I'd like the legal system to work with the medical system to assure, and we have this right now on the cutting block in Congress, we have to make sure that there's complete access to health care.
And that's why support for Medicaid is so critically important.
Absolutely. And thank you to the Murphy administration, at least, for helping us with that in New Jersey.
No, thank you. Thank you, Doc. Liz, thank you. Breaking stereotypes is so important. And I appreciate what Tahani said. I appreciate what Doctor said. I appreciate what Ingrid said. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think we're all here because we realize that the pathway to survivors surviving is not correct right now. There's so much we can all do to make that process easier for every individual that's dealing with intimate partner violence. For the queer community, I believe the greatest need is really just realizing that intimate partner violence can happen in anybody's life, in any couple, in any situation, and making sure that if you are a social service provider, if you are law enforcement, if you are legal, you are seeing the person for their whole self and believing their story and what is happening to them.
And to respond to them uniquely as a person.
Exactly, yeah.
Thanks. Thanks. Jess?
Thank you. I would like actually for all systems to be use a trauma-informed approach. I think unfortunately when people seek care, healthcare, housing services, anything, they can often be really re-traumatized by those systems. And they're sort of vilified for having what, particularly in our last panel, people talked about being a very understandable response to horrifically traumatizing situations. So I think having that education across disciplines and service providers would remove some barriers to supportive care.
That's so important. Thanks. Thanks, Jess. Denise?
Yes, and I agree with what everyone has said so far. Access is super important to all these services, all of us working together and just meeting survivors where they're at and recognizing that no one survivor has the same situation as any other survivor. So we need to really meet them where they're at and provide them those services.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to have the school system to implement domestic violence seminars in education, to have the red flag with many kids is their behavior. Something is happening in the house. So as a parent, as a mother, as a grandma that I am, and I see many cases that's coming to me because of that. So education is the kids to go through trauma and domestic violence. So I would like to see that in the school system.
Thank you, Ingrid, and thank you for the services you provide. Linda?
So I'd like to see a healthcare culture where all professionals in all settings recognize the prevalence and health effects of intimate partner violence, and trauma-informed care is the norm, because we know that not all people are going to share with us and trust us immediately with their stories, right? And so trauma-informed care needs to be part of the culture of healthcare. We have to recognize that many of the things that we do in healthcare are re-traumatizing to patients and clients, and really change the culture of healthcare to be trauma-informed.
Thanks, Linda. Doctor?
It is very important to provide inclusive and holistic approach to give hope and healing for survival of sexual violence. That's what Hudson Speak does. We have the prevention and outreach program, direct services, 24 hours hotline. We have staff from different background who speak more than 7 languages. So if you have any clients, if you need the different language service, please report to us. Our hotline service is 201-795-5757. We have also county-wide coalition.
And we're going to
group.
put them on
Yeah.
our website. But
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to Doctor,
Yeah.
because for many women from the Southeast Asian community, there are no apparent services but yours.
Yeah.
And so I just grateful. Jen is worked with the AOC, works with the public defender. So Jen, when you hear about this, and Denise, as an attorney, what does this say about you and our system as lawyers and what we have to do to support these women?
So I think I go back to Denise's initial comment about connections and the importance of that, because the medical system, the legal system, we see people for really a snapshot, and that's it. And then they're off in the world trying to make their way. There's a lot that I could say about domestic violence and the years that I worked in the court system and the public defender's office, but I want to amplify what Will said. Because in the public defender's office, we do this work because we believe in second chances and rehabilitation. And I think some of what families who are stuck in the cycle need from all of us is to find pathways for abusers to change their ways and to be able to be part of a larger community. And that's not for everybody, but for some people, especially young people who are not far into whatever is happening, they can perhaps, with better resources, more than just an anger management class, they can perhaps change their own behavior, which might be based on trauma itself. So there's a lot more to be done on all sides. And everybody spoke wonderfully about women as victims, et cetera, but there is more that we probably should be doing for men, particularly young men. And I think that's something that we should also be tuned into. And I know a lot of domestic violence organizations are tuned into that. How do we get there is something that's very difficult as well.
I really thank you for saying that, because it's so important to pull back those. Thank you. That was helpful. Berth, my old friend, you're in this space in a real way, on the ground. I mean, you mentioned housing. Dr. Gittens talked about healthcare. Liz, Adani talked about different populations. What's your gut say about all of this?
Well, I'm going to
In the mic.
piggyback. First, let me say, Governor, thank you. Thank you for encouraging me to participate in this event. It is awesome. Well informed. Thank you very, very much. I want to piggyback off of what Jennifer said about the, I assume you would talk about the batteries. I work with, and I hope she doesn't get offended if I say her name. I work with Judge Kelly Austin, who has a domestic violence program at the municipal courts, and we assist batterers, male and female. And the program has been very, very productive. We also work with the Anti-Violence Coalition that assists us in that process. Yes, the offenders, we don't know where they come from. We don't know their situation. We don't know if it's trauma. We don't know if it's mental illness. We don't know what it is, but we do know that it's something. And so I think that that's very important, bringing that out. And also, we didn't talk about the church. What role is the church playing in all of this? We use the church for everything. We use the church for a sanctuary. We use the church for a food bank. And sometimes we use the church for housing. But I have not heard a church stand up and speak about domestic violence. It's okay to preach about domestic violence in the church. We preach about everything else in the church. And so it's okay. And so we have to, in the church, recognize the signs when we see them. If you have a congregant that's abusing his wife, then it needs to be addressed. If you have a minister who's abusing his wife, he needs to be sat down. Okay? So we gotta keep it real, because this is a real situation with real lives at stake. And so the church has to get more involved in domestic violence. And we, as domestic violence advocate, we can arrange to have meetings at the church and have conferences at the church where the church members will know that somebody has their back, because women suffer in silence because of the shame and because of the guilt. They suffer in silence. It's embarrassing for somebody to know that your husband been beating on you and he the pastor.
Thanks, Bert.
Thank
Denise?
you.
Well, you know, Bertha has a very low-key style. She spoke, go ahead. Who's the
So
power?
it's hard to go last because everyone has said so many great things, but I will say that because I agree with what everyone has said, I think funding. We have, I feel very privileged and lucky to work on behalf of 30 amazing programs. NJ Casa does not do direct services itself. Our programs are the amazing people out there doing the direct services, and we need funding. Advocates deserve better pay. We know attrition rates are impacted by pay. We know that last year alone, 60% of our programs experienced wait lists, and that impacts survivors. And the reason we have wait lists are things like staff attrition, things like lack of bilingual counselors. So what we need is funding, because every amazing person on this stage and in the panel before and in the panels that you'll see later today represent all the amazing work that's already happening. And imagine how much better we could all do if we had the funds to do it.
Thank you. All right, I'm the last word, Dr. Gittens. Doctor, you've been in the space and you're in a critical role at University Hospital. And you see women in the most difficult situation. From your heart, what do you want to say to the legal system?
Again, funding. Funding. So we spoke about how women come into the space. We spoke about how they experience it and how they move through the healthcare system. I think the legal system has to really interact with the medical system to get that information so that we can be the voice for the women. We can have that in our medical records. Sometimes we get called to court. Sometimes we get called to testify. We have those stories because we're first there. So we want to be an advocate for women, and we want to be partners in helping them navigate this space and coming to a better outcome.
Great. And now our next panel will be Rachel Louise Snyder. She's an author, contributing writer from the New York Times. The article was Who Gets to Kill in Self-Defense? And Dr. Michelle Brocker-Goodwin, professor of constitutional law at Georgetown Law Center. So stay put. And where's my friend Kalima? You're the best. Ready? Mics? Get the microphones. Okay. All right. Professor, come on. I'm going to put Rachel and. Okay. I'm good. Okay. All right, Kalima over here.
Hi there. How are you?
Rachel, sit over there.
Okay.
Kalima, you're to sit over here.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Does everybody have microphones?
Okay, great. Thank you.
Risha?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
so two things drove this conference. One, Rachel wrote a powerful article in the New York Times and Gloria Bachman's observation. So Rach, tell us about that article.
So it's actually the topic also of my next book, my 5th book. So
All
you
right,
can
now we're
look for
plugging a
that.
book. No.
It was due in November, so I'm going to start it soon. So in coordination with Stanford Law School, we interviewed 650 women incarcerated for homicide, specifically for homicide in the state of California, to try to determine the ways that domestic violence led to their convictions. There were the obvious ways. By the way, thank you for having me. I should have started there. This is great. There were the obvious ways somebody who is abused kills their abuser. That's an obvious way. That was about 20% of the 650. But then
I'm just going to go a little slower. So Stanford University did this study, and they studied women who were in the criminal justice system. And what was the purpose of the study?
to try to determine the ways that domestic violence intersected with their conviction. So yeah, 8 of us were doing the interviewing. And so there was that 20% killed someone who was abusing them. Another 20% killed strangers, were incarcerated for killing strangers. And we automatically assumed like, oh, that's, those are the DUIs. Those are not going to really have anything to do with domestic violence. There were also, of course, as many of you know, a number of failure to protect cases. I think that was about 15%. We had 3 women. These are the ones that sort of stick in my mind, I have to say, or my heart. 3 women who were attempting suicide to get out of the violence that was being perpetrated on them in their lives. And somebody stepped in to try to stop them, and that person was killed. There were a number of women whose children had been used as leverage, and they were either racing to get home to save their children and hit a pedestrian, or in one case, a woman had thrown her 3 kids in the car, was leaving, because of course we tell them, why didn't you just leave, right? We don't ask, what did you do? We say, what didn't you do? Let's shift that question. She had her 3 kids in the car, 7, 4, and 1 years old. She's racing. Her abuser is in a truck behind them, and she loses control of the car, hits a tree, kills one of her children. He now has the kids because she's in prison, right? This is the question. What did you do? Not what didn't you do, right? I think that would be helpful in court. So anyway, the Stanford study, which you can read, it's 250 pages. It's called Fatal Peril, and it's on the Stanford Law School Criminal Justice website. And then I wrote a parallel piece for the New York Times, and I interviewed, we invited, out of the 650, we invited women to write me letters if they wanted to share more of their stories, and about 19 shared more of their stories with me.
And what was your sense in these stories? What did these stories tell you on a gut level?
They told me that the legal system, and our constitutional law professor is going to be able to comment more on this, but our legal system was created by a group of people, white men, for whom those systems work. If a white man, if my brothers, I have a lot of them, I'm happy to give a few away. If my brother calls the police will come and they'll believe him and they'll listen to him and they will offer appropriate services, right? So that's the biggest takeaway for me, is that we have a sort of philosophy or culture that reinforces that narrative, even in the more progressive jurisdictions who are trying their best. And I would say that this is one of them, because look at all you people here, right? But still we operate within that same system. So I think we need to get, one of the earlier panelists talked about giving context to judges. I think we need to give judges the ability to allow evidence into their courtroom that lets them speak to the larger. Domestic violence is narrative based. Our judiciary is event based.
Yeah.
Somewhere that tension needs to be addressed.
That's great. So the court system is binary, innocent or guilt, it's event. But as you said, in terms of domestic violence is narrative. Doctor, could you just explain to us some of the historic legal challenges for addressing that narrative-based reality?
First of all, thank you for doing this. Thank you all for being here, for sharing your vulnerabilities, just in being in the room, representing the people in your lives and yourselves in these scenarios. So historically, we are a nation where law has been an absolute contributor.
I'm just going to ask him to turn the microphone up for Doctor, Professor.
Thank you so much. We are a society where law has been an absolute contributor to the harming of women and vulnerable people. And that's really hard to digest for many, because the assumption is that law is always on our side, that it is law that creates equality for us, that fights against discrimination. So the very idea that baked into the earliest manifestations of American law were things that allowed for the abuse of women. Coverture laws. When the United States was founded, there was a choice. And there were choices made about what would be in the Constitution and what not. Escape England, create a new society, except it wasn't created for women. There was a choice to make women equal. There was a choice to allow women to be able to vote. But the choices that were made were choices that were rooted in old European law. Old European law, and one example of it, coverture. So dating back hundreds of years in England, coverture laws said that women had no legal existence on their own. And because they had no legal existence on their own, marital rape was non-existent, because courts and treatises said that a man cannot rape himself. If she doesn't exist and he rapes her, it's not a rape at all, because she does not exist. Domestic violence, physical violence, right? Because rape is domestic violence, intimate partner violence. The rule of thumb, which you all know, comes from a space of intimate partner violence, where the court created this nomenclature. So long as the wood, the metal, whatever instrument you use to beat her is no thicker than your thumb, it's okay in law. That's the rule of thumb. That's where it comes from. But then it's not just wives. And to be clear, I'm not talking about things that are limited to the 1600s and 1700s. Marital rape was legal in our country until the 1990s. And it's not just that. As I've studied this and written about it and so forth, it's not just the intimate partner violence directed at wives, but it's also daughters. So in the American legal system, there are carve-outs to allow for exemptions in criminal law for men who are married and who beat, rape, harm their wives, but also exceptions if they do the same to their daughters. With their daughters, it is called parental immunity. And there are a number of cases that have gone up before state Supreme Courts where fathers have admitted to having raped their daughters, and not just once, but serially raping their daughters, and where courts have said, but he can't be punished, because if we allow him to be punished criminally or civilly, this would cause disharmony in the household. Now imagine that when she's finally had the courage to stand up and to say, I have been harmed, or she's pregnant and it's found out, and the response from the courts is that it would be disruptive to him and his harmony in his household. And this gets to a point that you make in your article in the New York Times, which is that our longstanding beliefs in law are that men's homes are their castles. It's the place for their safety, security, and what they want to do. It's not been historically defined in law that these are places that are supposed to be safe for anybody else except for men. We can go back to old tort law. Tort law is like when you've got an accident or something, that's a tort, right? So civil laws. The earliest of civil laws, and still do, have something called loss of consortium. Now, what loss of consortium was, and still is a claim that you can make when you've somehow been harmed because your spouse is unavailable. What was created in American law was that men would be able to sue someone when their wife had the injury. She can't sue, but he can sue because she's not available to cook his food, take care of his kids, or to give him sex. So much of American law has been built around how do we protect men? And then we get to the space of intimate partner violence. And just with that backdrop alone, you know that she's not going to be protected. The kids are not going to be protected. And that's the starting point. And then we get to the actual horrors and cases.
Can I add something? I know that you want to ask a question, but this is also parallel to laws that are being created today.
Yes.
This is Stand Your Ground, right? Which started in 2005 in Florida, and has spread to, it's now I think in 30 or 32 states, with another 8 that don't have it in linguistically, but use it essentially the same way. And it harms domestic violence victims because if you both have a right to be in that house, you cannot use Stand Your Ground. So that 20% of women who killed someone who was abusing them, they would not be able to use a Stand Your Ground defense. So we are still creating laws with this same umbrella.
Well, and to give you some sense, to make it brass tacks about how recent all of this is, and of course we've heard from the courageous folks who are up here already today. As I was finishing my last book, Policing the Womb, Invisible Women and the Criminalization of Motherhood, where I talk about these issues and the broader range of them affecting reproductive health care. In the very last part of the book, I thought it important to just pay attention to sexual assault and what's taking place, intimate partner violence and sexual assault, and what that means for children in households. And there's a case out of Montana just a few years ago involving a father who serially raped his daughter who was 12 years old, admitted to it. Yes, I did. Evidence, all of that. The father agreed to a 25-year plea deal because the evidence was so strong that prosecutors were thinking 100 years. He agreed to 25 years. You'll never guess what the judge did.
Probation.
The judge reduced his sentence to 60 days.
Oh,
60 days. And because he had been in jail for 18 days, it was only 42 more days that he had to serve. And what the judge said, Judge McKeon, was that his sons would miss him. So again, like in real modern times, this is what it is that we're seeing. And there's so much to unpack in terms of what this all represents, in terms of our socialization and normalization of women and girls, and also boys too, and men, as sexual targets that law is unwilling to find a remedy for.
Hey, Kaleem, could you just, yeah. Thank you. Mount Pisgah's in the house. Kaleem, could you just talk about in your home life, how the trauma that you dealt with every day?
Oh, it was absolutely horrifying. My ex-fiance, unfortunately, was dealing with a lot of substance abuse, and I would come home from work, sometimes working 16-hour shifts as a fire dispatcher, and I would come home and he would be either high or drunk out of his mind or mixing PCP with alcohol. I would walk into a war zone. I was immediately a threat to him. I would have my hair ripped out, cans thrown at me, kicked, punched, burned, suffocated with a blanket to the point of almost passing out, you name it. My neighbors got so nervous that one day I saw them in the hallway and they asked me, hey, would it be okay if I knocked on your door if I hear you screaming again? And I said, please, yes, do that. I said, don't be afraid to call the police. Please do it. I can't do it myself. Just do that for me. I also came up with a code with my upstairs neighbor. If he would hear me screaming out a code, that would mean for him to run downstairs and either break my door down or call the police or something. You know, in those moments, it's crazy. I actually took boxing training, and when you're going through that and in those moments, it does not click in, it does not register. The only thing that's registering is you trying to save your life. And it's just unreal. I can't believe that this happened to me. I can't believe what led up to me going through what I'm going through right now. And, you know, the night that I snapped, he had assaulted me in a gas station in front of a gas attendant. And that was the last straw for me. And I snapped and I hit him with my car. I'm not a violent person. I've never been in trouble a day in my life. And now I'm fighting for my life. But you know what? God's got me. And it can happen to anyone, any one of us. No one has a face. It could be the woman in the park, your neighbor, your coworker, your sister, your friend. Pick up that phone and call them. So many times there's so many of us that suffer in silence. We don't want nobody in our business. We don't want nobody to judge. You know, just keep it to yourself. No, it always gets worse, and it gets so loud that you don't have a choice but to speak up. And also, I would like to say, you know, we all have an obligation to love and care for our loved ones. And when you see that something is wrong, you step in, you be that voice. I don't care if they're gonna be upset with you. I don't care if they don't talk to you for a year or whatever. At least you're there to speak to them again a year later. You know what I mean? So please, just do what's right, even if it means if you're standing alone. Thank you.
Thanks, Kalima. So, Kalima's story is real, and
thank you, Governor.
no, thanks, my friend. By the way, I ran out of money at church, and Kalima had to put money in the collection. Like I don't. So I'm gonna start with Rach and then go to the professor. So, Rach, Survivors Justice Act. Why isn't this already in the law?
So let me say one thing and then I'll answer that question. And I forgot to mention this is important. In our study at Stanford, one of the things that we did was we embedded the danger assessment within the survey. How many of you know what the danger assessment is? Okay, I actually thought every single hand was going to go up. This is surprising. So the danger assessment, you can look it up on your own, dangerassessment.org, is a validated instrument. Validated means it's been used. It's been, experts have said, yes, this is effective. You can trust this information. It's
highly accurate.
It's highly accurate. It's 20 different questions that are weighted that try to assess a domestic violence victim's level of dangerousness. Right. And then you before the court ever gets involved, hopefully you can use that and build protections around that domestic violence victim. And it's things like, you know, has he ever choked or strangled you? Has he ever tried to commit suicide? I don't mean to be gender specific, but yeah. Does the abuser have access to a gun, et cetera, et cetera. We embedded that because a lot of times victims know they're in danger, but they don't know how to read it. They may not sense the escalation that's happening. One of your earlier panelists talked about homicides during pregnancy. In fact, the HHS, before it was taken over by our authoritarian regime, yeah, fuck that guy. I'm sorry, but where was I? They were doing a study on the increase in homicides with the loss of roe while women are pregnant. Okay, there's an article for another day, but in any case, what we discovered was that out of the incarcerated women, the 649 that we interviewed, nearly 80%, about 3/4, were in the highest risk of danger before they themselves were convicted. They were at the highest risk of danger of being killed themselves. This tool, the danger assessment, is not allowed in court, right? When you hit him with your car, I bet if you do a danger assessment, you'll find that you are actually in the highest category of dangerousness for being killed yourself. That seems like important information that a judge, a jury, a defense attorney should be able to use. Why not? We've had this tool, by the way, since the 80s. Since the 80s. Okay, what was your question?
So why?
Oh, the DVSJA.
Yeah, and why are we at this late point where we are at? Why hasn't it been incorporated?
Nationally, you mean? Or yeah, nationally. Oh yeah, we're in New Jersey, not New York. Oh, okay. Oh, the basics, yeah. So first of all, my hope is that New Jersey and Connecticut, I think, is getting close to signing one as well. I hope that they sign it very quickly. So one of the things we did at Stanford, by the way, I'm not employed by Stanford. It sounds like I'm up here like Stanford. But one of the things that we did with this survey was Stanford brought me out to teach at the law school. I co-taught a course that just finished 2 weeks ago, and we assigned each student in the course a different element of where the law essentially fails, to try to determine what reforms we could offer. So that's also going to be in my next book. I don't have a title, otherwise I'd plug it, but so, one student looked at coercive control, one student looked at traumatic brain injury, one student looked at post-sentencing reforms like the DVSJA. There are about 4 states right now that have kind of similar reforms: California, Illinois, Georgia just passed their version of the DVSJA like 10 days ago. Oklahoma, thank you, and New York. And then New Jersey's going to sign. We're going to sign. Totally going to sign. I say we like I live here, but we're going to sign. I think that first of all, I would like us to reform the laws so that we don't have to let people out of prison. They shouldn't go to prison in the first place. Why hasn't it signed? Because I think our politicians want to look tough on crime, right? I think, as I talked about before, this patriarchal system says, oh my gosh, you can't kill white men. Right. One of the things, and you would know this better than me, probably, Dr. Goodwin, but one of the things that people like the Sentencing Commission or the Sentencing Project have looked at is sentences for not who is the guilty party, but who is the victim. And people who kill white men tend to serve longer sentences than if they kill Black men or Black women. Right. So these are the kinds of things that I think we need to look at. I don't know. Does that answer your question?
Well, one of the things that I'm frustrated is that the context, the narrative isn't shared with the judge. And so, Professor, I guess, and Rach, sort of being a lawyer years and years ago and working on the parole board, and my dear friend Jimmy Plosas is here, and we have a gang from the parole. Is anybody still left from the parole board? And they're in the back. They were in the back. But the narrative isn't shared. No. So how do we incorporate the narrative into the police system, into litigation, and into sentencing?
Well, and the first things that we
the
can,
closer to-
yeah, one of the first things that we can do is make sure at the legislative level
that we're creating new norms embedded in law that take that into account. And that we do this from top down and also bottom up, right? That governors insist and make it a priority to address these issues, and that the legislature does so as well, because that's one of the ways of incorporating. And I'll give you a story. So I sit here as a professor with a fancy chair at Georgetown, but I've also written quite a bit about intimate partner violence and my own story in the New York Times about leaving home at 15 years old with $10 in my pocket to basically become on my own. My own story, and I'm grateful to be here given my expertise, but I also can relate. It was on my 10th birthday was the first time that I was raped by my father. And it was a day that is much like what others in this room have experienced, which is that it's schizophrenia. You're raped or you're beaten up, but now let's go celebrate and get a cake because it's your birthday.
Oh my God.
And let's go to Six Flags. I went blind as a result of the trauma. It didn't last long, but this is also the schizophrenia, waking up one day and I can't see. And because my father was very sophisticated, very well-to-do, in various high circles and whatnot, there was the schizophrenia and even addressing it, such as there must be something wrong with her, but not that it's what's wrong is that she's been sexually assaulted and raped. There must be something else that is wrong with her, which is also part of a historical narrative. When I left home to become an emancipated minor, I have to say that there were certain things that I took for granted because as a kid, I went to fancy private schools. And when I left home, I enrolled in a public school. And how I actually got to my legal emancipation is that I presumed that public schools are ready to just take anybody. All you have to do is sign yourself up. That's not the case. There was a call, and the call was, well, where are your parents? And again, I thought, well, with public schools, you just be honest and tell them, and they're just happy for you to be there. Social services called within minutes of me sharing why it was that I had enrolled myself in a public school on my own. Two things that I want to share in terms of narrative, because if we shame people, if we embarrass people, if we treat people's stories as if they're not credible, then that shuts people down. The process for me, after that first phone call from Child Protective Services, were weekly meetings with a social worker who happened to be a white woman. And there's a lot to be said about these histories, right? Racialized histories. And so every week I was telling her this story of my life. But I was a kid who grew up studying French and German and other things. And I think, and didn't realize this until we were in court. And when I was in court, and I finally just broke down from it all, there were 3 lawyers, and it really didn't seem that anyone was actually representing me. It was very gratuitous what they wanted to hear. Was it vaginal? Was it anal? How was it? And it didn't really seem as if there was real sincerity in it, but it was just gratuitous. And I broke down. The judge called for a recess. And as I went to lunch with the social worker, she sat across from me, smoking her cigarette, and she said, "For the first time, I believe you." And I thought, I had spent weeks, why would I ever be sleeping in an attic on a mattress, not a finished attic, but one with the raw wood beams, having gone away from a life that was in Manhattan to being on Staten Island and going to a public school, all because I wanted to play a joke, all because I wanted to make up the most awful type of a story of what I had encountered. So when we think about narrative, what are the conditions that allow us to tell our narratives, and how are we treated? How are people treated when they do tell their stories? And this history in the United States of considering women to be overly emotional, histrionic, ungrounded. We have to take all of that into account. We're yet a society to really embrace empathy for women and girls.
What is more emotional than a mass shooting? I mean, come on, right? What is more emotional than a mass shooting? It drives me nuts when we talk about emotions. Like,
Well, and let me just add something to that too, because it's only recently. So we have one bit of a story which we see here on display: women being charged, being convicted, life sentences, even the death penalty when they respond back. And yet, a long history of known abuse with bloodied eyes, broken noses, crushed ribs, strangulation, and whatnot that goes absolutely nowhere. I will say that in my experience, my mother flew out and she was in court. My father disappeared. She ended up with a charge of negligence, and I didn't blame her for what happened to me. And he just simply vanished. And that was it. And so we also have this history where women get punished and men actually don't in these various spaces.
So Kaleem, you know, and Professor, thank you for sharing that. That was powerful. And so Kaleema, you know, to go to the professor's point, Rachel's point, the narrative was never told.
Yeah, that's the thing. The narrative was never told. And because of my job, this ended up all over the internet. There was like 6 different articles, and they just made me out to be a maniac. Nobody got my side of the story. My job, who I've worked for 10 years, just immediately suspended me without pay. And that really hurt because, you know, I've worked for a decade for the city of Jersey City, and to not even have one person just pick up the phone and just say, hey, what happened? That would have made a world of difference, because you would have known I was assaulted right before this happened. The article just says there was an altercation and then I just intentionally struck the victim. And the crazy part is that his mother, everybody knew, his entire family knew that this was happening to me. I called his mother every single time he assaulted me. I reached out to his cousins, aunts, like you name it. Everybody knew what was going on. They were just happy that they were getting a break. And the crazy thing is now, because of his injuries, he gets to be the victim in this, but the real victim here is me. I just happen to have a horrible reaction to something that was ongoing, and I regret it every day. I swear I do, but enough was enough.
So we're gonna wrap up on this episode. But I think that for me, the takeaway, listening to Rachel, listening to Professor, and listening to Clem, is that one, our system of law is structurally imbalanced. That women's stories aren't told. That narrative is frequently not observed because we're episodic, we're not narrative, and that this failure to appreciate narrative woefully impacts the victim of domestic violence. Does that make sense?
That makes absolute sense. We are lacking in thought leadership, and we're lacking in narrative. And it's been said earlier that less than 2% of philanthropic funding goes towards women and girls. So when you think about what gets a narrative out, what allows a narrative to be greenlit, if you're working at a newspaper, these are spaces where traditionally women have not held seats of power. They've not been in the corner suite. And so I'm so happy you are here. I'm happy for the men in the audience who are here, who hold power, and who can also make a difference in making sure that the narratives are actually heard and they're treated as legitimate and not just as crazy one-offs, because nobody who's been here is a crazy one-off. I'm not a crazy one-off, and I'm just so grateful that I was able to survive what I did, because I know so many have not and did not in similar situations.
That's powerful. Rachel?
I want to make one last point, actually, which is think about the language. I mean, I'm a writer, so I think about language all the time, but so does the law, right? Look at the court case that we have right now with El Salvador, right? We're looking at individual words. You know, words like dispute, domestic dispute, altercation. Like when someone goes to rob a bank, we don't say, well, there was an economic dispute. I mean, think about the way our very language
She's right.
minimizes this. It is a crime. Think about this wonderful conference, but right away I thought domestic violence, sexual abuse. Why are we lumping in things like coercive control in domestic violence? Domestic violence is a whole bunch of things. There's a man I write about in my book. No one ever saw him physically abuse his wife. We prioritize physical abuse. But you know what he did do? He kept a rattlesnake in a cage in the living room and told his wife, if you do anything that pisses me off, I'm going to put this in bed with you or in the shower with you. Right? So we don't need to, he didn't ever need to beat her. He had all the control he wanted and needed. So I think one of the things we should think about is interrogating the narratives that we are using. The other thing I'll say is that I speak at conferences all the time. I'm sure you do too, Dr. Goodwin. And when I go to conferences, I think, okay, who's in the audience? We have lawyers. Every once in a while, we get a judge, not often enough. We have domestic violence advocates, social workers, whatever. Do we have social workers from our kids' schools? Do we have nurses from our kids' schools? Do we invite hairdressers, one of the few places that women can go alone without their abuser, right? And that those bruises on her head will be seen. Do we have HR folks from local private businesses? It's in their best interest to understand this, to keep their employees safe. Are we reaching out to our communities to include them in these conversations? Because we all in here, we're the choir. Right? Are we reaching out to all the clergy, not just the Christian clergy, but like all the clergy across all divisions? We need to bring our communities into this.
Thank you. And Kaleem, what did this mean for you?
This is an absolute honor. I'm so thankful to get my story told, to just be an upliftment for anyone who's going through anything. Please speak up. Please don't be afraid. And if you know of anyone that's scared to speak up, be their voice for them. Please. Thank you.
Governor, may
Go
I
ahead,
just say
go.
really quickly, which is that I've recently been utilizing a term that I've come up in these spaces because we have to talk about the abuser's family. People who are adjacent, who know or should know, who engage in this complicity, and we've not been naming that either. It is a third party that knows who's landing those punches, that know who's manipulating the emotional and mental abuse. And we have to talk about accountability in those spaces too. If we're just talking about the person who receives the rattlesnake threat, the punches and the rape, and then the person who's receiving and the person giving, but not the people who are around. We have to talk about the people who actually do know and let them know that they actually can play a role in saving lives here, and saving lives, not just life or death, but preventing children from growing up with trauma because they see their mom as a punching bag.
Let's have a round of applause. Thank you. And now, our last panel before lunch is human trafficking and trauma. And I'd ask Allison, Gina, Chong, Jessica, Dr. Sister Norma, and Reverend Gloria Walton to come up. Can we have a round of applause for Professor Ray? Wonderful. Thank you so much.
That's me.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, good. Thanks, Cindy. So Chung, where's Chung? So Chung, could you tell us what is human trafficking? And then Sister Norma. Go ahead.
First of all, I want to thank everyone for being here and
And
allowing.
Chung, just 30 seconds your story. I'm just gonna try to grab their attention. Go ahead.
Okay. So human trafficking is forced fraud and coercion, and also it's manipulation, and it involves a lot of grooming, whether in person and online. A lot of times this does tailor to domestic violence. Many men who are in a relationship with these young women or even in marriages will also say, hey, we're going through an economic hardship. I've been putting all the work. I got laid off. If you love me, you'll go sleep with my friends. That's also a form of human trafficking.
So Sister Norma, and Sister Norma is just a phenomenal human being. You can clap for Sister Norma. Lacey over there, raise your hand. She started it, sister. They're co-conspirators. So, sister, what do you see in terms of human trafficking? Yeah, it works. You just gotta speak closely.
Thank you, Jim. I appreciate being here, and I'm a witness to the fact that church is present. Anyway, what your question is,
What do you see nationally and in the region? I mean, you come from Texas. What do you see in terms of human trafficking?
You know, just so that everybody knows who I am and where I come from South Texas, right at the border with Mexico, where actually we had the largest humanitarian center in the United States, receiving thousands of people every single day, helping people restore their dignity. And that's what being involved and leading this effort helped me to see the fact that human trafficking is a real and very much a part of our world today, and how we must really do something to help everybody become involved and aware of what can we do about it.
And you see human trafficking coming, in South Texas between
Yes.
McAllen and Reynosa?
We see it everywhere. We see it in people every time I speak. So in so many places in the United States and outside of the United States. And we start to get involved into what's happening in those cities. I was speaking in Canada in one of the universities, and the students there were naming the things as how people are brought from other countries to work in our country, in Canada, in the United States, and they're exploited. They're being used in a very negative, ugly way, and so it's happening everywhere. It's happening. We see it so much that we must do something about it.
I just want to pick up on Gloria. So when we started, sister, when we were organizing the conference, I was telling my friend Gloria, and Gloria says, Reverend Walton, Gloria said, Jim, it happens in Jersey City. Gloria, what do you like? And I'm like, say what you said.
Well, first of all, there's such a lack of knowledge that human trafficking is so prevalent here in Jersey City. How do I know? I am the founder and executive director of The Most Excellent Way, a nonprofit that provides housing for both male and female returning citizens. My former profession as a DIFAS investigator, and putting all the pieces together and listening to lived stories, I was amazed at what seemed normal to be unnormal, as well as illegal. And there is, and I'll wait for the rest of the panel, but just know that the Airbnb next to you, the new rentals next to you could very well be a place where human trafficking is being allowed.
Dr. Murthy, could you just share with us, and we're really honored that you're here, fancy New York Medical College, global health, blah, 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 blah. After you get past the blah, tell us about the human, and you can speak closely to the mic. Thanks, Doc.
First of all, thank you so much, Governor McGreevy. Been a longtime admirer of the work you've been doing. And I'm not getting brownie points for saying that, but I'm a physician, so I give it, it's what you see is what you get. And also thank you, the organizers, especially my soul sister, Dr. Gloria Bachman, because we work a lot on issues. So, very nice to be on the panel with all these great women. I just want to say, human trafficking, according to the United Nations, because I'm putting a global perspective, having been associated with the UN for a quarter century, is the recruitment and movement of people using means such as deception, coercion, for the purposes of exploitation. This definition was in 2000.
Could you just move the microphone closer?
Sure, 2000, but it still holds good. And I just want to say, unfortunately, the United States, we are one of the biggest recipients of trafficked victims. It's happening, as you all said, everywhere, every day. And the sporting events, because I've worked with my global colleagues, Olympics, football games, trafficking.
World Cup.
Yeah. And we just had two very nice legal and literally scholars. I just wanted to say that, if I may, Governor McGreevy, one of my former colleagues at the UN, Ambassador Henry MacDonald, who was the then permanent representative of Suriname, I worked with him, and he worked with the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in launching what was called He for She. I would encourage all of you to look at that website, where men stand with women to prevent trafficking, sexual violence, and domestic servitude. And also, this was discussed in the barber shops. So outside of the US, there's so much of work being done, men and women. And as I always say, in the spelling of a woman is a man. So God ordained that we work together in addressing this problem. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Doctor. And my dear friend Al, take the mic. So Al works with Volunteers of America, who've done so much great work on working with survivors and working with human trafficking. Is there, which is, I think, obvious, is there a human trafficking problem in New Jersey?
Yes, although that's a great question, Governor, because before I started at Volunteers of America, not a volunteer organization, not in Delaware. So thank you for having us today from South Jersey. There's a huge, and Chairman Klaus, this is here, I was not aware that there is a huge human trafficking problem in Atlantic City. And there's two of my colleagues in the audience, Monique Gorpy and Caitlin Freese. Caitlin just had an operation last night, didn't get home till 2 a.m. We work, what VOA does is we work side by side with law enforcement, and then bring in our, experts who have been trained to, sit with the survivors. And if they don't want to go forward, if they don't want to interact with law enforcement, that's fine too. We just respond to their immediate needs. They need housing. Do they need to get on a plane and go back from where they came from? Because a lot of them, aren't from New Jersey. So I think, and even again, me coming from, a public defender background, working in the Senate background, I had no idea that there was such a huge problem in New Jersey and in Atlantic City specifically.
So Gina, who is trafficked?
It could be anybody. It could be you. It could be me. Being a survivor of domestic violence and different forms of child abuse that led into sex trafficking, it never really starts with sex trafficking. For me, it starts with seeds that are planted. I don't believe anyone is born bad. And I believe the abusers also have many issues, whether it be mental illness or bad seeds that were planted. And it starts at home. I mean, for me, what I learned at home was domestic violence, which became my norm. But most importantly is that I learned to be silent. And I learned that everything that happened to me was my fault. And I learned, as Denise and other people eloquently expressed earlier on the other panels, is that we need to be believed. We need to have safe people. No one is going to be the heroes. No one's going to rescue us. But we need for others not to treat us like check boxes, but to believe us and to make us feel safe. We need people that are going to trust us. Nobody steps forward and says, trafficking and domestic violence, and like the panel before us spoke about, domestic violence, human trafficking, sexual abuse, no matter what bucket we're going to put it in, it's like I was unable to identify with these words. These are big words, especially for a child. Your brain is like a sponge. I didn't know about the word domestic violence, abuse. Nevertheless, trafficking, it happens over there. It doesn't happen here. And people don't want to talk about it, don't want to talk about it. And if you do talk about it, and so many times when we talk about traffickers, when we talk about our abusers, because if we want to break it down, trafficking is violent. Trafficking is torture. Trafficking is robbing us of our humanity, of our dignity, where we have no rights. And after the torture and after the violence, no matter what we want to call it, they don't have to beat us anymore, because now there's psychological control. They know that they don't have to lock the door. It's not about tying our hands and putting duct tape across our mouth. It's about the psychological control where we learn how to walk and talk like a soldier. I will say whatever it is that you want me to say, because I'm going to be in total compliance because of two reasons. Actually, I'll add in a third one. One is fear, one is shame, and the other is we believe that what's happening to us is our fault. So no matter how many resources we have out there, no matter how many compassionate, kind people that are in the professional field that meet us where we are, if you identify that I'm a victim, it doesn't mean I'm going to identify, because I'm too scared, because I learned as a child to protect those who harmed me. Because when I was in the emergency, when an older sibling was coming after me, and I ran in the bathroom and I turned that lock and I sat by the toilet seat on the floor, and I was in the hospital because this older sibling pushed the door open and that glass shattered over me. I learned as a child, I'm in the hospital with my mother at 9 years old. And when the staff asked my mother what happened, she said she closed the door too hard. And I'm in there in pain, getting stitches, feeling all kinds of horrible feelings, feeling confused because the holidays you have mixed messages. People give you presents and there's all different mixed messages. But at the hospital, I'll never forget what my mother taught me. When she said to the nurse, she did it. She closed the door too hard. And I leaned over to my mom and I said, Mom, that's not what happened. And my mom said, shh, shh. And I said, then I leaned over to my mom and I said, Mom, I says, why did he hurt me? She says, oh, honey, he didn't hurt you. He loved you. So we get mixed messages. We don't feel safe. We learn to sweep it under the carpet because of the stigmas. And it's always my fault. And when I won't say life, when I was living in the hell and became a trafficking victim, and there was no way out, I had one prayer. I said, if there's a God, I have one prayer, and that was to be arrested. I wanted to be arrested. I thought getting arrested would find my freedom, until I was sexually molested by an officer. Now, I don't want, and I wouldn't be able to talk about this if I wasn't on my healing journey. And we don't arrive, the journey continues. But it was because of the New Jersey Coalition Against Human Trafficking. It was because of Volunteer Lawyers for Justice that I was able to see law enforcement in a different light. Because at another time in my life, when they had arrested me, because even if we're lucky enough to escape, we have a life sentence. And that life sentence followed me one day on the highway when the cops were all around me. And I was trying to get out of their way because I said, they're after somebody. I didn't realize they were after me. But they saved my life, but they saved everybody else's life too, because I didn't realize I was such on a suicidal path. I didn't realize that I was driving down the wrong side of the highway. So they saved my life, and I appreciate it. And we can't put everybody in one bucket, people that harm us. It doesn't mean if somebody from healthcare harms us that everybody's harmful in healthcare. We can't stigmatize. We have to look at ourselves within ourselves, because if we don't heal what hurt us, we'll bleed on other people who didn't cut us.
Thanks, Jane. So Al, thank you. You know, Jess, you don't get much better introduction than a shout out from Gina. Could you tell us what Volunteer Lawyers for Justice does with persons that find themselves in the midst of being trafficked?
Sure, thank you. And thank you, Gina, always. Volunteer Lawyers for Justice is a civil legal services organization. We're based in Newark. We do statewide work, particularly through our Survivors Justice Project, which serves survivors of human trafficking with legal needs. And one of the biggest areas that we are doing work in that project is through criminal record clearing for survivors. There is such a misconception that when we talk about survivors interacting with law enforcement, that it is in the sense that they are victims of a crime and law enforcement is there to help. And sometimes that's true, but far, far, far too often, they are being arrested as part of the trafficking scheme for crimes that they are being forced to commit. And so not only does that leave someone like Gina and thousands of other survivors with a criminal record, but it also leads to further victimization because of the shame and because of the barriers that they have to overcome, which everyone in this room is very aware of, as a result of having that record. And so we work under New Jersey's vacatur law, which allows for a complete vacatur of crimes that were committed as a result of human trafficking. And it is a testament to what the power of those laws can be, and why we need a Survivors Justice Act so that we can expand and do additional relief for other survivors as well.
And when you see traffickers, the individuals who are doing the trafficking and the traffickers, how are they differently engaged with the criminal justice system?
I mean, it looks very different. I think I'm certainly not going to speak on behalf of law enforcement, but I venture to guess that they would say that it remains a very difficult crime to prosecute trafficking. And there's a lot of reasons for that. And right, trafficking survivors, traffickers are not a monolith. So every trafficking experience looks different. Sex trafficking and its elements are very different than labor trafficking. But what I will say is that at the moment that a survivor is being prosecuted for something that is a result of their trafficking, it is very common for the trafficker to have more power. This sounds crazy, but to have so much more power in the courtroom, to go up to the prosecutor, shake hands, to know the judge. And so we have clients who come to us and we talk about how we can use these laws to go back into the criminal legal system and try and undo it. And there's a lot of fear about having to have any additional interactions with the criminal legal system. And I'm saying criminal legal system instead of criminal justice system for a reason. While the justice system aspiring for justice is great for too many people, and certainly for a lot of the clients we are seeing, justice is not to be found easily. And so we have to recognize that the trauma begets trauma and makes it all that much harder for them to seek the relief that they are entitled to.
And just say, can you just once again repeat the anecdote that the trafficker actually is in a stronger, at times, position in terms of leverage or authority in the courtroom? How could that possibly be?
They're hiring the defense attorneys, right? So someone gets arrested and who are they going to turn to, right? We're talking about people who are incredibly vulnerable. They're being arrested, which is terrifying. And as much as the trafficking is terrible, the thought of being locked up and going to prison, a jail, prison, and Gina's story tells us exactly why that would be especially terrifying, right? So someone says, well, I'm going to get a lawyer for you. And then they get the lawyer. Who's that lawyer really working for? That lawyer is not really working for the person who's being arrested. They're working for the person who hired them. I will also say, and I say this because I think we have to be aware, there are far more good law enforcement officers, prosecutors, public defenders, and judges than there are bad. However, we hear very often from people who have walked into a courtroom and the judge, the prosecutor, have been a John when they were working. And so what does that tell a person about their ability to then go in and get access to relief when they are in a system that feels from the get-go very imbalanced? And why would someone think that they can tell the truth about what's happening to them then?
Good. So, Dr. Murthy, are there internationally recognized best practices that New Jersey should adopt or that American states should adopt to battle trafficking?
Thank you so much, Governor. One of the things is American Medical Women's Association. I am privileged to be the global health lead and represent them as an NGO at the United Nations. We are 108 years old. I'm not 108, but I just wanted to say, like in 2014, a bunch of us came together, especially some of my colleagues and friends, and designed this whole program called PATH, P-A-T-H. It's not that we copied the name from your New Jersey PATH, but it's called Physicians Against Trafficking of Humans. So we have a lot of resources which everybody can use. It is www.amba.org, American Medical Women's Association. So what did we do? We came up with this whole program, which we call LIFT. That means it is learn, identify, fight trafficking. Because I can tell you as a healthcare provider, and there are other, my physician colleagues and people in public health and social workers in the emergency room. And I have gone to emergency rooms and have spoken to my physician colleagues to say, you have somebody come who's constantly texting. Now we are all texting, but if she's looking over her shoulder and she has bizarre tattoos and, they don't speak the language, one of the first things we tell people is you're in a safe space. Establish the eye contact. It's like, when you go for your annual physical, especially women, when somebody asks you, are you being sexually abused? Or nobody even cares to answer. You got to have the human connection. And so what we tell our medical students is to pick up these telltale signs. Like if they have some bizarre bruises, like she goes like, I have a bruise on my back. So how did you get a bruise on your back or a burn? In the hot shower, nobody turns the hot water so much that you get that bruise. It should be from a cigarette butt. So these kind of simple things, Governor and respected audience and colleagues, this is what we tell them. Like we have it on the New York subways. If you see something, say something. It's better to have an overkill and overcautious. And the other thing we also have, we say that physicians be careful because we are vulnerable like all the first responders and you don't know who's coming after you. So you need to be careful and work with everybody and we share notes. But to maintain the confidentiality and we make sure, especially young girls, we tell them, listen, you're not going to be punished. And a lot of times they don't have their IDs with them. So it's so important when we have to train our young medical residents and medical students when they're rotating, have your antenna up. So triage, when somebody comes to the emergency room, is a great point to pick on these. Thank you.
Thank you. Sister Norma, when you see women that are being trafficked and they're coming over the border, they must be in a terrible place. I mean, they just must be, they're there because they've just engaged in a horrific journey, sometimes selling themselves to pay for that journey to cross the border, and they have no means.
Governor, one of the things I want to start by saying that.
Could you turn up Sister's mic, please? Thanks.
Okay, let me put it right in my mouth. So one of the things that I have been involved very much with at the global level with religious sisters all over the world that the Vatican brings us together to address human trafficking victims and to be present and to hear their stories and to find ways to bring them safe in their environment and to help them regain that dignity they've lost and to empower them to move forward. And so this is happening through an organization called Talita Kum. I don't know if anybody is aware of that, but through these opportunities to hear their stories, to hear victims and their stories, how so many countries in our world, children, most of them are trafficked, are kids, just 10 years old, maybe, you know? And they're also being victims because their own families are the ones that are making it possible. And they are not free to be themselves until somehow someone is able to help them move out of that prison of slavery over some man that has to empower them and has been sold to them. And so some of the victims that we see are victims that are sold to people that we sometimes respect, even here in the United States, you know. And so they're all over the world, and they're taking advantage of innocent victims that are afraid to speak up, afraid to share their story. And so I think that it is not easy for us to detect who they are and how they are because they're afraid to share that part of their lives. So whether they're an immigrant or they're just here in the United States in whatever setting, we have to try to identify, as Dr. mentioned, you know, what are the signs? What are the things that they show that don't quite fit it to the right picture that how it should be, and help them be able to have that story, you know, and it starts by being present to them, by showing them that you care, that they are important, that they're okay, you know. And I think with that, they begin to feel that trust in you so that they can start talking about what is happening and start to make a difference in their lives so that you can move them to a safer space, a place where they can be themselves and empower them to be better than where they're at the present time.
Thank you, sister. This is so inappropriate, but one of my most powerful stories is sister, when she was at the border and with the children who were by themselves and separated by their parents. And it's not really pertinent to today, but it talks about just being the gift of presence. Could you just share that story, sister?
Yes. Well, you know, when I was initially involved with responding to the many children that were coming to our country and they were really being put aside because they were classified as unaccompanied children, not because they came with their parents, but they came with maybe an older sibling, a grandmother or somebody. But our country, to protect them from human trafficking, separated them from this immediate person that was somebody in their family and classified them as unaccompanied kids. And they put them in detention. And we're not talking 1, 10, 15, thousands of them. And this was in 2014. And they were in detention because the United States didn't have a means to put them where they were supposed to under the care of Office of Refugee and Resettlement, where they can then follow up and find their true sponsor according to them. But they were in detention not for just a day or a week, but weeks in cells that were overwhelmingly tied with just kids, not years old, you know. And I asked to go inside and visit this detention where these children were kept, dirty, muddy, all gray because the mud had dried on them. And they were all crying. And they didn't have a chance to take a shower or sleep or anything like that for a while. Here in the United States, in our detention facilities back in South Texas, crying and asking me, because I asked to go inside and be with them, and I managed to get inside of those cells, and one of them barely could get myself at the center of it. All the kids around me pulling my dress, looking up with their faces full of tears, telling me, "Sácame de aquí. Get me out of here, please." I can only just cry with them and start praying with them and says, "Oh, rezar, let's pray." And they repeat it after me. Diosito, ayúdanos. God, help us. Officers were looking inside as we prayed. They too were crying. And when I walked out of there, the officer in charge tells me, "Sister, thank you. You helped us realize they're human beings." Sometimes we lose our own humanity in the process of trying to govern our country.
Thank you, sister. So, Allison, as somebody who's a policy expert and recognizes, why is the Survivors Justice Act so important in the context of human traffickers who are rebelling against their oppressor?
I think the Survivors Justice Act is very important, and I know the next panel will really touch on that. But in the context of human trafficking, I think in concert with the Survivors Justice Act, we need legislation that hits folks in the wallet, that causes them the financial benefits, as we've heard, all morning, and especially in the context of human trafficking. If you hit those folks, and right now, there is a bill out there to increase penalties for the person who gains financially from any type of, human trafficking. And again, as folks have mentioned, there's sex trafficking, there's labor trafficking. So I think the Survivor Justice Act, which of course applies at the sentencing phase, plus these other bills that are increasing the penalties for the folks who are running these rings, the Johns, whatever we call them, the people who are benefiting financially. And even places like hotels, motels, as people have said, that are benefiting financially, because they do.
And John, could you just share from your heart, your experiences trafficking and what you would want to see New Jersey do? Could you share a little bit of your story?
Yes. So first of all, I want to share with you, I am 50 years old. I've been in the United States for 49 years. I was brought here as a baby because in South Korea, they didn't like disabled babies. I was actually born with congenital syphilis, meaning my mother was raped. And so I grew up being battered by my mother. I also grew up with domestic violence, and being a culturally Asian home in a white predominant state, Oklahoma, we were told to be quiet. There were multiple times that I went to school in bruises and teachers did nothing. And when one teacher asked me what happened to my busted lip, I told her I got into a fight. Guess what? The teacher swatted me for lying. Number two, I was raped at 3 years old all the way through 6 years old. I was also constantly sexually abused after that. I didn't know what sexual abuse was, so I brought porn to school at 5 years old because I wanted boys to like me, because that first rape, and because it was ongoing, it gave me a different sensation. Then from that point on, when I was 12, I got tired of my mother beating on me, because my dad would beat on my mom would beat on me because I was the oldest in my family. But the one thing that I did not abide by, I didn't want to be the woman that would sit still, that would be quiet, that would follow after any man. I wanted to stand up and say, no, I want to be my own person. So I got beat for that. So I ran away in a rural town in Oklahoma. Social services showed up and she said to me, you need to go back to your mama and apologize. I unbuttoned my shirt and showed dry blood on my skin. And she looked at me and she said, it doesn't matter. She's your mama. So I buttoned up my shirt. I looked at her name tag. I said, Sharon, if you send me home, I will kill myself. But before I do, I'm going to carve your full name on my chest so everyone will know that you could have stopped this. And so she looked at me. She said, all right, you little twerp. And I kid you not, she did say that. Guess what? I got put into the system in a juvenile detention center. So I got incarcerated for just running away. And then on top of that, I got into foster care from 13 through 17. But here's the part that scared me the most. The court wanted me to testify, and I told them what's going to happen to my sisters. They said, we're going to separate all of you. I didn't like the foster family I was with anyways, because they said, you're not a real family. So you're not going to Disney with us. You're not going to any, I didn't want my sister to go through that. And number two, I went through racism. My foster sister, Shaquilla Jones, she passed away. But me and her were foster sisters, and our foster family would lie to everyone saying Shaquilla was from Nigeria and I was from China. And me and Shaquilla looked at each other and she said, where's Nigeria? And I said, I think it's in the East Coast. I don't know. But they separated us. And because I knew of the abuse I was going through in my current foster home, guess what? When I had to come to court at 13 years old, they asked me, is it true that your mother beat you? I looked at my sisters and I said, I lied. I lied to get attention because I felt like if anyone's going to abuse us, I'd rather it be our parents than a total stranger. So by the time I was 18, and remember I said I wasn't born here. I came from immigrant parents. So I was actually, they gave me an alien card, and by the time I turned 18, I'm supposed to get a citizenship. I'm still learning about all this. So anyway, when I was groomed, I met a guy that was wearing a Marine, US Marine uniform, but he wasn't in the military. In the United States, we have access to these, they call them military thrift stores that anyone can have access to. That includes traffickers. And because I'm a civilian, I don't know the laws. I don't know UCMJ laws. So he was wearing his uniform. He groomed me, told me how much he loved me. This was in the 90s. So I felt like I was like Elsa in Frozen. I thought he was my Han, my Prince Han. And sure enough, he trafficked me. Then we went to Las Vegas. I thought we were in a third world country. And guess what? Me and the other girls, we were held in an abandoned warehouse on an Indian reservation. That's why cops could not touch us, not even the FBI. But here's the kicker. Remember everyone's heard about the Epstein story? That is true. Because during the time I was trafficked, I was being beaten, I was being raped, and I was being sold as a 13-year-old Japanese girl, even though I was 19 Korean American. So I had to play up all the love me long-time stereotypes. And every buyer that came in, some of them were politicians, some of them were clergymen, the majority of them were judges, attorneys, police officers, the police chief. And so then it's like, well, who do I go to? Who can I tell this to? And I didn't know what human trafficking was. So when I escaped, they destroyed my documents. To this day, I still don't have my documents. Isn't that crazy? So anyway, they destroyed my documents, even though I am a legal resident. I couldn't even go to a food bank to get a bag of groceries. I had a lady say, can you speak English? I was like, I thought I was speaking English. And so I didn't know anything about human trafficking until one lady helped me, and she was in New York. So the New York Sanctuary Family helped me. They got me an attorney because I had to apply for disability. It was the only way to prove that I was a legal resident. But while I was waiting, then the FBI and ICE came to me. They said, you deserve a visa. I thought it was a credit card. I'm like, yes, thank you for giving me reparation. And they said, so you were trafficked from where? And I said, Dallas, Texas to Nevada. And they said, no, what country? Oh, Dallas, Texas, USA. And they're like, no, what country? I know I flunked in geography, but I could have sworn the US is a country. So when I explained to them how I got here, I remember one of the ICE agent, he put his pen down. He said, you're an American. I was like, oh, thank you. You finally know. Can you give me my papers back? He was like, you don't get benefits. And I was like, okay, what happened to the visa? It wasn't my credit. My trafficker destroyed my social security number. He was like, no, you're an American. So he told me you can take 2 Caucasian girls. One will be from Wales and the other one will be from New Jersey. Both 14 years old, both being beaten and raped by the trafficker. But guess what happens to the girl from Wales? She'll get social services. Now, this was back in 2003. She'll get social services. She'll also get immigration involved to help her get her papers back or get a T visa. While the other American girl gets handcuffed, thrown into juvie, and charged as a child prostitute. That's when I got angry and I went on GeoCities. For those of you who are my age, you know what that means. I said, the government doesn't care about its victims. And that's how I got on Montel's show. I got on MSNBC and got to share my story. But the one thing I want to share with you, we have come a long ways. And we talked about healthcare. I am now diagnosed with multiple personality, and I'm stable now, so my personality is not going to come out. I'm also diagnosed with dystonia because I do have traumatic brain injury. And so every now and then my hands will shake and sometimes it'll flip. So if I slap you, I apologize. You know. But I had a doctor that told me there was something wrong with me. And I told him about my abuse. And he said, what's that got to do with it? And I said, I was being beaten since the moment I was born, from my mom to my dad, to my abusers, to my traffickers, to ex-boyfriends. And do you know what happens with brain injury? And he's like, you're not a doctor. You don't know what you're talking about. There's been multiple times I even went to a psychologist and told them I'm being forced into prostitution. Guess what? I had electric shocks in mental health back in the 90s because they thought I was lying. Because back then we didn't have the terminology human trafficking. So when I told them my boyfriend was pimping me out, they're like, well, you need to put your part in the relationship. These were things that I was constantly told. And just like the panelists before us, they said when survivors don't feel heard, they're going to shut down. And that's exactly what I did. And for the longest time, I got angry. I even got arrested multiple times. And guess what? I even had judges that would look at me up and down and says, you're Asian, right? And I fed into it. I was like, yeah, I'll be whatever Asian doll you want me to. And he was like, I'll let you off, but meet me in the chamber. And I did. Well, we need to find lawmakers that can really put the effort in and identifying disassociation as well. Because what happens with Sarah Cruzan, Centonia Brown, and Crystal Kaiser, and one of their defense attorneys said, well, it's battered women syndrome. No, it's not. It's disassociation, and it is a mental health issue.
So we have a round of applause. I just want to thank Allison, Gina, Chong, Jessica, Dr. Murdy, Sister Norma, and Gloria. I mean, you just get caught up, but Lacey, where's Lacey? Lacey, you want to stand up, please? This is the reason why we're cutting off this panel. It's because of Lacey's fault. No. Lacey says we have lunch in the back. But can we have a round of applause for this panel? All right. So now this is the season of fishes and loaves. We just asked you to take. You're gonna be able to. Lacey, go ahead. All right, no, we'll do that. So we're gonna do this, and then we'll call up Ms. McRae. So we'll lunch. It's grab and go, and you're gonna grab your lunch, sit back, and we're gonna start right away. This is Jersey City style. Go.
That's very true. I like that. Okay, so we got our lunch. I have a picture in front of this holding this. I'll be very yeah, that's right. Can I give you my phone? I'm taking this. Yeah. And you can take one of the videos for this. I'm going to put on social media. Bye.
Leslie McRae. Now you can tell Mount Pisgah AME is in the house. How many troublemakers can you get at one table, two tables? But Leslie is not only, oh my God, Regina Thomas. Leslie is not only a member of our board, but she's worked so diligently during the course of COVID, when people were coming home, when women were coming home, there were no benefits, there were no provisions, and the AME Missionary Society provided life-saving services and gifts to help women with feminine hygiene products, with support. And I just want to publicly recognize, if I could call to the dais, the great Leslie Franks McRae. And can we please close that back door? Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Leslie happens to be from Bermuda, so she thinks she's fancy, but hey.
Thank you, Governor McGreevy. And let me thank the board, along with the staff of NJRC. I'm going to ask the sister friends to stand up all over, please. Our board members are here. Several of our board members and friends are here. And my daughter is here wearing our shirt. So if she could stand up, please. Sister friends, for those of you who do not know, we took a 20+ year friendship and turned it into purpose by providing scholarships and other mentoring resources for persons entering community college or trade school. So while men are sending text messages about wars and power and things like that, women like us are sitting around planning how we're going to feed our children and clothe our children and provide better for our community, education and all for our communities. And so that's why we totally support New Jersey Reentry. It never fails. If Governor McGreevy or Jada Fulmer or Reverend Bolivar make a phone call, I call on Sister Friends, the group, to help out, and they turn up with all sorts of resources. So I'm grateful. Governor McGreevy, I'm actually very grateful to you as well for continuing what you do and how you do it. And we thank God and give him the glory for what you do in empowering our communities. So thank you again.
That Bermuda stew. So can we have a round of applause for Leslie McRae? And Pastor, you got to come up here and lead us. So I sort of messed up. I should have had Pastor say the prayer before we started eating, but I'm going to blame it on the pastor because I saw her on her second sandwich. No, but
Thank you, Governor.
I'm only teasing. But
That's okay. I would have if I could have. Amen. Amen.
But I just want to give it up for Pastor. This is a great woman with a great parish. And most importantly, it's about supporting women, women in need, women in distress, women in pain, women in suffering. This great pastor does the work, as does AME. And Pastor, the AME food might be a little better, but I'm not saying anything.
No, we are all good. We are all one. And thank you, Governor, for this opportunity. I will bless the Lord at all times because his praise shall continually be in my mouth. So I was supposed to pray for the food. So I say, Lord, thank you for the food. Amen. Amen. I want to thank God for this powerful conference of what we have heard and what we will hear later on. We thank God for our survivors. We thank God for our survivors. We thank God for our survivors. Let us pray. Gracious God, we come before you with bowed heads and humble hearts, saying thank you for this glorious day that you have allowed us to come and to hear, to feel, to experience, to be in empathy, to step in the shoes of those who have gone through so much. And we want to just say thank you, Lord, that you have allowed us now to go out, to run on, to tell somebody about your goodness, to tell somebody that we know you are God all by yourself. The enemy is here to kill, steal, and destroy. Human trafficking, sexual abuse, and domestic violence. But the good news is, hallelujah, I say to you today, the good news is that powerful women, many powerful women were found in the Bible on their journey of deliverance. And many women today, powerful women, are found in our nation. Many women, powerful women, are found in our world. Many women, powerful women, are found in this room. It is not your fault. It is not your fault. But we say to you now, run on to see what the end is going to be. I am woman, hear me roar. So I say to you, we are women. Hear us roar. Amen.
All right. No more coffee for Pastor Oliver. Oh my God, my daughter loves that. I listen to that roar thing. Was it the song goes? You know, like the actually roars, right? What? Yeah. So, all right, we're gonna have another 10 minutes, and then we'll kick back to the second pat. We'll kick back with the great Larry Lusberg, and we're gonna be talking about some of the legislative changes. So 5 minutes. Hey, Larry? Larry. All right, gang, we have our legislators here. So could Judge Orleo, Rahat, Myrna, Courtney, Monica, Denise, Kate, Michelle, Sandine, and the great Ileana Pinta-Marin, Senator Ruiz, and Kalima and Damon.
This is weird. There's this extra chair here. I don't know if this. I guess this.
Yeah, but
Yeah, no, of course. Oh, well, they're. Oh, they were.
You can pull that out. No.
Me too. Hi, I'm David. Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
Jim, is this yours? You mean to this chair here? Yeah. I can. I feel like I'm.
All right, you're on, Larry.
Ready? Everybody, my name is Larry Lusberg. I am a member of the board of NJRC. And every year I get to do the panel after lunch where people are paying a little bit less attention because they're still eating. And every year Governor McGreevey creates a panel like this, which has way too many people. So it's always herding cats, but it's fantastic. So our panel is called the Criminal Justice Diversion for Women panel. I want to talk just for a sec about the importance of diversion, which has a long history in our legal system. And there is a long history in our legal system of it not working for victims of domestic violence. Let's be honest. Diversion is a way of making that legal system not re-traumatize women, not victimize them again, not convicting and jailing people who acted in the face of horrendous, brutal attacks from being re-brutalized. It's a way of addressing what are the other effects of domestic violence, such as addiction and mental illness and poverty, and we'll talk about all of that. Today, we're going to talk about some of the legal solutions focusing on diversion, but we're going to talk as well about the civil justice system, some. But diversion is a way of keeping people out of that legal system that has been so imperfect over the years, sometimes so flawed and unjust. This is not to say that there aren't ways around it. There is fundamental change afoot, and you'll hear about some of that today. It is indeed underway. A number of people here are involved in legislative reform, which you'll hear about in the form of the Survivors Justice Act, which you've heard a lot about today. And you'll hear about that, and in particular about provisions that will govern both, will make sentencing more just, and will give people who have been sentenced a second chance. So it's a large panel, and I thought, however, that as with all things, we should really, start with survivors, because that's what this is all about. So you've heard stories before about them and from them, but I want to give people a little more chance to talk about. And we'll start with Myrna, and then we'll go to my friend Kalima, and we can talk a little bit about not only the victimization that you experienced because of what you went through, but also the victimization that the legal system put you through in the first place. So Myrna, why don't you start?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here today. I am a survivor of what you call today the Trilogy of Evil. I am also a survivor of 9/11, and I still carry survivor's remorse. I come from a family that has and suffers from generational trauma. I became a sexual assault victim in my first year of incarceration. I am a returning citizen, and I was granted clemency in December of 2024 by Governor Murphy under the domestic violence subcategory.
I'm going to do it quick. Oh, she's not here?
While at Aetna, I did 18 years prior to having or being granted my clemency. In the last 2 years of my incarceration, I was a member of a trauma-informed program. Chief Sessoms incorporated the program for the first time at Aetna Mahon. It's run by Dr. McCrae and Reverend Maurice. And this program deals with the root causes of generational trauma. It was pivotal for my healing because even though I was being successful academically, earning degrees within the New Jersey STEP program and completing and complying with all the programs that were available at Aetna, I had to literally heal first from my own trauma so that I could move forward. And I mention this because I entered the system at 40 years old, and I was 53 by the time I was able to obtain any type of trauma healing. And even though while I was suffering my domestic violence and the sexual assault at a correctional facility and asking and crying out for help, I did not receive any at all. So I'm very happy to be here today, being present here with a community that's trying to raise the voice and make change within our community. For us who are survivors and for those who are in need of help and are just afraid to speak up.
Myrna, can you just talk a little bit? It's extraordinary and wonderful that you got clemency, but there had to be many months, weeks, years of just feeling that the legal system had let you down. Can you talk about what that felt like?
Yes, from the inception, from the very beginning, and my trauma and my domestic violence and everything else that I'd suffered was never taken into consideration or accounted for throughout my appeal process, throughout my trial. And I was convicted with 2 males, it was 3 of us. And they were able to go home on a plea agreement 8 years. I decided to go to trial because I was not guilty of these charges and I wanted to fight. I had the right to go to trial. I lost trial and was given 40 years to life. My clemency came at my 18th year. I had a box. There's two things I would like to address on that topic. Had a box full of all the agencies that I had contacted, seeking help, seeking resources, trying to obtain some type of relief at any point or any area within my case. And I was denied. To the very end, when I lost the actual only ultimate last appeal that I had available. On top of that, I was fortunate that I have two sons who supported me from my first day to the very last day of my arrest. And financially, they took on that burden because every time you file an appeal, every time you need to make a copy, every time you need to make a phone call or reach your public defender or make any contact within the system or even try to obtain an advocacy program, it's expensive. And that expense falls on you. And within the women's facility, employment is extremely, extremely limited. You might have 1,000 women and only 100 jobs. So I'm asking for everyone here at some point to please be involved and help lessen that financial burden on the victims. People like myself who had this life sentence and needed every resource to find a way to have someone understand and hear my story.
Thank you so much, Myrna. You all have heard from Kalima before, so we'll, and you know, so you all know, she's going through the criminal justice process now. There are those of us out here who are going to try to help her through that and try to avoid what you had to go through. Fortunately, on this panel, we have some truly extraordinary advocates. So before we turn to the policymakers and to talk a little bit about from people from NJRC, I wanted to first address a series of questions to those who, for a living, represent victims of domestic violence, of the trilogy of evil, and ask what are the main challenges that you face in representing victims of domestic violence. So let me start with my friend Denise Higgins.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Larry. So one of the main things that we struggle with representing victims of domestic violence, we heard a lot this morning from the panels about trauma and about how it changes your brain function, it changes how you react to things. So just having people testify in court can be challenging sometimes because they won't be able to tell their story. I mentioned this earlier, in a linear way because they're getting memories from different things. So educating the justice system about trauma and about how that is going to show up especially in times of stress can be really important because we struggle with that with survivors. And it's really hard. Every time they tell their story, that can be a new traumatic event in and of itself because we're asking for them to remember one of the worst times of their lives or many times in their lives, and it can be layered. So just working through that trauma and having a trauma-informed system, many systems, and working together is really important, but it's also one of the biggest challenges we face.
And how do you overcome that?
So it's really important to connect survivors. Like, I'm so sorry to hear it took 13 years, right? Once you're incarcerated to get connected to those services. So connecting them to services is really important. That's why it's so important that we're all here together today talking about this, making those connections, helping them work through some of that with a therapist, with a counselor, recognizing that it's not their fault. You know, there's often feelings of guilt associated with whatever's happened, and letting them really come into their own and understand what it takes for them to break from the cycle of violence. Because being in that courtroom, they're going to see their harm doer, they're going to see their abuser. So giving them any and all of the tools that we can before going to trial, before going to court, at least to start on that journey, can be really important.
Thanks so much, Denise. I want to introduce Cindy Pizzell, who's the director of the National Defense Center for Criminalized Survivors, the Battered Women's Project. Cindy, can you put that sort of the remarks that Denise made into sort of a national context for us? Because you work at a national level, right?
Yeah, sure. We see the same challenges that Denise talked about, in every courtroom in the country. And make no mistake, every courtroom in the country is filled with survivors of all of these kinds of violence. And so when we work with defense teams who represent criminalized survivors, which is kind of our umbrella term for all the folks we've been talking about today, we talk about ways to contextualize that trauma that people are going through, because the impact of trauma and the way that it looks to the outside world also looks like dishonesty, right? Somebody can't keep their story straight. Oh, they must be lying. Or is it trauma? Somebody has a gap in their memory. Oh, they're lying. Or it's trauma. So the ways that we, judge the credibility of people in the criminal legal system, like everything that we think we know about truth telling could also be trauma. So, on a national level, we always work with defense teams and defense attorneys to really try to unpack that for fact finders so that they can make an accurate assessment of the facts in front of them. On a national level, we encourage defense attorneys to constantly seek out expert witnesses and like Denise said, get advocates involved. Really what we need is entire teams of people who understand the impact of these tremendous harms on a survivor side to take them through that criminal legal system. And some states do it better than others. And, I'm a big New Jersey fangirl, let me just say. I live just outside of Philadelphia, so all my South Jersey peeps, hi. But we've been looking to New Jersey for a long time as an example of ways that the courts could treat survivors better, no matter what side of the courtroom they're sitting on. People's experiences of abuse do not disappear as soon as they get arrested, newsflash, right? And so we want to make sure that those experiences are brought into the legal system so that people can look at the facts and make an assessment. We talk about criminal behavior. Whenever we say that phrase, we should also be asking ourselves, was it survival behavior?
Cindy, you have the opportunity to talk to some really important legislators here today.
How you doing?
And so tell them what you think, how you think New Jersey can do it better.
I think taking a really wide view of the admissibility of all kinds of evidence is huge. I think there's, this can happen based on an individual courtroom or an individual judge to make decisions, because they're gatekeepers, right, about what evidence gets introduced and what evidence doesn't. But to really have encoded in the law a really wide view of what could be relevant, because we don't, when we're trying to dig down as to why something happened, we can't just say that it was criminal behavior, it wasn't criminal behavior, why did it happen? And without evidence of, the experiences of somebody's abuse and how it impacted them and the choices that they had to make in a moment, without that kind of context, people aren't going to be making the right decisions. So I think the evidence code is a really important place to look. And then what you're already doing, which is looking at the people who have already ended up incarcerated, not because of their, mastermind criminal behavior, but because of their experiences of abuse and their doing what they had to do to protect themselves and their children. So, all of that matters. Looking back matters, but looking forward matters too. And keeping people out of the system has to be a parallel process with getting people who are already there out of it.
Kate Lee is the executive director of the New Jersey Coalition Against Human Trafficking. We're going to actually in a minute turn to some people who do civil work in this area. But before we do, what are the particular challenges that you see for those who find themselves in the criminal justice system, even though they really are victims? What are the particular problems that you see, and any ideas you have for addressing those?
Well, first of all, I wanted to take an opportunity to thank Governor McGreevy and this entire amazing organization for putting on this conference, particularly because you have so many survivors here. And I think if there's so much you're going to be taking away, all this information, it's overwhelming. But if you can take one thing away, it would be recognize survivors aren't just here telling their stories, they're lifting themselves up as leaders, and we as non-survivors have to do the same. We have to make survivors leaders in this work. And by doing so, you do two things. First of all, you make sure survivors are involved in policy making. That's essential. Second of all, you naturally destigmatize this entire issue. And traffickers take advantage of the idea that when they are exerting coercive control over their victims, that they're telling them that they're worth nothing. We want to show that survivors are the big people in this space. They are the true experts. So thank you for doing that, for having so many amazing, incredible survivors here today. I did want to talk about one of our areas that we're particularly passionate about in the coalition, and it's about existing legislation that actually can deter there being a prosecution in the first place. And that is the vacature law. You had the incredible Jessica Kitson up on an earlier panel, and she helped to author one of our sort of next step bits of legislation that was passed in 2022. But before that, in 2013, we have the landmark New Jersey legislation, the Human Trafficking Protection, Prevention and Treatment Act. And that is not being used in any way in its greatness. It's huge. It could be everybody's best friend. It would get you the penalties against those who both harbor and recruit, not just traffic people. There are $25,000 penalties in our state, 20-year sentences, but we just have to use it. We have to have our assistant prosecutors trained to use it and to penalize, because by penalizing, and as mentioned before, if you use that, you deter. If you use money against traffickers, it's a great deterrence. But also, vacature is a very important word. I want you to remember that word. It's not just the same as expungement. Vacature tells somebody who's experienced and got a criminal record for trafficking that it should never have happened. This should never have happened to them. Psychologically, that's very important. It's not just clearing the records, but it's telling them they are of value. This never should have happened. It was never their fault. So please remember that word. When we expanded it, so it started existing in 2013 in our state, when it was related to trafficking instances related to prostitution. But we expanded it in 2022. So it now covers most every other crime can now be eligible for somebody to go before a judge and say, this is my criminal record. It's not about prostitution, it's something else. But I was a victim of human trafficking and it can be vacated. But what it also does is judges, when they see that coming down, they'll stop prosecuting, because vacature, it means it should never have happened. No judge is going to start doing a prosecution because of it. It's very important. Thank you.
I think it's worth just highlighting something that you said, because we try to do it here. It's important for survivors' voices to be heard, and to be heard on a panel with incredibly important, influential, and smart legislators who can do something about it. And so every year when we do this and give people the opportunity to speak to the speaker or to the Senate Majority Leader or to the head of the Assembly Budget Committee about how this all should work, we're giving exactly that sort of opportunity. And I know that they listen, and I know that they act on that, and I know that you give voice to it by pointing out things that people don't necessarily understand, which is that vacatur is the kind of thing to tell somebody that it should never have happened in the first place is important, and that should guide public policy. So thank you. This panel is primarily about the criminal system, but we have several advocates here who primarily represent victims of domestic violence in civil cases. So I just want to give them an opportunity to talk about how that all works. But it's really a similar question, which is, when you're representing a victim of domestic violence and seeking a restraining order, what are the particular challenges, not only in winning your case, but in dealing with the set of issues that are unique to those kinds of cases? So let me, I guess I'll start first with my friend Michelle Lefkowitz, who's Director of Legal Programs at Partners for Women in Justice. You can maybe say a little about what Partners is, maybe, and then tell us, and then you can answer my question when you get around to it. Yeah.
So Partners is a not-for-profit organization in New Jersey where we represent, thank you,
Yeah.
victims of domestic and sexual violence in civil protection matters and in post-restraining order matters. So that's restraining orders, but it's also protective orders under VASPA, which is meant to protect people who don't have a domestic relationship. We work in 5 counties in northern New Jersey, including Hudson and 4 others, and we provide absolutely free legal services. So we provide legal representation, legal advice. We have a thriving pro bono practice where we have a lot of volunteers from across the state who are going into court and helping victims every day get protection from their harm doers and their abusers. So that's what we do. We say that what we do is domestic and sexual violence, but the truth is there's a huge overlap between domestic violence, sexual violence, and human trafficking. And what I don't think a lot of people realize is that intersectionality and the fact that the law can protect all 3 types of victims from their abusers. The Domestic Violence Law and VASPA, the Victims Assistance and Survivors Protection Act, can protect human traffickers as well under many circumstances. Not all circumstances, but a lot of them. In working with clients, some of the things we see is just a lack of knowledge about what their legal options are. A lot of people never even heard of VASPA, don't know what it is, don't know how it functions, or the fact that this is very real protection that people can obtain for sexual violence and also for stalking and cyber harassment. So I think it's just that a lot of people don't know what their options are. They don't know how to access those options. And in the case of survivors who are also immigrants, they have a real fear of the system and a fear of consequences, both for themselves and in some cases for the abuser as well, because we serve a low-income community. And so sometimes if the survivor is dependent financially on the abuser, that also can negatively affect the survivor as well. So there's a lot of intersectionality, a lot of intertwined issues with getting safe and staying safe. And so what we do isn't just try cases, we try a lot of cases, but what we also do is try and help our clients achieve long-term safety, and that can look different for different people. And so it's rising up their voices and trying to assist our clients in achieving what they see as their next step, as their route to achieving safety.
And just in terms of the sort of day-to-day representation, how do you deal with the trauma that your clients have experienced in terms of making them feel that at least the civil justice system has a chance of working for them?
So one of the hardest things a survivor can do is to walk into court and tell their story, usually with their abuser sitting a few feet away, and to a judge who may or may not believe them. And a lot of times part of the pattern of power and control involves abusers telling their victims, no one's going to believe you. Everybody loves me. They think I'm a great guy, and no one's ever going to believe you. So just walking into the courtroom requires a huge amount of courage. And so when someone does that, you know, we do everything we can to make sure they are prepared for that. They understand what's going to happen. And we do that in a way where we try and minimize re-traumatization. Every single step of the way, from the way our intake is conducted to the way we handle our preps, is with an eye towards trying to minimize the trauma and minimize re-traumatizing. Because the system can't always do that. A lot of times walking into that courtroom is traumatizing. And so we prepare our clients for exactly what to expect. We help them try and manage the effects of the trauma, and we understand. We understand the gaps in memory. We understand when people can't tell their story in a linear way, and we try and help them frame it for them to understand what happened to them. But, you know, in the case of court, for the judge to be able to understand, for them not to get lost in the fact that this isn't being told linear. We can ask questions, we can guide, and we can do everything we can to try and protect our client. But ultimately, they have to walk into that courtroom, and that is not an easy thing to do.
Monica Grau is the let me see, get the title right, is the co-chief attorney of the Domestic Violence Representation Project of Legal Services of New Jersey, LSNJ, which is really the flagship organization that represents people in this state who do not have the means to pay an attorney. And as such, and based on what I know of LSNJ, it always takes a sort of statewide view of what the challenges are and always has ideas for how to make it better. Tell us what you're seeing and what you see, Monica, as the solutions?
So there's definitely a lot of angles to take. And, we are the statewide legal services office. We're fortunate, in addition to our work, to have local legal services office. Happy to see our staff from the Jersey City office here today, trying our best to provide advice and assistance, mostly really in non-criminal arenas, but that doesn't mean that that doesn't intersect with what clients are seeing and what they're asking us about. We are the attorneys who call clients back. We are the attorneys who pick up the phone and make sure that there's someone that questions can be asked to. And our clients and victims do not exist in the silos. The work I do is I represent victims in restraining and protective order hearings in family court. But guess what? When I'm on the phone and serving the client to the best of my ability, they have so many other issues. And I'm fortunate that in our office, we have attorneys who handle utility issues and foreclosures and bankruptcy and other family law issues. But for the clients and the population that we're really talking about today, some of the areas that we really see need, even beyond what we've been talking about in criminal and restraining order, protective order court, is in custody cases. We have these victims who are trying to maybe get children back, or in divorce cases trying to get access to their children, or who might be incarcerated and want to see their children. All of that can intersect with what we do. And these victims who might be serving a sentence or are trying to reenter, but there's that entire family life that they need to get back into. And that's a family court perspective for the same population, where I don't think the judges and the judiciary is educated well enough on that and the trauma aspects that we've all been talking about and how that might represent in order to try and bring families back together. We're also asked a lot of questions about criminal. And I really wish that there was some capacity for clients to get trauma-informed representation in criminal cases. We unfortunately have a lot of victims who come to us who have been charged criminally. A lot of what we see is a lot of municipal matters, but I wish that there was a way we could say, hey, your public defender has been trained in trauma, or if it's county-based, there's a public defender at the county level that is trained in serving victims and understanding that trauma at your level, so that they're dealing with someone who's not just looking at a piece of paper and a record, but who's able to more holistically serve that victim in the criminal system. Because I think if representation reflected that more directly, that could try to avoid some of the harsher impacts and realities that these victims who are being criminalized are seeing. And I think a lot of what the conversation that us in victim services, I don't think we don't do enough, is we don't have to have these conversations if we have better conversations and services around prevention. And if we can stop these actions from happening in what we do, then we don't have as much of this that we have to really throw ourselves into. If we can really get to, whether it be the youth, or someone called out earlier today that the abusers are surrounded by these third parties. If we act more in that way to stop these things from happening, then I'd love to be out of a job. I tell people that all the time. I would love to have something else to do, but until the victims aren't here. But that's where I think we also need to put our thoughts and efforts to as well. And that's part of what legal services, we're always trying not only to be on the back end, but provide as much education and information as we can more holistically to try to avoid any kind of that suffering to begin with.
So Monica, you have the opportunity here to speak to our legislators. What's your recommendation about what they can do, how the law should change to make your life easier, or to put it your way, to put you out of a job?
I would love to be out of a job, but still get the paycheck. Can anyone figure that part out for me? I'll be in the back at the end. But I think that there are these great opportunities. And, a few years ago, there was a Supreme Court committee specifically on domestic violence where recommendations were made. And I'm happy to say that some of them have been implemented. When it comes to the restraining order practice, we got some additional laws that we could use against domestic violence abusers. And we got the concept of criminal coercion, which was implemented last year. So I think from a restraining order perspective in New Jersey, especially, we got the shout out for New Jersey. We do have a very protective law, but I think, like the bill that we've been talking about throughout today, having some aspects where the full story of a victim can really be told would really be, a great step forward. So this way, when I'm dealing with someone on the family law end, there's less concern about the implications criminally, and that hopefully they'll be able to go home to their families.
So we'll turn to our legislators in a moment, but before we do, I think this happens every year. We always have the one person who can talk from the perspective of the judge. And as always, we have the best judge ever in the history of New Jersey here, Madeline Cox-Arleo. I'm very objective about that. And so Judge, you don't actually handle state court, you're a federal judge, and so you don't handle state court criminal or civil matters, but you're listening to this whole discussion about how victims are treated in court and how defendants who have themselves been victimized are treated in court. What do you do in your courtroom to, and I know it's a lot, to assure that their dignity and that their stories are told?
Thanks, Larry. I just want to begin by saying how moved I was by hearing the stories of the victims today. And that I am very, very sorry that the system failed you. I'm so sorry that judges and prosecutors and lawyers took advantage of you and abused you. And that makes my blood boil. And I am very sorry. And I hope we're in a better place coming forward. And that I tell you with as much sincerity as I can muster, it is not your fault. And that these kind of events give opportunity for victims to be heard. And your stories will stay with me. And they will stay with people in this room. And they will stay with me when I have the next case. So thank you for having the courage to speak out and share your stories today. So I hope things have gotten better. I sit on a federal court where the U.S. Attorney's Office has they have victims advocates, that everything is handled in a way that feels so much better than the stories I've heard today. But judges are human and they need to be educated. And so any opportunities that you have when you're in court, mostly it's in state court, be as creative as you can. Use expert witnesses all the time. Teach the judges judges are trained about evidence rules. They're trained to see like, oh, if there's a gap in memory or there's an inconsistency, someone might be lying. Educate judges. They need to be educated. They don't learn this in law school. They don't learn this when they go to judge school. Teach them about the science. Teach them about the social science behind the suffering of victims. And it is just the result of suffering. And that is something that we all need to do. These kind of events, bar events, using experts in a courtroom. I can't tell you how impressed I am by everyone on this panel who has really put the protection of victims at the core of what they do as professionals. And only those kind of efforts will make the court system better and the criminal justice system better. And it's not just the judge, it's the prosecutors, it's the defense counsel. It is everyone, it's the social workers, and all the laws in the world that we're going to hear from our speaker don't really matter if those laws don't come alive in a courtroom and victims aren't protected. So it's our responsibility, all of us, to make sure the word is out and that victims are respected for what they've been through and not victimized again in a courtroom.
In addition to victims, part of this panel has to do with the fact that women who commit crimes, when it's completely understandable that they did so, sometimes appear in courts. And in fact, the Survivors Justice Act is really about the way the criminal defendants are treated, either at the time of sentencing or after. What's your perspective on the way criminal defendants who have a story to tell should be able to tell that story, and how does that go down in your courtroom, which I actually know the answer to? But
So I can only speak to what I know, which is the federal court. And I like to think that we sentence individuals and crimes and people who have stories, and a lot of effort and time and care is put into preparing the courts for the story of victims. And that is time well spent for judges to learn the story. And I take those stories very personally. And I hope my colleagues and I know I do, that I begin every sentence when I see victimization. The way I began my remarks today is apologizing to victims. I see victims all the time, and I try to weigh that into an appropriate sentence. And I've learned that when I do apologize, because someone has to apologize to someone when this happens. I mean, they go through life and no one ever told them it was wrong, and no one ever said, I'm sorry that you were failed by us. Children who were failed. Men and women who grew up and got involved in other issues that are like adjacent to their victimization, right? Whether it's drugs or addiction or whatever it is, it all arose from that trauma that happened when they were 8 or 10 or 12 years old. So even though you look at it and say, well, that doesn't explain why they were selling drugs, well, it does. And telling that story and letting someone who is going to render a sentence know the whole story goes a long way to rendering a fair and just verdict.
I would recommend to everybody here that if you have a time, federal courts are public. If you have the opportunity to go watch a sentencing before Judge Arleo, it is an extraordinary experience because she speaks to whether it's victims or defendants in a way that is so compassionate and humanizing. And she says she hopes her colleagues do that. Nobody does it like her. And I think you all got a taste of that from those remarks. Okay, so now, so we have, as I said before, amazing members of our legislature here today to sort of take this all in. And we're going to finish up after that by talking to a few people from NJRC who are here. I'd love to hear from each of you what your reaction is to this and what you think the legislative initiatives ought to be. So let me start with Senator Ruiz, who actually has been a huge supporter with regard to the Survivors Justice Act, and ask you, so what have you learned? What are you going to do about it?
So I've learned great things. First, I don't know where there's the governor. Thank you for bringing us together. So the running joke is that he does this on Holy Thursday before, and this time he really guilted me. So that's why I'm here. I would love to be here every year. And today I was like, oh, Jim, but it's always wonderful because when you hear it from the lens, and I want to thank Myrna for sharing her story here. It's not an easy thing to repeat over and over again, but to use that perspective for justice is an extraordinary thing, and I'm grateful. So you're hearing key critical things here, right? You just heard the judge talk, and I'm a super fan. The governor will tell you this, of creating court structures that focus particularly on issues. New Jersey is at the forefront of our mental health diversion court. Now you get a judiciary bench that's more focused on what the issues are. You get a network of resources surrounding the particular case. And so it's a more vested kind of a focused lens on that issue. Talking about the opportunities of creating a court system for, domestic violence in and of itself. Thinking about how fortunate we are in Essex County, we'll be opening a new family court center. And when we were designing it, in particular, talking about making sure that the abuser and the victim are not coming in at, through the same spaces, or having to sit in waiting rooms where when you thought you had the courage, but then he gives you that look that then you will walk into the courtroom and not tell your truth to have your justice served. Very proud of you. You've heard, I've been able to sponsor some DV bills, especially in the strangulation sector, which I think has been critically important. There's a pattern there, and now New Jersey is ahead of that. Assemblywoman Eliana Pintor-Marin and the speaker and myself, I think imminently in the next couple of weeks, will be dropping a Survivors Justice Act. There has to be training, but most importantly, when I look at this year's budget, we sit up here talking about all these issues, but we know that the fundamental thing here is going to have to come down to financial resources. So we can talk about all of these things, but if we don't find a way to fund them and really put them into practice, everything is moot. Legal aid completely stripped, and these are difficult times. Don't get me wrong, but when you think about a woman who needs access to a safe place to live, resourced family justice center in the county that has been cut in this budget. An attorney to represent her and her family moving forward, not sure if, obviously, she may not be able to afford it, or to now go to a place where it has been so decimated with finances. And so it's a big, broad picture. There's a lot of responsibility on our shoulders, but I think that, you know, we will do the right thing. We've demonstrated that over and over again, but it's approaching this from a common sense lens in the way we're hearing, right? This is what you need. We need training for correctional officers. You know, up until recently, until I sponsored the bill, DV orders were not given in different languages. So now you're, you know, in this submissive post, you don't understand the language. Nobody is engaging with you in a space that you can understand. Amplify those feelings 3, 4, 15 times over. And so it's really looking at it at how do we do this, recognizing that women are disproportionately affected in these spaces when these cases are brought before court. And so, you know, training, advocacy, resourcing the different entities like New Jersey Reentry, Legal Aid, et cetera, talking about a real comprehensive kind of court lens where we can bring in the victim and have that network of understanding. And if afterwards set up for, you have to build your life all over again. And the other thing sometimes, and I know you guys are gonna like think like this is strange or whatever, is really talking about other issues. I've heard stories, we have the Family Justice Center in our building, and they do phenomenal work. And sometimes families don't leave because they have a pet. And so we don't even think about like all these other factors that get into play. I think it's important for us to come together more than just once a year because everyone needs to hear it. So that's what I have.
Cindy said that she's a big fan of New Jersey, and you can see why with these sorts of incredibly smart, thoughtful, and courageous legislators. Ileana, let me, so Assemblywoman, Ileana's my old friend. Senator Ruiz talked about funding, and one of the big responsibilities you have as chair of the Assembly Budget Committee is to think about how these sorts of initiatives can be funded, as well as the substance of them itself. And you and I talked when we were down at the State House a couple of weeks ago about the Survivors Justice Act. What's your thoughts on funding some of what you've heard about today?
So thank you very much, Larry. First, I want to say thank you very much to Governor McGreevey. I adore him, and I consistently say this year after year that I've been here, that he really makes me be here, is the fact that if it wasn't for that man, we wouldn't even be talking about now, fast forward years later, women and domestic violence and incarceration, right? Because he's really the person that really started these hard conversations about people that are being incarcerated and coming out. So I really want to just give him a shout out because I try to remind people all the time that he's the reason why we're here today. But, you know, as we had talked about, you know, throughout the last couple of years, you know, Senator Ruiz on the Senate side and myself, and I really want to say thank you to the speaker because he's here today and he's already counting in his head the amount of money that I'll be sitting down having a conversation with him about. It's important, right? Because I think some of the things that you've seen throughout the last couple of years and things that have become successful is because it's not just about the policy that we're putting behind it, but it's really about some of the funding, right? Because funding helps some of the policy really get started and enacted. And when you talk about, you know, teaching and really you talk about judges that are going to be learning about potentially some of the new legislation that's going to be done, there's a money component to it. And I think that we always talk about like, you know, well, we're spending money, but these are dollars that are really, you know, put forth so that in the long run, there's a savings factor, right? And, you know, whether it's just funding domestic violence throughout the last couple of years, whether it's talking about some of the changes that have been done at the jails, especially when you talk about our female incarceration, when you're talking about legal aid and the fact that it's not just, you know, a criminal aspect, there's a DV aspect, there's a civil aspect. These are all the things that like we've been able to do throughout the last couple of years and been fortunate so that there is a long-term along a time return on our dollar. And I think it's important this year. It's going to be very, very tough. And as we're even talking about, the Domestic Violence Social Justice Act, it's going to be tougher because we know that in order for the policy to be great, we know that we need leaders in this space to be proactive, to learn themselves so that then they can advocate for the victims that they're working with. So, I've been very fortunate throughout the last couple of years. I know that the speaker has worked, with myself and other legislators in making sure that some of these items are funded in the budget. And I think that this year there's going to be critical moments as well that we need to make sure that the truly critical components of what makes New Jersey continue to stand out in this space that we're going to be funded. So thank you for sharing all of your stories. For myself, and I know I could say this for Senator Ruiz, I have 3 girls. She has one daughter, and it's making sure that we put in this space and that we're doing groundwork that is set in place for the future. Because what we heard today, we want to come back in a couple of years and be able to hear the stats and how incredibly they've changed. And for me, there's a personal aspect to this. Because we all know whether you're in reentry because you might have made a wrong decision and you just happened to get caught, or now in this space, you ended up with someone that you thought was the right person and you made a big mistake. So I think in all of this, there's a personal aspect. And I'm so truly grateful to all of you that have shared the stories, because it's your stories that make us legislators want to work hard and do things to change for the future. So thank you.
So Ileana did a very good introduction of our speaker. Craig, we're so grateful that you come to this every year. And every year you listen hard and you react. And we see that happening in the months and years after we have these sessions. So let me ask you, as I think I do pretty much every year, what have you learned? And listening to this, what's your resolve as to what the Assembly, and you obviously have tremendous influence on the entire legislature, will do in the months and years to come?
Well, thank you, Larry. And it's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, I think I've been here now 4 or 5, or how long you've been doing it, I think. And I thank my dear friend, Governor McGreevy, for inviting me year after year. I guess I haven't gotten too many things wrong because you keep inviting me back. But I think seminars like this and other things like this, no matter what the area is, are critically important. We're regular people, those of us who serve in the legislature, right? And we have an immense amount of areas of consideration that we have. And so understanding from the people who live and work and are affected by whatever it is that the topic may be is critically important, right? I can't understand or know what it's like to be the victim of domestic violence, right? Because I haven't been. I can't truly appreciate things. And so when Kate talked about vacatur and the psychological impact on that, that's something I've just learned today, right? Because you don't necessarily think about those things. And so the NJRC has done a marvelous job at educating us about the critical nature of being supportive of people who are trying to straighten their lives out, re-enter society, become important members and valuable members of society once again. And so coming to a seminar like this or a symposium like this and hearing from the people who live it and work it and who are committed in their both professional and personal lives to improving things and making a difference is critically important. So to everyone on the panel, thank you for the work that you do, for the difference that you make, and for the caring that you bring to everything. And I think it's been effective. I think I'm privileged to work with Senator Ruiz and Assemblywoman Pinto Marin. I'm smart enough to recognize that they're better at most everything than I am. And so I say, that's a good idea. But they're not disagreeing, right? Yeah. Well, I'm true. It's true. So when you come together and then you have the spirit, I had a count that we were, they listed all the bills that we've passed and have been signed into law that we've passed in the Assembly. There's like 14 bills that we have done around the area of domestic violence, right? That doesn't, give us a round of applause. And get out and vote for us. I'm sorry, I'm wrong stage. Sorry, I apologize. But that comes about from going to things like this and to talking to people who live and work and make a difference in the area and from really understanding what it means. Some of the things you are just intuitively there for you, or at least they ought to be, right? That this is wrong. And so we ought to change that we make the rules. That's what the 120 of us who are in the legislature do. We're rule makers. And understanding how those rules affect people is really important. And so coming to something like this and to hearing from people like you is really informing. And that's something that we should take back, and I think we do. I think we have had a really good record at legislating in this area. And I think we have done a really good job at continuing to say we need to do better, because we always can. And the world evolves and the world's changed. It's an evolutionary process. And we continue to learn and do well. So what have I learned today? Well, I've learned a few things. I've learned how it's been reminded or learned that you need to take a more holistic approach to somebody who's standing in front of your judge, or when you're making a rule about how that applies to somebody who is a victim, and that's the reason that they're there. Even it was years before that. The process of survivorship isn't over like that, right? When something changes, it doesn't mean you're back to a place where you would have or ought to deserve to have been years before that. So we need to take a holistic approach to that. Things happen for reasons, and that ought to be taken into account. I think judges ought to look at people when they're sentencing, and particularly they have a right to know the person's background and history and how it led them to that spot. I think you ought to be able to look at that person and treat them the way you'd want your daughter or your cousin or your niece to be treated. You'd want somebody to hear their story. You'd want somebody to listen to what they had to say and explain to them, like, I'm not the person that this crime might lead you to believe. I did this because of this. And I think a fair reading of that, I think that's why one of the reasons that diversionary programs are probably better, because I think they offer a larger opportunity to have a more holistic approach to that. And you can do that, and lots of judges do. I'm sure Judge Arlia does that all of the time. I had the privilege of being a judge once for a number of years. It was only in municipal, not only, but it was in municipal courts. There was a lot of traffic tickets, but awful lot of domestic violent cases as well. Because back in those days, we would issue the arrest warrants and subpoenas and things like that. But this was, I'll give you the story. And I've never forgotten it, obviously. I was a judge 20 odd years ago, and a woman was in at Christmas time, and she didn't have insurance. She was charged with driving without insurance. And, you lose your driver's license for a year. And for most of us, we understand that losing your driver's license for a year is probably going to put you in unemployment. If it messes up your entire life, you may have kids. She had been a domestic violence victim in the past. And she, like most people who don't have insurance, they don't have insurance because they can't afford it. It's not because they don't want to get it or they don't want to willingly violate the law. And she said, look, I'm guilty. I didn't have it. I didn't have it because I couldn't afford it. I didn't have it because my husband and I are split up because of, what happened. So I'm not really sure, so don't dime me out on this. I don't know if I could really do this. I was the prosecutor at the time, so I dismissed it. I had no basis for dismissing it. I just dismissed it. I said, Merry Christmas. and that was nice, but the point of it is well, the lady broke down and cried. And I think it was because she had been through a system that kicked her around for a very long time. Every time she turned around, she was getting kicked in the shins or something. And it was harder. And she had to fight through this and she had to fight through that. And court can be very intimidating. Just the mere act of walking into it is intimidating, right? It's designed, by the way, to be intimidating because the judge sits higher than everybody else. We look down on everybody, and you can look over your glasses and really intimidate people. But so if you don't know and you're not certain, and now you have to talk about something that is you've tried to suppress or you've tried to put behind you, and you got to look at the person who's the responsible person for this stuff. I can't imagine how hard that must be. So but the way we do that is to take what we learn here, we make it a rule, and then we hope that the institutions that are governed by those things take it to heart. And I think we are, and that's where the funding part comes in. I'm a President Biden fan. So President Biden said, don't tell me about your values. Show me your budget and I'll tell you what your values are. And yeah, he should have won. But that's true, right? Because that's what we do. We back up what we're saying by making an investment and making sure that those things get carried out. And so we will, Meliana is right, Senator is right. We're going to have, this is a tricky year. We're not in as good a place as we have been. But we'll look at that because we want to back up the things that's right. We passed the Survivors Justice Act. We make sure we put some oomph behind it, and we do that by investing in that in the budget. So all of those things come together, I think, at once. And all of those things are the way we can make the state of New Jersey better. I'm always happy when I hear from people saying, boy, New Jersey's really good at this, or we follow the New Jersey rule, or other states look to us. That's great. That's where we should be. I think we're the best state around. Yeah, we are. And I think we do a lot of good things. And I think we've had some real success in sort of changing those things and sticking up for people. So that's what I've learned today, that there's more work to be done, that we need to make sure that we look at people from a holistic perspective. Maybe we need to look at doing things more in a diversionary way. Make sure survivors' history is part of who they are, and then back it up with a commitment to be supportive. So thanks for letting me be with you, everybody. Thanks for teaching me.
Thanks, Greg. You mentioned the Survivors Justice Act, and you also talked about how we're in New Jersey, we try to stay ahead of the curve. Not necessarily so when it comes to Survivors Justice Acts, and this is an area that Eliane and I have talked about this quite a bit, where we have catch up to do. We're going to finish this panel by talking to a few people from who are intimately involved in this. One of them is from NJRC is Courtney Fulcher, who's spent a tremendous amount of time studying Survivors Justice Acts around the country. So let Courtney be the first from NJRC to talk about that and maybe inspire us to, in fact, catch up, which we need to do.
Yes, Larry requested that I recite my list, so I'm going to recite my list now. So the first state to do anything kind of equivalent to a Survivors Justice Act was in 2002, California allowed prisoners to petition via habeas corpus for charges of murder and manslaughter. In 2009, this was expanded, and a bill was introduced in 2012. California began allowing vacatur for human trafficking survivors, sexual assault survivors, and survivors of domestic violence. This is only for nonviolent crimes. And then in 2011, the first New York DVSJA was introduced. This is what the Survivors Justice Act in other states is modeled after for the most part. And even though it was introduced in 2011, it didn't pass until 2019. In 2015, Illinois passed sentencing reform. But unfortunately, between 2015 and 2023, when the act was revised, only 4 women were resentenced this way. In 2022, Pennsylvania introduced a Survivors Act. It failed in the legislature, unfortunately. In 2022, we revised vacatur for human trafficking survivors in New Jersey to allow vacatur for most offenses, as Kate mentioned already. So in 2023, Illinois reformed their sentencing. In 2024, Illinois reformed their sentencing again. So again, this is unfortunately an ongoing process. in a lot of places. In 2024, the Oklahoma legislature overcame a gubernatorial veto to pass the Oklahoma Survivors Act. In 2025, 11 states have introduced Survivors Justice Acts.
So we don't want to be behind Oklahoma for sure, right? I want to finish up with a couple of the key people at New Jersey Reentry Corporation. It's one of the great privileges and honors of my life to be on the board of NJRC and to work with these people. I'm going to start with Rahat Chad, who's the general counsel. And many of you probably know her. She's amazing. And Rahat, I know you are aware of the various specific programs that, when it comes to the reentry space, that advantage women. And I wanted to particularly ask you about the Same Sky Foundation grant that I know that NJRC gets. And maybe you could describe what the level of support is for those kinds of programs and what NJRC is doing to promote those.
Sure, thank you, Larry, and good afternoon, everyone. So the Same Sky grant, it's actually a micro grant generously provided to the New Jersey Reentry Corporation from the Francine Lafrac Foundation. And the focus of the micro grants is to assist our women clients to get them out of the hurdles that they may be facing that's holding them back from being able to get to the next step in order to successfully reenter. And so through that grant, we've been able to provide dozens of women with the necessary financial support to be able to do that. And that the grant has provided for rental assistance, back rent, which includes back rent, and also any fees related to legal assistance, fees related to municipal court matters, anything that we have determined is holding these women back and not allowing them to be able to get out of a tough situation, so that they are able to move past the situation they're in and be able to move on and properly reenter. So it's been hugely successful. We are so grateful, of course, to the Francine Lafrac Foundation. We actually just renewed another year for that donation agreement, which is very exciting. So I'm looking forward to being able to assist more of our women clients get the necessary assistance that they need.
And do you want to say anything more about the programs, particularly that NJRC has with regard to victims of domestic violence, sexual abuse, and human trafficking?
Sure. So we have, of course, our Women's Project, and Dr. Bachman manages Dr. Bachman, our medical director, who was on an earlier panel. She manages that program, and we all heard from her. And she goes into the Edna Mahon facility with other of our staff members and assists the women in receiving the necessary healthcare services that they may need, and any other services that they may need. And we also have our Circle of Care, which is a support group for our women participants. And the point of the Circle of Care, again, obviously to provide support for the women, but make a being for us to be able to understand firsthand what their needs are, what resources they need, and to be able to link them to those resources and to provide them with the services that they need.
Thanks, Rahat. Our final speaker is Damon Watson, and I hope you all know him. He's amazing. He's the Senior Director of Legal Services and Corporate Development. I know him more in that legal services capacity, where he's the one who's responsible for getting lawyers to assist the clients of NJRC, and he does an extraordinary job of it. When it comes, Damon, to reentry services that are being provided, though, to victims like this, you come at this really from a very personal perspective. And we've talked a lot about the direct victims today, but there's indirect victims too. And Damon is one of those. So I'd like for him to talk a little bit about that as we finish up today, and to talk about how that affects his resolve to help the people who we've talked about today.
Well, I'm still blushing at being called a key member of NJRC, but
I was going to try to bury the lead, and I was going to say, and I'm one of them. But you did.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all right. We didn't talk about it.
Mhm.
So look, I came to New Jersey Reentry about 4.5 years ago, and NJRC was my second chance. I went to a pretty good law school, same law school as Larry, and I had a pretty successful.
We're standing up to the Trump administration, our law school right now, just so you
Yes,
know.
we are. But depression, addiction, incarceration, homelessness, they had different ideas for me. But when I was incarcerated in Los Angeles County Jail, I read about New Jersey Reentry, and I had been extradited from here. So I said, I'm going to go back there. That's where I need to work. And I got a second chance. But that's why I'm at NJ Reentry. But the reason that I'm on this panel, and to extend on the comment about how men need to be up here, I begged to participate on this panel because some of my earliest memories, and now that I know more about trauma, I think I can probably draw a straight line from those memories to everything that happened in my life, were of my father mercilessly and savagely beating my mom. I have one vivid memory. This is really hard to talk about, where I probably saved her life. And he was going to drop a rocking horse on her head. And I ran in. I was probably 5, 6, I don't know. And I was like, no, Dad, stop, please. Right. And he didn't, and he left. But that's where I'm coming at this from. So there are folks out there that are incarcerated, and they come to us. And many of them were women that were criminalized victims of abuse, but many of them were children that suffered trauma, right? And a lot of them were little boys that were helpless to help them. So if you could,
Take your time.
I work with Rahat, and I told her, I said, yeah, I'm going to cry. It's going to suck, but I'll see what I can do. And she patted me on the back. I know, if you work with me and you ever see me speak, I cry a lot. It's really kind of embarrassing, but some things can only be cleansed through tears, right? So, but when people come into our program, we have a lot of people with stories that work here. And we will fight impossible fights so that you can have a better life.
You can see why we saved Damon for last. We thank you to this extraordinary. Oh, sorry, Myrna, you have something you want to say? Yeah. Just a few seconds.
Two things I really want to say.
Speak into the mic.
This opportunity. And as a survivor and a returning citizen, I have a few needs, and I just would like to present them very quickly. And I think we definitely need some type of mitigating factor that focuses on domestic violence and trauma to help victims. That needs to be retroactive at that. Because once our clemency policy initiative is done, we still have innocent people sitting that are victims within our facilities, and that needs to be addressed.
And that is part of the Survivors Justice Act, and we will push for it very hard.
We need diversion programs that are pre-arrest, pre-court, that concentrate on mental health and drug abuse. I also would like to take a few minutes to say, as a returning citizen who's a survivor, I still have trauma. I live with trauma. Trauma doesn't leave me. And we have a lot of returning citizen groups that need support, need funding, and need to be acknowledged, because it's a lot of work, the work that is being done. And it's not a 9 to 5, because when I'm in stress and I call, I need transportation, I need to eat, they pick up the phone and they say, okay, well, let's see what we can do to help you to stay productive and be able to accomplish the things that you want to be. I'm a fully employed person right now. And because of these organizations, I wouldn't be here right now. Successful, working, taking care of family, being a provider for my children for the first time after 18 years. So I have to say thank you to returning citizens, the Land Foundation, Meet Her at the Gate, Urban League and Elizabeth, Leading Ladies, Habuku Organization, and New Jersey Reentry, because I'm a person who was married and divorced twice. Because of my trauma, it's just part of my growth. And New Jersey Reentry went through thick and thin to help me obtain a state ID that's required. They had to submit applications. Motor vehicles, sometimes it's not the easiest and friendliest organization to work with. But I have to applaud, and I hope support and funding is granted to these organizations to keep doing what they're doing and dedicating all this time and work to help people like myself continue to be productive and reintegrate into society in a good way. with
Thank you.
support.
Yeah, thank you so much. And so come back next year and we'll report back to you on how we did, how the legislature did and how we all did.
I have one more thing, I'm so sorry. I also think we need to revisit the language of the things or documents that are currently out within our society. While I was doing my research, I came across the New Jersey SAFE Act. If I can read it very quickly. I'm not sure if everyone here is familiar with the New Jersey SAFE Act, but it has to do with domestic violence and sexual assault. The New Jersey Security and Financial Empowerment Act is still in effect in New Jersey. It provides eligible employees with up to 20 days of unpaid leave in a 12-month period to address circumstances resulting from domestic violence or sexual assault. 20 days. That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable. That type of language needs to be revisited, revamped, and redone. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have a round of applause for our panel? Thank you. And we have our last panel coming forward, the Critical Services for Women Survivors of Violence. And if they could please come forward.
Stress.
Would you have your U.S. citizenship?
No, thank you. He blames you as well.
No.
Don't blame me. There's only one person to blame, and it's not.
No, but you'll be there yet.
No, thank you. Love you. I think it's 15. I heard I've been doing this for too long. I like a palm tree. Like a how much you got left?
Exactly.
Almost 4? Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator.
I'm supposed to be last.
You can. No, you're second to last. Oh. No. See, he's gonna buy you. Just 4.
All right, our last panel, come on up. Margaret, Beth, Helen, Robert, Shaylee, Adrian, Dennis, Iko, Anna, Tamika, Cheryl, Dr. Regina, Thomas, and Keisha.
Don't be a What a DJ. This is the party at. Don't be a slide. Now, the party. We can just party. How you doing for the DJ, baby? And you must sing oh, yeah.
All right, Tamika, what do women need when they're coming home? Let's give it up for Craig Coughlin, speaker. Hey, if you have friends in 19th District, vote early and often. Dr. Bachman, what do you need when you come home?
We testing. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Come on, wake him up.
Wake
Tamika.
him up. Let's go. Hi, everybody. Are y'all ready?
So let me tell you what we need when we come home. We still need to have the courage, and we still need to have people to be able to open up their doors and don't be afraid. We need to make sure we have access. That is one of the key things I think and I believe, and I'm talking about good access, not just access when people just want to just hear your story and don't do anything about it. I'm talking about when you say something, you mean it, and we can get right to it, Governor.
Thank you. And I think one of the really interesting areas is, Shailene, could you just talk about women coming home and what are the services they need?
One of the first services they need is compassion. They need workshops to help them build their self-esteem, and we help them get jobs. That's our number one thing.
And so, Adrian, when you talk about the New Jersey Coalition and Domestic Violence, what do the survivors of domestic violence need in addition to coming home?
So in addition to coming home, they need.
Lace.
So in addition to coming home, I think they need the services, or I know that they need the services.
Could you speak louder?
Similar, sure. Similar to what everyone has addressed when talking about trauma and trauma responsive services. So it's one thing to be trauma informed, but it means something different to be trauma responsive and knowing how to respond to trauma so that we're meeting people where we are, we're prioritizing their needs and priorities that they identify.
And so when, being trauma informed, taking care, Tamika talked about compassion. Beth, what other specific services are needed?
Okay, so now you can hear me? All right, so the woman to my right here, Margaret, is from Women Rising, and groups like Women Rising do a really great job of helping women when they're first coming back, women who are DV survivors, and women who are coming out of incarceration. And my organization, the Linda organization, we work with other organizations. So we're sort of like the Aflac of nonprofits. We fill in where, I know it's a really bad joke, but we fill in where the other groups cannot do that. And so what we basically do is for our incarcerated women, we give, coming out on parole, we give them a list of things that they can check off, whatever it is they need. Some of them are going to halfway houses, some of them are going to shelters. If they're going to a shelter, they can only bring what they can carry in their bags. And so we try to make sure that they get every single thing they can. Lately, parole has been coming back to us and saying, someone who came out last week needs an outfit for their new job. They need a red shirt, tan pants. We do anything we can to find it. So this is what we need. We need everything. These women need everything.
So they need comprehensive services. So Regina, you not only work for the AFT, you're ordained pastor, you're former Secretary of State. When you see women coming home to the church, and how do you help them to get the services they need after these very difficult, painful journeys? How do you help them find the courage to ask for help?
I think one, and I think the number one thing that many of these women need is a level of compassion. When we talk to them, there can be no judgment zone.
That's right.
A no judgment zone. And faith leaders must keep a resource manual at hand because we don't always have the resources at the church. And every now and then throwing our faith at folk is not what they need, because in many instances, it is the faith that got them into trouble. It is a pastor that was abusive. It is someone that was a deacon. And so I think by keeping a resource guide, staying connected to New Jersey Reentry and many of these leaders that are on this panel, so that we can in fact be the triage in which they are connected to services, and follow them. Don't let them leave once you give them the pamphlet. Making sure that you always pick up the phone and call them to make sure that they have the necessary services. And we must go back to what I believe the church of old did. We got to reach out. When this ain't no social media type atmosphere, you need to look these sisters in the eye and show them the compassion and faith and move forward. And that is my level of sensitivity. And from a school standpoint, representing teachers and stuff, we got to make sure that when these women come in, it's just not them all the time. It's their children, it's their grandchildren,
It's the whole
it's their
family.
nieces and nephews that all are impacted within a school system.
No, that's right. So Cheryl, could you grab up? So Cheryl runs something called Mercy House, and you take all of our women, many of them victims of domestic violence, sexual abuse, trafficking, and you love them. And what do these women need?
So when they come to us.
You guys be close.
Oh, sorry. So when they come to the Mercy House, the first thing we want them to know that this is their home, this is a safe place, and that this is where they could come. They have a room, they have a clean room. A lot of them just come with the clothes on their back. We give them right away, we spring into action. I always say we have acres and acres of grass and no fences. We're on call. Anyone that knows me, it's 24/7, no matter what. They come, we give them what they need. And we also, the first thing we offer them, we want to offer them healing immediately. We're blessed in the Archdiocese of Newark. We have a healing ministry that we can give them. Like you say, we don't just, we offer them healing if they need it. Nothing is ever forced. But we give them help with jobs. But like I said, they could stay there, they're safe. I tell them when they come, they're with us, they're home, it's a sanctuary. They're under this place now, because a lot of times they have to be careful. We don't know who's, what situation they came from. So we want them to feel that, they're, no one's gonna harm them again. And we have to make sure that, we work with the police to know that, that they're there, and there's not that they're there, that, that these women know that once they get to Mercy House, then they could take a deep breath and know that they're finally home. And Jim, when they get there with me, that they're gonna get what they need.
Yep. Helen, so you could tell us, and Helen was with the YWCA in Northern New Jersey and a great partner. Helen, so what do you provide in terms of the YWCA? One of your employees started clapping. That's what you call a payroll patriot. All right, Helen, so what does the Y do?
So, and that is one of our amazing team members back there, Kim Sarara. And
Hey, Kim.
yes, and Tracy is here as well. Kim is our case manager and Tracy is our clinician. And the YWCA of Northern New Jersey actually came into this work because of a phone call that connected the two of us. And we learned, I ended up co-facilitating one of the Circle of Care groups for many months during COVID. And during that process and listening, I'm a social worker by training myself. And during that process and listening to the women, we really became very educated on all the needs that they had. And so as a result, we ended up starting our reentry support services. And I think the beauty of it being nested at our organization, not only do we have so many wonderful partnerships now like we do with you, but our organization has a sexual violence resource center for the state of New Jersey in-house. It has workforce initiative, employment services in-house. We have some creative.
But what's unique for women who are survivors of domestic violence? So and candidly, I mean, we do a lot of good things in reentry, but you guys do so many great things focused solely on women. What does that person need when they're just walking out of that hell?
I mean, for us, what I see what they need is they need Kim and Tracy. They need someone who, as I heard someone say, non-judgmentally just being there for them and letting them speak about what they're finding. And again, when we listen to them and we hear what they're finding, then we can wrap around them with the supports, the ones that we have in-house because of our programs and the partnerships that we have externally. But housing, we hear over and over again as being a huge issue. Getting their IDs, all of these, the legal documents, very big issue, just the basics so that they can start to function. They're ready.
What do you think? What are some of the basic functions that are needed?
I think something that's transformational, not just resources, but something that actually transforms the lives of these women. I'm here as the third chair of the Jersey City Women's Advisory Board, and thank you so much, Governor, for this and for always having it. I think Holy Thursday makes me feel very close to the Lord right now and to this work. I think, CEDAW is the Convention for the Elimination of All Discrimination Against Women. And this was a UN convention that passed in 1979, but the United States has been one of the most developed countries that's not adopted it. And so we started looking at the advisory on a local level, how we can bring something, a Bill of Rights for women, and what does that mean? So oftentimes when we think about resources, we think of the states, but yet nothing really local. Local is where these women tend to come, back to their homes, to their base, and how can we transform their lives? Not just give them, yes, give them the basic resources they need, but how can they elevate?
So we saw policy, you talked about elevation, but you're also talking about local resources, as Beth said, as Helen said, on the local level. But I appreciate what you said, and that's why we did the order of the panel, because the previous panel was on survivors' justice, what should we do legislatively? But that's all well and good, God bless. But the end of the day is when Tamika came home, what was there for you when you came home from prison?
It was different for me, Governor, because before I even went in, I knew who I was. A lot of these women don't know who they are when they go in or when they come home. And I think sometimes you just need to know, don't let anybody else define you. You have to be able to define yourself. But then again, we do have resources out here, just like at the county building. Some people may need help with food stamps or to put food on their table. I have Yadi, I have Ebony here that goes out every single day with the 25 sites that we work with you, that some people just need their Medicaid, their welfare. And people think that's a joke, but it could be any one of us on any given Sunday. So I just think that sometimes you got to know who you are, stand for who you are, and don't stop until you get it.
Amen. Amen.
So Anna, in terms of the New Jersey Division of Women, what does the division do to promote for women who are victims of domestic violence, abuse, and trafficking? How do we get this message out to them for this array of services that Secretary Thomas referred to?
Right, so we, at the Division on Women, which sits within the Department of Children and Families, we administer funding, state and federal funding, to a whole network of providers, domestic violence and sexual violence around the state, and to a cohort of what we call culturally specific providers as well. And that's really an effort to get at those local communities, right? Understanding that a survivor is living within their own context, their own cultural context, and that we really need to be tailoring services to meet those needs for those survivors coming from those communities.
So I'm just going to jump over to Keish. Keish, so here you are with Anna, here you are with Aiko, here you are with Don. What is it, as a survivor leader, what is it that women need?
So
And could you do the microphone? I'm sorry to be a pain in the neck.
thank you for having us here. I'm originally from New York City.
I know, we don't mind that. We don't want our children to marry anybody from, no, I'm kidding.
We're proud to be here and we thank you for having us. We provide services to survivors. I'm a survivor myself, and I want every organization in this building to realize that they need survivors at the forefront.
Amen.
They need to have them on their advisory boards, telling them what they need, how they need to be served. We are very vulnerable and we need care, we need time, we need space, we need mental health, we need physical health, we need everything that there is, financial health. We need letters from providers, we need letters from service providers, we need assistance to get days off of work when we can't get up to go to work, but where we need to bring our children to school or to show up for ourselves in medical spaces. We need that space and that time, and we need the nurturing of our community. We need everybody on board and always having a survivor advocate at the forefront of your organization, being able to inspire you to always do the best that you can for us because we are very vulnerable.
And I appreciate your candor and your honesty and your strength. So when you say you're vulnerable, and I hear it, what do you see as the crushing time? What do you see as the lowest time for you when you came home, when you realized you're in this place? What was the most difficult, if you could share that?
So I am an immigrant. I was trafficked here as an infant. So for the majority of my life, I was living in this country undocumented and was not even able to find work which I ended up in situations where I had to do things for food, for shelter, so being able to understand the depth of things, being able to open up, sometimes shame, stigma, all of these things, just being able to go to a doctor's visit and not being stigmatized or looked down upon or feeling shameful. All of these things are things that we experience every day. Just walking into a door not knowing what we're going to expect. So that's why I'm saying every organization in here needs to be trauma informed. They need to be trained up to the point where you can understand that everyone who walks through that door needs to have that space to be able to heal. We need a healing community.
Amen. Thank you. And I just wanted to go over to Margaret. So Margaret, in terms of the response team, what's the first questions that you ask to the person who's seeking services?
What is it that they are in need of?
I'm sorry.
What is it that they're in need of?
And what's typically the response?
Well, if we're talking about the domestic violence response team, what is our main priority is to provide safety planning. That's number one. Because if they're filing for temporary restraining orders, filing criminal charges, that all is fine and good. That's their choice. But their safety is the most important to Women Rising. But I want to thank you, Governor, for the invite here today. But I was wondering if I could just take a few seconds of the time to give the history, just a very brief history of Women Rising. We've been in this community for 120 years. And yet today, thank you. And yet today, as I sat at the table upstairs talking with people, people still are not aware of all the services that Women Rising has to offer. And each and every service that I heard here today, all day long, is something that Women Rising provides. Whether it's going into the Hudson County Correctional Facility and offering educational support groups to incarcerated women, we do that. We have the domestic violence response teams that respond to all the police departments. We have an MOI trainer, method of instruction trainer that goes into the police academies and trains the police officers on domestic violence. We have all this. We have support group. We have safe housing. We have a children's coordinator to assist with the children to help them get through their shelter stay because it is very different. Their experiences. We have counselors, support groups.
So it's identifying those reservoirs of services in the community, Margaret. And what we're going to do, we said on the earlier, we're just going to put on our website the list of all those services.
That's
so
a
we'll
lot.
Make sure that, and Beth and I had a conversation earlier, how important it is throughout whatever region of the state. I mean, we do it for reentry services for our population, for women coming home from Ed and Mahon or county jail, but we'll do that. And Lacey will reach out to you and to everybody to make sure we put up on our website what it is that you want to share. But I just wanted to share for the women that are coming home that have been victimized and the survivors. Robert, what is the coalition? How do you connect women to these critical services, whether it's domestic violence or sexual abuse?
Thank you, Governor. Going to take that question and expand just a little bit.
Okay.
Because what we do to try to ensure that folks are connected to services is to really start to deconstruct the systemic oppression that exists out there. I thought you might ask me, like, what do women need? What do people need coming out of this? And as I was hearing other people speak, I was struck by, I'll paraphrase Justice Ginsburg. Get your foot off their neck. All of us. We've been talking about how this is a women's issue all day. If this was a women's issue, an organization that's been around for 120 years would have solved it by now. If this was a women's issue, all the capable, amazing women in this room, all the capable, amazing women that are survivors, that are advocates, that have been doing this work for so long, they would have solved this problem by now. It's not a women's issue, it's an us issue, and not just men. It's a societal issue. When we elevate to the most powerful positions on the globe, people who have caused sexual violence, sexual harm, people who have caused domestic violence and domestic harm, people who are violent offenders, and we give them additional power, that speaks to us as a society. And what we need to do is really come together and identify all these amazing people that are already doing this work, but who are not in the room. Who are the people who need to hear this message? Why is it that somebody can sit on the bench as a judge and never have gotten this training before? Why is it that somebody can be a law enforcement officer and not have gotten the training? Why is it that we can be colleagues with people who we know are causing harm? What was said before about the individual who went into court and the judge, the police officers, the prosecutors had all been Johns of a sex trafficking ring. That's not okay, but people know this. They might not be the ones out there causing harm, but they know that their colleagues are. So what we at NJ CASA do is try to really address those systemic harms that are so persistent, so pervasive. And it's not just about talking about sexual violence. It's talking about racism. It's making sure that our trans sisters have access to services as well. It's talking about homophobia, xenophobia. It's making sure that people who don't come to critical services like ours because they're afraid of being deported off the streets and locked up in a detention center in El Salvador, that they feel safe to come to our services.
So when we talk about the services and identifying services, and I like what you said, it's an us problem because it is an us problem. Dennis, how do you provide employment opportunities to these women? Because Tamika talked about coming home. Keish talked about coming home, trying to find job, trying to for work. Igo talks about what she's doing in Jersey City. How do you try to find work while you're worried about where you're going to live, worried about whether or not you have food on the table, worried about how you're going to take care of the children? How is that even practical when you're living in a shelter?
I'm going to answer that question the best I can. I haven't worked in the Office of Support Employment and Training for about 5 years. So I'm in the Office of Gender-Based Violence Services.
Sure, go ahead.
So my knowledge might be a little bit dated. I think when you look at the theme of all the services that are being talked about here and what everyone's talking about, it's about returning a sense of agency and normalcy to survivors who are either re-entering the workforce because they've been incarcerated, or they're re-entering the workforce because they're leaving an abusive relationship. So I think that there needs to be a greater focus on job readiness, job preparedness and job training programs for those survivors. At the Division on Women, we have 2 programs that we run, which is the Displaced Homemaker Program. Yes, the name is anachronistic. The name is statutory. We're not able to change it. And also we have this Hispanic Women Resource.
So why don't you explain what both those programs do?
So the Displaced Homemaker Program was a program that came into existence in the 1970s through statute. And what it does is it provides job training, job readiness skills for women who are re-entering the workforce after a period where they were relying on the income of another. It's not specific for survivors of domestic violence, but there's an enormous amount of intersectionality between those 2 populations. Many of the women who go into those programs are leaving abusive relationships.
Now, how difficult it is, the fact that individuals are coming from county jails or state prison, isn't that a barrier for many of these women to access these positions?
Absolutely. Yeah,
I appreciate your honesty. Absolutely.
Well, I don't know if it's a barrier for them to engage in the programs themselves that we fund.
But it's a barrier to get the job.
It's absolutely a barrier to get the job. There hasn't been nearly enough done in that respect. Just that's a pure and simple fact.
I appreciate that. So I'm going to flip back to Tamika. So Tamika, when you hear about women coming home with domestic violence, sexual abuse, and trafficking, and we saw the whole focus today, and we talked about the services, Anna talked about funding services, Cheryl talked about housing, Regina talked about compassion, Keisha, I appreciate your honesty and support, and we talked about these different services. So Tamika, I mean, the reality is, though, how tough it still is to grapple to come home because of what's in your own head, isn't it?
Absolutely. You have to get your mind right? You have to make sure that your focus is on you and not others. And I think sometimes even with social media and with everything that's going on, we're so worried about other people, we stop worrying about us. We have to be able to worry about us first in order to be able to take care of somebody else first. When I came home, again, I keep saying it over and over. It was different for me because it was different before I went in. So I already knew that I had to fight for me. And I think sometimes we let other people get in our head and get us lost. You can't do that. You have to make sure that you're able to define and stand for yourself. Is it hard? Absolutely, Governor, absolutely. But at the same time, it was hard when you went in.
Yeah.
It was hard when you went in. So when you coming out, it's just gonna reinforce and just make you know that you can fight, 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 and keep going, and keep going. Because once you're 6 feet under, it's over.
Come on.
So when we say, so, you know, Tamika talks about coming home from prison, from incarceration, and how tough it is, and you have to keep fighting. And I appreciate what Margaret said, is that there's so many programs that people are unaware of. And Beth talks about filling in the gaps, and Helen's talked about, but I guess one of the challenges, and I appreciate what you said, what the division is, but there seems to be a gap between the good work of developing funding and what's on the ground in terms of grappling in a painful way. And I was just want to say, is there, how should we be doing it better, connecting the services with the women individually?
So I think one thing we learned, I think, from the pandemic was that women were on the forefront, but they also were the most affected, the jobs, the training of the jobs. Firm believer that we want to train women, jobs of the future, skill sets that makes them valuable, not something that, they can easily be, fired if they're not able to go to work. It's really making sure that they're reinforced, and all this comes on layers, right? But I think really strengthening the ability for women to self-sustain, because if a woman can pay for them, can pay to leave their house and not be abused, if they can take their children, if they can still provide, chances are not 100% of the time they will, but they have a better chance of surviving and being self-sufficient. So for me, I think in the advisory board, who's chaired by Tammy Weaver Henry, it's very important to really have resources that really create strong, opportunities to be self-sufficient in the future. And that's the transformation. And Governor, I almost said mayor there. Excuse me, sorry about that. If I could just quickly read, and when we talk about local and the local governments really making sure that they know, tell their women that they matter. This is the Jersey City Women's Bill of Rights that we came up with, which is the right to safety, the right to equal opportunity, the right to reproductive freedom, the right to health and wellness, the right to menstrual equity, equal representation, freedom from discrimination, right to privacy, report and redress, access to justice, education and awareness, and eradicate food insecurity and poverty. And that's important to say on a local level, so that when women come home, they know that your local city, your town believes that you have a right to this, that your mayor or your council people know that this is what you as women deserve. And once we start laying those foundations and really speaking to women, and I think everything becomes a lot more clear.
Yeah, no, I think that's powerful what you said, because there's a policy, there's a values judgment, right? What are our values? How do we fund, and how do we deliver the services? But the values are important, because if we don't share it in the value statement, you can deliver services or you can reap services, but it's important that we all share that same commitment to those sacred values. This is our core. This is what we believe in. And I appreciate you saying that, because that's the philosophical, the moral, the spiritual foundation for everything we do.
Yes, thank you.
And that's key. So Keish, we're just going to go down the line and just say, all right, services, and I appreciate your honesty and your motion. So services, if there's one thing you could say we should do right now, what would it be? All right, two.
Create financial health options for survivors.
Create, say that again?
Financial health options.
Create financial health options. I'm
Yes.
sorry, what does that mean?
Financial, like practical assistance options, where sometimes they get Medicaid, but they have a copay. Sometimes they can't
Okay,
afford
and
it.
that's what Rahat Chadha was talking about earlier. We do with these micro grants in New Jersey Reentry. We give, actually, we don't expect the money back. We give a grant. So if a woman is she has one car bill and she lost her job and she's in between, instead of turning back the car, we'll give her that one payment. So that micro grant is the difference between her keeping her car and losing her car after making 26 payments. It's that critical time. Financial health. the great Secretary of State Regina Thomas.
I still think compassion and sensitivity.
Compassion.
The few hours that I've been here, I've learned so much. It's overwhelming. And you feel inadequate to how can you help and what is the entry point to help. And just by saying, by listening and being not judgmental and being able to then fit in where you are allowed to fit in. Because
Amen.
I respect it is a lot. Okay, yes.
It is a lot. It's a lot. And I just appreciate everybody sort of taking, today was a full day. Cheryl, and by the way, in the interest of full disclosure, Cheryl's from New York, but to make matters worse, she's from Staten Island.
I just want to say that we have 3 Mercy House locations in the Archdiocese of Newark, Jersey City, Elizabeth, and Newark. Jersey City is the only location that we do have 30 women that reside here. And also at Mercy House, we offer other resources, food we give out to the community as well, food, rental assistance, utility assistance, clothing, baby items, anything that you can imagine. So our services are, we provide a lot of assistance. Copay, we just got an email, someone needs help with a hearing aid. So any services that anyone will need, we're also a resource for that as well. So just know that we can help with other resources. So I just want to give a
Thanks,
little
Cher.
plug for that.
No, and Tamika, could you just talk about the services that your division provides in Hudson County?
Absolutely. We actually have taken the welfare department and actually put it inside the community. I'm in charge of the community outreach, and we have 25 sites that are set up in Hudson County, including in one of your locations. You can come there and sign up for benefits. You don't have to go to 257 Cornelius. You can come to our Secaucus location. You can come to Kerry Woods. You can come to the Bethune Center. You can come anywhere in the community.
And so the
we'll be
whole
able to.
goal is, were you getting out of the office and into the community?
Absolutely.
And so what's so important for women that are looking for DVR or for Medicaid or coming home, that's so critically. And I just want to say thank you for your partnership.
Love you.
Anna, and by the way,
Don't do
Tamika,
it. Don't do it, Governor. Don't do it. Don't do it,
Tamika has
Governor.
her own radio show with my friend DJ Walla, and it's on. Go ahead, give it a plug.
94.7 The Block. Get your mind right.
You listen to her? Yeah, that's who she is. Anna, I mean, so you talk about the division, and I'm just, I'm troubled. I still hear Margaret in the back of my mind's eye about advertising these services. So maybe, I mean, we could do something more on a cooperative basis to make
Sure.
sure the world knows about these services.
Yeah.
Any
and I-
last words about servicing the women who are confronting this evil?
Sure. I'd say 2 things. One thing is about going to where the people are also, because I think if we just rely on people finding out about it, not everybody's
It's not going to happen.
right. And lots of times we hear about people find out, especially, in certain communities, it's like word of mouth. Like, I had a good experience, right? Go there. So I say that's critical. The other thing is it kind of changing the way we think about services, in that it's not about, here's our menu of options, choose from this is what we've got. Instead of that, thinking about, like, what is it that you need? And I love the micro grant example that you gave, because we're doing domestic violence housing first, and it's all about that. It's about the notion that first you need housing. Like, if you don't have safe housing, that's your first need to get to the other things.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's about, like, my abuser slashed my tires, now I can't get to work. Well, here's funding to get those tires changed. And now that's a huge, and we see such beautiful stories come from that. It could be like,
And
$1,000.
they've rebuilt their whole life, but
Right.
for with this one check, it could all
Right.
implode. So, thanks, Ann.
So I think I would say.
I love your
closing-
values thing. I'm still holding it.
Thank you. I'll give you a copy.
Thank
And
you.
I think for survivors, they need systems in place, both statewide, but also locally. And I'm just going to keep hammering locally, because
Yes.
this is the home, this is their base, and they need to feel seen, they need to feel heard.
And we need to hear them.
And we need to hear them. And of course, I just want to say Tamika also sits on the Jersey City Women's Advisory Board and has contributed greatly. But I also want to uplift a fellow panelist that said, you know, make sure you have people with these lived-in experiences that have lived through this in your advisory boards, in your, you know, in your community, in your cabs, wherever they are.
Yep.
That's where they can speak from that lived
Keish,
experience.
people heard you.
So important.
Thank you,
And
but
thank you again,
local,
Governor.
local, local.
Local.
Dennis.
Well, I think one of the things, and I'm gonna kind of borrow from Rob here. I think we need to have more of a focus on domestic violence intervention and primary prevention work. I think a lot of what we've talked about here is what we do after harm has been caused, and we have to talk about stopping the harm at the source. We're working with those who have caused harm so they don't cause further harm, because a lot of the survivors choose to stay with that person. And then I think we need to talk to our young men and boys. And we need to, because other people are talking to them, and some of those people are really scary. And we need to talk to them before they turn into abusers. So that's what I would say.
No, thank you. And Adrian, I really appreciate your comments when we started. Not only compassion, but to meet people where they're at. But your thoughts?
So I think it's critical for us to be survivor-led and driven. So that means that we center survivor voices. Someone mentioned having them survivors on advisory boards. So we definitely can be more collaborative in how we engage survivors in helping us to drive our decisions so that they're determining what we need and we're not telling them what it is that they need. I also think that it would be beneficial to lessen the burden of survivors by holding the folks who cause harm accountable. And so I know my colleague Will DeBose was on a panel this morning, and he's doing abuse intervention programming work. And so I think that alongside DCF, our partners at DCF DAO, we're talking about what that looks like to create spaces for healing for those persons as well, so that the burden is shared and not just placed on the person who's experiencing the abuse. The last thing I'll say is just wanting to hold systems accountable to being more responsive to survivors. There's a lack of acknowledgement sometimes and a lack of awareness of the dynamics of domestic abuse, which can make it very difficult for folks to get access to the resources they need. So if we're having a collaborative focus, such as all of us on the panel and those of us who work in systems where we're really talking to reduce barriers for survivor, I think we'll have better outcomes in the state to actually end the issue, because we're all working collectively and sharing values. I love that too. Sharing values to ensure that we're eradicating the issue, not perpetuating it.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate what you said, Adrian, because earlier today we had doctors talking to lawyers.
Yes.
And it was just interesting. The doctors are writing the narrative, lawyers are following the case, but actually the narrative from the medical doctor would be helpful to the lawyer, but that didn't naturally occur. So, but if you're following the patient, if you're following the survivor, that would occur.
Yes.
So thank you. Shailene, my old friend.
Hi, again, I want to thank you for having me here. I'm with the Displaced Homemakers Network. I'm with Women in Transition, and our number one goal is to help women gain their independence and get back to work. But the first thing I find what we always have to do is help rebuild their confidence, because they come to us emotionally bruised and broken. And if we can't get there, we can't take them to the next step. So that's why compassion and patience is so important for them. But once we get past that, then we're able to make them successful human beings.
Thank you. Thanks, Shay. Robert?
And thank you for bringing all of us together. This has been a great day. I would say being survivor-led also means when you're sitting face-to-face with somebody and really listening to what their needs are, not going in with a preconceived notion of what they might need because, oh, this is what 90% of survivors need. That individual is an individual, and their needs are going to be very unique to them. I love the idea of micro grants. It's not there. I love the idea of the micro grants, because if you can provide survivors with financial means and let them decide what they're going to spend it on. For somebody, it might be tires because their tires got slashed. For somebody else, we had a request come in where somebody wanted a new mattress because they didn't want to sleep on the mattress that they had been raped on. But is that going to be what you prescribe to everyone else? So really listening to survivors, and that's trauma-informed universal practice. Listen to the person in front of you, presume that they may have experienced a trauma. There are 2.7 million survivors of contact sexual violence in New Jersey alone. That's 1 in 3 almost that have experienced contact sexual violence. If you're doing any kind of work, medical work, substance use recovery, reentry work, anything. Just assume the people you're working with may have experienced this trauma and listen to what their needs are in that moment. And don't require them to disclose that trauma to you in order to access the resources that they need. Because that's traumatic enough, and they have no reason to believe that any of us are necessarily going to be any more receptive or affirming than perhaps the last person that they told who wasn't. So meet survivors where they're at, respect their boundaries, and wherever we have the flexibility to meet their unique needs, let's leverage that flexibility.
No, thank you, Robert. And I'm glad because Rahat heard you talk about the micro grants, and it's had an impact. Hel?
So I just want to say yes to everything that's been said, and I just want to
Yes
also,
to everything?
to everything everyone has said, but I just want to just add to one of the pieces around financial stability, because that really does become one of the issues, and the micro grants are key. But I really would like us as a community to be able to work on creating more supportive employers, to be able to understand trauma-informed employers, if you will, so that they can understand that the folks that we're bringing back into the workforce have been through so much, and that they need that patience, that flexibility, that adaptability to be able to support them, and that they will, once we pour into them with the confidence, be those great employees. And we've had the experience with Bergen Newbridge Medical Center, for example, to be able to work and create a really special working relationship for our reentry women, for our trauma survivors, to be able to work in those environments with additional supports and training programs that really set them up for success. I just wish there are more employers out there who would have that same mindset.
Including government.
100%. But
I mean,
think,
we asked the private sector to do X, government should also do Y.
yes. But when we think about the housing issues and getting access to their children and the IDs and all of these things, I mean, everything is based on money and being able to access so many of these things. But if they were able to get a job, as well as the micro grants to be able to, fill in with some of the pieces, I think, would really go a very long way for creating stability for them.
Great. Dr. Adebato? Beth?
So I agree with everything everybody said so far too, but I just want to say, can we please change the culture of the way we think about victims and survivors of domestic violence? Can we please change the culture and stop making it about the shame for the person who's the victim? Because I want to tell you that every single time my students and I go and bring something to a woman who just got, usually we're there when they just got their housing and they don't have beds and they don't have any clothing and they don't have anything. And you know what they do? They apologize and they cry. They apologize and they cry, and they should not be apologizing. And that's up to us and the community to make sure that we change that around and take that shame off of them.
Thank you. Margaret?
Again, I'm going to say I agree with everything that was said on this panel. I would like to add to what Beth said about removing the shame, removing the blame as well. So many victims are questioned. Well, what happened? What did you do? What took place? It's not about that. Why did the abuser abuse? That's what the real question should be. But I heard also the panel discuss about the importance of abuse intervention and prevention. And I'm going to add, this is another program that Women Rising is currently rolling out as we speak, the abuse intervention program to work not one-on-one, in groups with abusers, really to kind of meet them where they're at in order to make the changes that they want to make in their life and change. And another one was the, economic stability. We have workforce programs, career development, we have job banks. We also, spoke about the family services. We have family support services available, to address the needs of each and every family that comes through our door. But I would say, one of my greatest needs today is for each and every person that is in this room now to leave here and speak about Women Rising, share the resource, because you don't know who the victim is and you don't know who the abuser is, and Women Rising assists all of them. The children, the abusers, the survivors, we assist all of them. And all of our services are all free and confidential. All of the services free. So please share it.
I just want to say thank you to my dear friend, our chaplain, Reverend Boyer, who's been here all day. And he's someone not only served this nation in the United States military, but he served Bethel AME Church. He's pastor emeritus. He's chaplain for New Jersey Reentry. But all of us, no, you guys can't get up because this is an AME pastor. Excuse me. You just can't, you know what AME stands for? After meeting, eating. No. But I just want to say, thank you to Lacey Ann. Lacey, could you please stand up? I want to say thank you to Cindy. I want to say thank you to Reverend. Thank you to everybody. Could the NJRC team stand up? Hey. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead. Rev, thank you. The four corners, Dr. Gloria Bachman. Yay. And so now at this time, and I want to thank Margaret and Beth and Helen and Robert, Shailene, Adrian, Dennis, Iko, Anna, Tamika, Cheryl, my dear beloved friend Regina and Keisha. I thought it was a great panel about services. I walked away with three things. One, we have to articulate our values. Two, we have to make sure they are structurally provided, but we should look at cross systems. And three, it's also important that those services are delivered on the ground floor and that people, as Margaret said, and people and Keisha said, are fully aware of that. And with that, for the benediction, Rev, that's you. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing some, presenting to others, the great Reverend Alan Butler.
He always makes me feel like a celebrity. Can we just give the New Jersey Reentry Corporation and its great leader a marvelous round of applause for the tremendous work that they do? Amen. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for what our ears have heard and our hearts have digested. And I pray that all that we learn here today, we'll go out and leave here and shout it from the mountaintops. God told the prophet Isaiah, cry loud and spare not. Huh? Cry loud and spare not. Let thy voice sound like a trumpet so that the people may know their transgressions and Jacob's house, their sins. And we all know the serenity prayer. Amen. Yeah. God grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom, oh, hallelujah, the wisdom to know the difference. Now may the peace of God, which passeth all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in love with the knowledge of God. In the name of the Lord and our Savior, Jesus Christ, let the church say, amen. God bless you all. The Lord be with you. See you at church on Sunday morning.
You're the best. And a shout out to the commissioner. Thank you very much. Okay.